Bom dia a todos, sejam bem-vindos ao segundo dia do Efigie Talks. Espero que vocês estejam gostando do evento. Hoje o dia está recheado de programação divertida para todo mundo aprender mais sobre as universidades, para a gente ser engajado, né, nesse mundo das universidades internacionais. Vamos começar hoje pela nossa primeira apresentação. Vai ser da Samantha e da Juliana, da Missouri State University. Elas vão falar hoje um pouco para a gente sobre a universidade e também dar uma aula de marketing. Então, a Samantha, ela é professora de marketing na Universidade de Missouri, e a Juliana, ela trabalha como Admission Representative na Universidade do Missouri. E hoje elas vão falar um pouco sobre branding e como que isso pode ajudar a gente na hora de achar uma universidade para aplicar em uma universidade fora e até no Brasil, como que isso pode ajudar a gente. Então, vou chamar as duas agora para se apresentarem. Samantha, Juliana. Welcome to our Fiji Talks. I just introduced you in Portuguese, Juliana and Samantha. Feel free to start your presentation. The stage is yours. And welcome to our event.
Obrigada, Luigi. Bom dia, pessoal. A gente está muito feliz de estar aqui hoje. Obrigada, Efigie, esse evento muito legal que vocês organizam. Foi bem legal ontem conversar com alguns alunos. Meu nome é Juliana, eu fico aqui em São Paulo, eu sou representante da Missouri State aqui no Brasil. E eu ajudo os alunos que têm essa vontade, né, de estudar fora, de estudar no exterior, até essa experiência incrível. Eu sou ex-jogadora de vôlei, fiz faculdade nos Estados Unidos, ganhei uma bolsa atlética, né, para jogar e fazer faculdade, me formei lá. E hoje eu trabalho ajudando esses alunos que têm esse interesse, né? Eu acho que é uma experiência incrível. Eu acho que se esse é seu sonho, né, bora fazer acontecer. Eu vi que tem bastante gente aqui do 9º ano, 1º ano do ensino médio. Acho que essa é a hora da gente começar a ter essa conversa, né, com a nossa família, com os nossos pais. Queria convidar todo mundo a passar lá no nosso booth para a gente bater um papo, para conhecer a universidade. A Missouri State é uma universidade super tradicional, então é aquela bem tradicional americana. O estado do Missouri, ele fica bem no meião dos Estados Unidos, então aquela cultura bem... tudo bem americano que você possa imaginar, desde o hot dog, beisebol, futebol americano, enfim. Então, agora eu vou deixar com a Sam, que ela vai dar uma aula de marketing para vocês. Se tiverem qualquer dúvida, por favor, podem perguntar aí no chat ou passar lá no nosso booth e conversa com a gente, tá bom? Sam, you go, girl.
Thank you. Bom dia. Sorry, I cannot give my entire presentation in Portuguese. I'm working on it. I'm Samantha Franska. I'm a professor of marketing at Missouri State University, and I also work with international students. This is my cat, Frida. I'm sorry. If I put her down, she'll want back up. Let me share my screen. Okay. So I'm going to present today on brand strategies in marketing and how you can apply these strategies to your college admissions search. So first, I just want to define marketing. Basically, it's the process that organizations use to create and communicate and deliver value to customers. Sometimes that's a product or service. Sometimes that's an idea, sometimes that's a person. So customers, we pay for this value. We engage with organizations and businesses, and their goal is to maintain profitable relationships. So they want to attract new customers by promising superior value, saying our product is better than our competitors, or they want to keep and grow existing customers by delivering satisfaction. So they want you to continue to be happy with their product or service, so they're going to keep telling you about how good it is and hopefully keep delivering a good product or service. So once you start in your marketing programs, all of your marketing classes will talk about these terms. So first, your target market is who you intend to buy your product or service, who you're talking to. Your positioning in the market is where you land in comparison to others. So when we think about products like cell phones, how do Apple phones compare to Samsung, compared to Microsoft? They all have a different position in the market. Then the marketing mix is probably the most important and the most talked about piece of marketing. So we call them in the US the 4 Ps. It's product, place, price, and promotion. And we'll go into these a little bit. So I was hoping this would be more interactive, so you guys can add comments if you'd like to, but you don't have to. I want to think about the marketing mix applied to universities. So either universities within Brazil or universities in the US or somewhere else where you might want to go study. Think about what factors appeal to you whenever you're looking for a university. Is it the academic programs they offer? Is it the location? Is it the price? Is it the activities they offer on campus? Just think about those things that are most important to you as we go through the marketing mix. So the first P is product. So that's a good service idea. It's a really broad concept. It can refer to everything from packaging and brand names to extras they provide in the store. I've got a couple of examples on the screen. The top picture of the man on the treadmill, those have become really popular in the US for runners. They'll go and you can test out running shoes, and that's part of the product that they're selling you. They can charge more for athletic gear because they're letting you test it in the store, and they're saying this athletic gear is specifically designed and it fits you perfectly. It's been tested and you know it works. So that's part of the product for that brand. I also included a photo of Missouri State here with our Missouri State flag. So that's part of our brand. Our brand includes, our product includes our campus and the way it's perceived. That's part of the product that we give to students. And then finally, I don't know if you can see this one very well, but it's a ketchup packet. The design was given some awards because you could use it in multiple ways, and it was very innovative. So that's another example of product. Place is largely related to supply chain when we think about it traditionally. Right now, this one's been very popular in the news because all of the supply chains are backed up from COVID. So basically, this can be broken down to having the right product at the right place at the right time. You can see this in transportation and inventory, how people choose to store their products and warehousing, and then finally what marketing channels they choose to use. So there's a new company in the US, or relatively new, called Hims, and it's been designed for men in the US do not love to go to the doctor, and they're often very embarrassed to go, especially for certain things like hair loss. So they've started an online medical system where you can go and have prescription drugs and you don't have to be embarrassed to go to the doctor. So they're being very innovative in the place that they're deciding to sell their product. And then I also just put a little map here showing the place can also refer to the physical location of something. So Missouri State is in Springfield, Missouri. It's literally the place where it's at. So sometimes place is very easy. Then price is just how we decide to set pricing in marketing. So the price can play a big role in how you as consumers, or how we as consumers, think about a product. So if we think something is very expensive, we might think it's a luxury product. It might be very exclusive. If something is too inexpensive, we might think it's cheap and maybe not worth the money. There are also different pricing models. Audible is a good example of, you can buy tokens and you can use your tokens to buy the product that they're selling. And then there's also subscription models. These have gotten really popular in the last few years in the US. You pay a certain monthly fee and they send you a box of stuff every month. So there's lots of different ways to set pricing. And then finally, promotions. That's my favorite part of the marketing mix, is advertising. It's how organizations communicate to consumers and buyers about their products. We see this in advertising, like on TV commercials, pop-up ads online. This also includes things like sales promotions, if they're running a special holiday sale. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. That's how organizations keep track of how you're buying and spending and looking at their products. They also include rewards programs. So if you buy 4 coffees at Starbucks, you get the 5th one free, that kind of thing. A big one that we've seen lately is social media and influencer marketing. We see this everywhere, and it's become really popular, and we do it at Missouri State too. Every Friday we have an international student who takes over our Instagram account on Mo State Global, and they share what their day looks like. And really that's a form of influencer marketing. We're hoping that they'll share with their friends to show what Missouri State is like.
Sam, can I just add something?
Yeah.
As students look for at university, there's something that I thought about before I went to, which is how many international students are at the university. And some kids actually asked me that yesterday, and that's a big question that you should ask, because it means that they're going to treat you well, that they're going to take care of you if the school has a lot of international students. And also going back to the price, we do offer scholarships for international students, and we know that a lot of universities in the US don't. So I would like to invite the students to come and learn more about the scholarships as well and how that works, because that also plays a big part in the international student experience. So like you were saying about the Instagram account, and I follow them, and it's so cool to see how many international students from everywhere are at Missouri State right now.
Yeah, we're really, really excited about how many students we have on campus this semester. And of course, I had to show, this is Lucas, he's on our swim team at Missouri State, so I had to show him because he is from Brazil. And finally, okay, so going more into branding specifically, this is a piece of the promotion mix. So of your 4 Ps, this is the promotion P. And we think about this a lot in terms of personal branding and branding that we see out in the world of advertising. And basically, it's just the personification of an organization, product, or service. It's what you associate mentally whenever you see a brand or an organization. And organizations are very strategic about how they share their brand imagery, how they want to be perceived by consumers. So this is just a snippet of the Missouri State brand page. This is actually where they help us make sure that whenever we promote Missouri State, we're staying on strategy and that we're communicating the right things for students. So branding includes the way things look, the aesthetic. So I've got a couple of examples here. Uber has some really specific examples about what kind of icons they want marketers to use. There's an example of what typefaces you should use and in which setting, and then an example of what colors you should use. So this is actually Missouri State's, and it's down to the percentage of, if you're showing a page, this is the percentage of color that should be our maroon bear color, or should be our red pop color. Branding also refers to the voice. So whenever we read and we hear things from the brand or from advertisements, they'll have a very specific personality, and that's called the brand voice. So there's lots of examples of this. These are examples from a MailChimp. It's a online email sending thing. I use it for work. I just thought that theirs was really nice. They want people to feel accomplished and like they have a sense of relief and pride that they've done work well after they finish their email campaign. So it sends you nice little messages like, fine piece of work, you deserve a raise. So they're a little bit cheeky, a little bit playful, and they're wanting the end user to feel good about using their product. The example up at the top may be kind of hard to read, but it's for the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And it's just an example of how they're trying to take, pretty bland tweets, and they're going to make them a little bit snappier to fit in the voice that they want Dallas-Fort Worth Airport to have. And then the example at the bottom, again, that one's from the Missouri State brand kit, and it goes through what the university wants people to know about it. So it wants people to know about the public affairs mission, the excellent academics, the hands-on learning opportunity and student outcomes, and then finally faculty and student relationships and research. So it goes into how we want to communicate those things with students to let you know this is what we offer at Missouri State. And finally, positioning. I just really like this example because it's about Santa Claus. So a marketing agency in the United Kingdom put this together. They wanted to show the positioning of Santa. So they have asked the question, who else is occupying Santa's space? And it ranges from Miley Cyrus absolutely not occupying Santa's space to, people like Hagrid from Harry Potter who's nearing in. So they're being tongue-in-cheek and saying that Hagrid might be the closest competitor to Santa Claus, so we need to set ourselves apart if Santa will continue to occupy a clean space in the brand portfolio. For universities, you can do this too. So for Santa, they have measured on fattiness and beardiness, but you might measure on location or price or availability of majors. So you could make a chart like this for yourself to show, okay, where do I think that the universities I'm looking at really fall for me? And if up there with Santa is like, that's the peak and that's where you want to be, kind of look at which university is up there and it's hitting your maximum fattiness and beardiness or whatever other metrics you decide to measure on. So again, whenever you're applying these 4 Ps to your U.S. college search or your college search in Brazil, think about those 4 Ps. Think about your product, place, price, and promotion. So for your product, think about, do they have the academic program that I want? Do they have the university experience that I want? Are the student activities available? Is campus beautiful? Do they have other international students on campus? I have to go through the whole thing. Product place. So for place, is it in a location that you want? I know a lot of international students are very attracted to larger cities or coastal cities in the U.S. They're really cool places to visit. I have obviously chosen not to live there. So I would urge you to really consider, do you want to live in a large city, or do you want to live in a place that is a little bit smaller, or do you want to live somewhere that's very rural? Decide, which of those things is more valuable to you. Missouri State falls somewhere in the middle there, and literally in the middle of the U.S. Then for price, like Juliana mentioned, you want to look and see, first of all, how much is tuition going to be? How much do they say the cost of attendance for a year will be? So if money is not important or it's no object, then I guess go wherever, and the price really doesn't matter. But if it is important, try to measure out what you're getting for the money that you'll be paying, and look into different, we could call them discounts, really, but scholarships are a form of promotional discounts. So look at who's offering scholarships, what those scholarship amounts are, and how they can be applied to international students. We offer a couple different tiers of scholarships at Missouri State for international students, and I think several of Juliana's students have qualified for them so far, so that's good news for us. Product, place, price, promotion. Okay. And then finally, I would encourage you, if nothing else, just to make people who do my job happy, to look at the advertisements and social media that universities are putting out. Go check them out on Instagram or Facebook or whatever is most popular for you, and see what kind of things they're posting. See if they're sharing things about students or the research that they're doing or activities that are on campus, and just see if it's a place that you think that you would fit at. it just because you are not a business and it doesn't feel like college is a business, it doesn't mean you can't apply these principles of marketing to your college search. And then look at the branding and positioning. You know, if the university's brand is something that's really far from what you hold as your personal values, then it's probably not the university for you. If they position themselves as a really intense and hard business school, but you're really interested in science and you want to do pre-med, it's probably not the school for you, or vice versa. So look for the ones that seem to share the same values in their branding and positioning in the marketing. And think about this in terms of yourself too. So think about if you were an organization, what would your brand be? Who are you? What do you stand for? What values are most important to you? How do you see yourself demonstrating those values? That one's a hard one because often it's really easy for us to say, these are the values I stand for. And then when someone asks you, okay, how do you show that? It's not as easy to think about. So really think about those things and do some self-reflection. And think about what your unique identity is. Brands have to do that. They have to say, you know, this is our unique identity. This is our unique selling point that makes us better than our competitors. Think about that for yourself too, and see what your kind of your personal brand is. That'll really help to see how you match with a university. I think that was my last slide. Okay.
Yeah, same. I always tell my students, especially when it's time to like write an essay to talk about themselves and, you know, introduce themselves to the school. And I tell them, you know, somebody's going to read over 50 essays. You know, what makes you stand out? So what makes you unique? If you go to the same school as, you know, the students sitting next to you and you pretty much do the same things every day, but what makes you stand out, right? What makes you different? And sometimes at that age, it's so hard to find that out because we don't do a whole lot of reflecting when we're young. But maybe ask someone, ask for your teachers to help you, your parents, your family. A lot of people know you from watching you your whole life, and they can help you with that for sure. But yeah, awesome. I guess we have questions.
Luigi, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay. So thank you very much, Juliana, Samantha. It's really interesting how to conciliate branding and the university application. It's a really good strategy to how to apply to the university, and this is what we are here for. So thank you very much. We have a couple of questions for you. So first, Gabriela, she asked, with COVID, does the majority of the international students in the Missouri University continue the same? I believe the number of international students, or many are doing it online.
1,600 international students this semester, and 800 of those are on campus, so it's about half. So a lot of people are studying from their home country right now, but for most of them, that was either a visa issue or a personal choice to stay home. But for students who are on campus, they're studying in classrooms like normal right now. Missouri State this semester is doing masking in classrooms and academic spaces, so everybody has masks on in classrooms, so they're able to go pretty much as normal to class besides the mask.
Okay, yeah, that's really good that the life is becoming back to normal, even though half of the students aren't yet in the university. But I believe the perspectives are good for now. Okay, so thank you very much. I believe that we are coming to the end of the time of the session. I invite all of the students here to go to the Missouri University booth, ask them questions whatever they want to know about the university, about the application, about the branding of the students. And feel free also to use here, I'll say em português. Fiquem à vontade também para fazerem as perguntas aqui embaixo, na caixa de perguntas do lado direito inferior, porque essa interação é bem legal. Vocês podem mandar as perguntas, comentários. A gente recebeu uns comentários bastante de pessoas agradecendo a palestra. A Ábila disse muito obrigada pela apresentação. A Gabriela também agradeceu, falou que foi muito legal o que foi apresentado. Então, thank you very much, Juliana, Samantha, and see you again.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bom, gente, então agora, já passando para o horário das 10h30, vamos falar com Wayne Marshall. Ele é o diretor da Duke University, Duke Education, em Cardiff, Cardiff Sixth Form College. E com essa apresentação vocês vão saber como que vocês podem ingressar numa universidade de ponta do Reino Unido através da sua nota do Enem. Então, você nem precisa aplicar diretamente para a universidade lá. Pelo Enem, vocês já conseguem ter a chance de estudar numa das melhores universidades do Reino Unido. Good morning, Wayne.
Hi, good morning, Luigi. How are you?
Great. How about you?
Yeah, all good, thank you. We're a bit further down the clock than you are, 4 hours. So we're 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
So good afternoon, Wayne.
Good afternoon, right.
Thank you very much for your presence here.
No
I just gave a brief introduction about the Duke education and about your role there, and say that you're going to talk about how the application on Duke University and Duke Education and how to go to it through the NA for the Brazilian students. So
Yeah,
the stage is yours. Feel free to present your screen and talk with the students.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Luigi, how do I share the screen? Sorry.
We are... Fábio, consegue... Oh, it's going? Now your screen shared.
Oof.
Now we have a loop.
Sorry. Stop sharing. Share.
You can share directly your presentation.
Can everybody see that, or is that just me that can see that?
We can't see that yet. On StreamYard, can you click on share screen, please?
Oh, that's okay.
And then you can open your presentation.
So share. Just share screen, yeah?
Press on share screen, please.
Yeah.
Yes. Aí, Luigi, explica para ele que vai ter tá aparecendo para ele 3 telas. Tem uma que é tem um botão nosso, tem um botãozinho do lado e um azul. É antes desse azul.
So, no, here we go. Now it's good, Wayne. You can start your presentation.
Everybody can see that, yeah?
Yeah, you can put it on full screen. I think we'll be... Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, afternoon. My name is Wayne Marshall. I'm here to speak to you with reference to Duke's education about Cardiff Sixth Form College, who is in Cardiff, obviously, but they will be having a new campus in Cambridge from September 2022. So this gives you some idea of some of the nationalities we have in Cardiff and some of the buildings. So I'm going to go through with you today some of the interesting parts as far as Cardiff Sixth Form is concerned, showing you through the type of programs we have available, through the results that we've had over the last few years, university placements, which are obviously paramount in yours and your parents' minds when it comes down to placing yourselves within a sixth form within the UK or around the world that helps you or guides you to your next step of education, which for most of you will be education at university. Okay, thank you. So this is Cardiff sixth form and its results showing you over the last 5 years. So as you can see there, A star to A. A star, as I'm sure you are all aware, is the top A-level grade when it comes to the UK A-levels, Welsh and English ones being much the same. So in 2021, they had 98% A star to A, 99 the previous year, and as you can see, nothing less than 88, with them doing very well A star to B over the last few years. So it is a school that has very high expectations of its students. It has high entry requirements with IELTS at 6.5, and it wants students that have a passion for academia and for education to allow them to go on to the next stage of their academic pathway and on to university. But I'll come on to the university placements in a second. So this is the Daily Telegraph, which is a renowned broadsheet in the UK, and its league table from 2015 to 2019. I would just stipulate that we've had no league tables in the UK for 2020 and 2021 because of COVID, there being no exams, and as using teacher agreed grades as far as the overall performance of schools and colleges in the UK is concerned. So you can see Cardiff is number one and has been number one through 2015 to 2019 with other schools trying, but not unfortunately at this stage being able to catch up with the very high standards set at Cardiff Sixth Form College. So as I said before, university destinations are obviously very, very important to students. So from Cardiff, once they've finished their second year, have received their results. From that second year placement for 2020, University College London took 31 of their students. London School of Economics took 8. Imperial College took 13 and Oxbridge took 9. So that's Oxford and Cambridge took 9. So these 5 universities of UCL, LSE, Imperial, Oxford and Cambridge are deemed to be what's called in the UK the G5 universities, and probably the top universities in the UK. On the far left-hand side, you see HKU and CHHK. Those are 2 universities in Hong Kong, which a number of our Asian students from Cardiff go to on a very much on a regular basis. But again, you'll see a league table which shows greater detail of that. So basically what this slide is telling us that from Cardiff Sixth Form College, around about 60 of our second year A-level students go to the top 5 universities in the country. And therefore we have a very, very good reputation and rapport with these students. And we can talk to the admissions areas and the admissions officers within these universities to help and assist the progress of your applications through to the end result and hopefully your placement within these 5 key universities in the UK. So our 2021 degree choices, we had 39 that went on to medicine, 25 to economics, finance and management, 14 for natural sciences, 11 for law, only 1 for dentistry and veterinary science, maths and computer science was 12, and engineering and architecture was 29. So as you can see, a wide spectrum, but Cardiff Sixth Form College key subjects are its maths, further maths, and its sciences, and then it looks at economics and law as 2 of the other key areas of its business. So as you can see, large amounts of students doing very well going on to their choice of university, especially the 39 going into medicine. So this gives you a snapshot of the last 5 years as far as Cardiff is concerned, and you can see that the Russell Group, which is the top 24 universities in the UK, has a total average of just under 70% of its second year A-level students going to those top 24 universities in the country. The percentage to QS top 100 is even higher, which is 81.43, and that covers universities not only in the UK but around the world. Percentage to Oxford and Cambridge, as you can see, an average of 10.74%, and then it carries on down the list to engineering, to STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So there's a huge number of our students from Cardiff that go on to STEM courses, and obviously a large number that go on to law as well. So the STEM subjects, medicine, etc., and also engineering and law are all of the key courses that our students enjoy once they finish with us after their 2-year course. So we at Cardiff offer 2-year A-level, but we also offer GCSE. So as you can see here, our IGCSE, or the International GCSE grades for 2020, 2021 was 90.3 for A star to A, or the new system, which is 9 through 7. So in the UK, A star to A is changing to the numeric system. You also see that our top achieving IGCSE subjects for this year are art, Russian, Chinese, and history. But we do have a nice selection, a good selection of key subjects at GCSE for you to take and then to move on to your 2 years of A-level. So the Telegraph again we come back to, which is again the broadsheet newspaper. This time we're looking at GCSE league tables for 2019. And as we can see again, number one, not only are we ranked number one for A-levels in the UK, we're also ranked number one for GCSEs in the UK. Again, there was no league table in 2020 or 21 due to COVID. So our 2-year GCSE course, 4-year pathway to top universities. So you would do 2 years of GCSE with us, and then you would go on to do 2 years of A-level, and then move on, as we've seen, through to the choices of university and the different subject choices you can have within those universities. You pick up to 11 subjects, a supercurricular program, which I'll come on to a little bit later on, and a full range of extracurricular activities. And new GCSE boarding wing, so we have the younger students all together in a hall of residence, which is very much levelled at their age group and their age profile. So a unique curriculum. So academic courses include critical thinking, EPQ, which is the extended project qualification, and art portfolio, practical courses with effective communication, leadership and leadership skills, which a lot of universities like to see within your personal statement when looking towards entering their universities, and entrepreneurship, taking that bull by the horns to some extent and trying to form your own business or having ideas around your own business, and mindfulness and living skills. These are the skills that help you to manage life and the stresses of life. And we at Cardiff like to put you, always put the student first, and try to make sure that you're in a calm, relaxed environment so that you can study, and learning is enhanced by this key aspect as far as the environment is concerned. So the supercurricular program, these are the things that look good on a UCAS application. So international citizenship experience. So some of our students would go overseas and go to a hospital and learn the skills and understand the skills of those overseas hospitals. You would have work observations, so you could follow a medic round in a medical environment, or a business person in a business environment. Engineers, building bridges, etc. All these sorts of key things are part of the super curricular program. Careers societies, we have different speakers that come into college from time to time to enhance not only your understanding of the universities and your program, but also to show you what life is like outside academia and what you're looking for a career or your progression once your university is finished. We have regular competitions in college for art, for engineering, for physics, chemistry, mathematics Olympiads, and also the maths Olympiad that is not just based within Cardiff, but is a national event, and you can become very well established within your key area of science or mathematics if you do well within those Olympiad competitions. And obviously enrichment trips to business, COVID allowing, to hospitals, to universities, so you can see what life is like beyond the classroom and what life is like once A-levels and GCSEs have been finished. So university preparation, once you've done your GCSEs, or you could come to us just for the 2 years of A-level, we will help you to prepare for that university. University is a key stage in your progression to take on board the career or the pathway that you wish to follow once you've finished your university qualifications. It could be that you want to stay in academia and do a master's degree and then carry on to do a PhD, which is all well and good. But we will help you to plan, to make sure you're doing the correct subjects, and to plan as far as your UCAS process is concerned. UCAS is the University and Colleges Admissions Services, and allows you in the UK to make 5 choices of course as far as your universities are concerned. If you're doing medicine or Oxford, Cambridge, veterinary science applications, then your application needs to be in by the 15th of October. For any other university, your application needs to be in by the 15th of January, and that's the same each year. So we help you with the UCAS process, with choosing your courses, choosing your universities, and giving you some mock interview practice if a university or course that you're wishing to attend requires such things. As I've said, Oxford, Cambridge, and medicine all require admissions tests. So you would put in your application by the 15th of October. And then once you have put in your application, you then have to do an admissions test, which takes place usually in the early part of November. This year it's going to be on the 3rd and 4th of November. There are certain, depends on the course that you're choosing for university, there are certain admissions tests that Oxford and Cambridge and other universities, especially the medical schools, require from you. These tests are something that you do in preparation, in coordination with your overall UCAS application. They're taken into due consideration. When the universities see your UCAS form, they also look at your test results from your admissions test before they would seek for you to go to an interview. Once the interview is finished, they take everything into due consideration, and they will see whether they wish to offer you a place on your chosen course at that particular university. So we help with group discussions, practical workshops, and also from Duke's Education, Oxbridge Medical, and also US applications. We take you to your university open days, or we can direct you to the university open days and let you know what to look for, what to identify, who to talk to, and try to improve your profile within those key universities and within the professors that you will talk to as you go around those universities. We have a very large successful alumni which can feed into your UCAS application. We have students from past years of A-level that will be doing your course at your university and can certainly help you with that preparation and guide you through, especially through the times with personal statements. Personal statements is a key fundamental aspect of your UCAS application. Sometimes students find it very difficult to know what to write, how to put it together, because it is limited to 4,000 characters. So you can't say as much as you like. You have to be succinct and precise in your understandings of what the university is looking for. And we also have specialist preparation courses with reference to medical degrees. So we would give you help and assistance on the entry exams, on the interview process. Duke's Education also owns the Medic Portal, which again can help you with the interview practice. And it's something with the interview, depending on the type of university you go to for medicine. It could be a panel of people, it could be individual booths that you go into, but we will prepare you for that so that you're not flummoxed by opening that door and seeing lots of people in front of you and not knowing what to do. You will have all the preparation that you need for any type of interview that you wish to participate in as far as your preparation is concerned for those universities and the courses that you've chosen. So we have lots and lots of experience in Cardiff Sixth Form. Our teachers overall have 15 years of experience. And one of the key things is they're also involved in the examinations and the writing of exams and the marking of exam papers as far as your subjects and your college is concerned. You also have to do more hours per day than what you would probably find in other sixth form colleges, with over 7 hours a day of practical work and also theoretical work as far as your subjects is concerned. But you do get very much one-to-one support from the staff and my colleagues at Cardiff Sixth Form College. So we are looking to combine cultural strengths. So by bringing together the creativity and imagination preemanating from Western education with the incomparable work ethic of the East, we cultivate a winning combination of ingenuity and determination. So this is where we take both of the different sides of the coin to some extent, the East and the West, put them together, take the best from both, the work ethics from both, and what we're trying to do is to build a culture within Cardiff Sixth Form College that promotes positivity and learning skills, so that we can put you in the best place for you to take on board whatever it is that your future holds, but leaving Cardiff Sixth Form in that best place that we can possibly put you in. So other than the academic side in Cardiff, we also have an excellent pastoral care offering. So you will have guardians, we have on-site nurses and counsellors, student support officers, obviously teachers and tutors, prefects, head of house and buddies, and our house parents and GRAs, which is our graduate junior house parents as far as Cardiff is concerned. And all this is backed up by the head of boarding. But basically speaking, what you have in Cardiff is somebody to talk to 7 days a week, 24 hours a day whilst you're in college. So you never need to be worried. You never need to have any real concerns, because there's already somebody there that can answer those questions and concerns for you and move you on very effectively and positively to the next stage of your academic lives. So we have what we believe in Cardiff to be an award-winning, innovative pastoral management system, which is CREATE. So we look at community, respect, engage, active, thrive, and enrich. And as you can see here, learners, whilst attaining academic excellence, because that's what we look for within Cardiff for all of our students, are independent, self-sufficient young adults with a genuine care and interest in others in the wider world. So we look at the community, how best we can positively impact the community. But what we're also doing at Cardiff is trying to bridge that gap between a sixth form college student and a university student. We will give you the skills, the understandings, and what it takes to become a very effective university graduate after whatever 3, 5, or 6 years of your course. So Cardiff is multinational. We have 44 different nationalities represented at Cardiff, from, as you can see, in many, many different places around the world. This leads to a very harmonious culture within Cardiff Sixth Form College. Everybody gets on. We have 350, 360 students in total from those 44 nationalities, covering to a small extent our GCSE, but to a larger extent our A-level courses. So these are our accommodation blocks. So as you can see, the accommodation is pristine, state of the art. So you have the common room bottom right as you're looking at the screen. You have an individual bedroom, top right and bottom left. And you also have a shared bedroom for the sixth form students. So as you can see, it is self-contained living. With the room that you see top right, you would have a room with an ensuite bathroom facilities, and you would also share a kitchen. There'll be 6 of you on the floor, and you would share a kitchen. So it is gender specific, so it's either 6 men or 6 ladies that would share that 6 bedroom and the kitchen. With the room bottom left, as you can see, it's very much a bed sit. So you have a kitchen, you have a small area of a lounge, a desk, and you would have your bed to the left-hand side of this. And this is on the bottom right, is one of our common rooms in one of our halls of residence. So as you can see, very good accommodation, state-of-the-art accommodation in a thriving city that is Cardiff. So these are some of the ranges of extracurricular activities that we have at Cardiff. So as you can see, music is key, sports and activities, art, outdoor pursuits, all play a large part in building not just you academically, but you from many different aspects of life, your sports, your literature, your understanding of the outdoors and how to take yourself to the next level, push yourself that little bit more to reach not only your personal goals, but also your academic goals. And Cardiff as a capital city is the capital city of Wales on the south coast of Wales. It's a lovely city. I've visited it a couple of times over recent years. So you have shopping. The history is unquestionable. You see the culture. It has international sports arena, as you can see, bottom left. It shows in the middle on the bottom, you can see the buildings of Cardiff Sixth Form, but those are the academic buildings. They don't show the halls of residence. And then you have 330 parks and gardens. So it's a beautiful but safe city for students to attend. The distance between the academic buildings and the halls of residence is very short. It will take you 10, 12 minutes at most to walk from any of our boarding houses to the academic buildings themselves. Security is paramount, not only within the academic buildings, but also within the halls of residence. We have an in-out mechanism, so we know when every student is in, whether within the academic buildings or within the halls of residence. And 24/7 people within the halls of residence looking after you at all times. So as I said to you right at the very beginning, Cardiff Sixth Form College will have a campus in Cambridge from September 2022. And as you can see, I'm sure you are well aware of the history that comes with Cambridge and its university. But it is also a nice place to do some shopping at lovely shops, bars, restaurants, leisure activities. You can see punting top right-hand side. Then we have the culture, the music venues. The boarding is not dissimilar to what you will find at Cardiff. And obviously it's an academic city with Cambridge University, Ruskin University and the other sixth form colleges. There are tens of thousands of students here right now. Cambridge is starting to get back to normal, as is Cardiff starting to get back to normal from a COVID perception. We have lots of vaccines now of 89% of the total population of adults has had the vaccine. So we are starting to come out of the COVID restrictions and starting to enjoy life a little bit more than we were before. So these are a couple of case studies of past students. So as you can see, 4 A stars gone on to Cambridge University to read law. 5 A stars gone on to the University of Hong Kong to read medicine. And the last two to show you is, again, 4 A stars, London School of Economics, and 4 A stars to go on to the University of Oxford to read engineering. So your education, as I'm sure you're well aware, does not end with your sixth form, but we believe at Cardiff Sixth Form College, we put you in the best position possible to start your education at your university and to go on to enable you to have the career of your choice. Thank you very much for listening. I'll now move on to see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Wayne. It was a really good presentation, excellent university, no doubts. We do have some questions about the Cardiff University. Julia, she asked about the workload of the classes, if we have some extra time to do the extracurricular activities, how hard it is to manage the time if the class hours get all of your time. I think that was she asked it in Portuguese, so I'm trying to translate it.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Yeah, so At Cardiff, it is very much a focus on academia. It's getting the students that come with high entry requirements onto those key G5 universities or the Russell 24 group. So there are spare times there. There's time in the evenings, there's time at weekends where you can take on board the extracurricular, because we believe again at Cardiff that it's not just the academic that's important, it's also building the whole person. And the whole person means that you have interest outside of the academic world, because you have to show universities that you're not just an academic, that you are a whole person that enjoys reading, enjoys sports, enjoys those extracurricular activities. But we are very much of the mindset that it's a balance between the two, and the balance between the two we will help you to take charge of to enable you to get onto that key university course that you wish to attend.
Great. And Sophie, she also asked, how is the mobility of the university if you can go to study in other countries during the course?
During the course, I mean, if it's the A-level course, you would have to do and complete the 2 years of A-level. Once you've finished your A-level, A-levels are recognized throughout the world as a stepping stone to a university. So I'm not aware of any country around the world that has effective universities that doesn't allow a progression from the UK A-level system.
Okay, great. So we had this couple questions. Pessoal, se vocês quiserem fazer mais perguntas, caixa de perguntas aqui do lado inferior direito. Fiquem à vontade para mandar comentários, perguntas. Wayne is now going to present about Cambridge, right?
So, yes, I've got my own college now to present
okay.
to everyone.
So, o Wayne vai continuar aqui com a gente, ele vai apresentar sobre a outra universidade que faz parte da Duke's Education. E fiquem à vontade para mandar pergunta, depois, se não der tempo, também podem visitar o stand da Duke's Education, ele vai estar lá durante toda a feira para responder essas dúvidas, comentários, baixem os materiais sobre a universidade. É uma grande universidade, ela é uma das melhores ranqueadas do mundo, então é uma baita universidade, uma baita oportunidade que a gente está tendo aqui para conhecer. So, Duke, Wayne, feel free to start about Cambridge, and the stage is yours.
I'm going to try and share the screen again, see how successful I am this time.
Okay.
Can you see that okay? Luigi, can you see my shared screen or not?
Yeah, we can see the loop on StreamYard. If you can go back to the PowerPoint, yeah, that's good. You can.
We got that, yeah?
Okay,
lovely,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm now going to share with you my own college. I'm the principal at St Andrews College in Cambridge, but both St Andrews College in Cambridge and Cardiff Sixth Form and 3 other colleges are all part of the Duke's colleges. We have 2 in Kent, Earlscliffe and Rochester, and 1 in London, which is our arts college. But Duke's is a huge combination of schools and colleges that runs from 3 months all the way through to 18-year-olds and beyond. So I have had the pleasure and privilege of being the principal at St Andrews College in Cambridge now for some 14, 15 years. What you see here is punting on the River Cam that leads on from the back of some of the schools and colleges in Cambridge. So why come to my college? It has a central Cambridge location. We have top quality teaching staff. Some of them are professors and lecturers at local universities. One of my teachers who teaches here further maths is a fellow of Queen's College, Cambridge, teaches physics within the university, and also is on the recruitment panel for new students. So we can very much guide you, assist you, and move you towards those key parameters of Cambridge University with the help of such professionals as far as the college is concerned. Because we are in Cambridge, we have the resources at Cambridge University that we can very much be part of. So the lectures that are at Cambridge, some of the extracurricular activities at Cambridge can be bought into from the students from the college. They can also use the library at Anglia Ruskin University, which has a plethora of books and other resources that can be used by the students from the college. We have 18 different nationalities in college. Our bias tends to be more towards the Asian marketplace, but we do have a good cross-section of nationalities within the college. St Andrews College, Cambridge is 93 students this year, so it is probably about a third of the size of the college in Cardiff that we've just spoken about. My classroom sizes are between 6 and 7, so every student gets that individual attention that is required to progress and to have effective learning within those classroom environments. Unfortunately for students with a class of 6 or 7, there's no real place to hide. In classes of 20 or 30, you can probably hide, but in a class of 6 and 7, you can't. So integration, participation is a key element that we are proud of within the college, and our students participate in all of these lessons to different levels, but they do participate in lessons. Homework is done on time and on a regular basis, but to also support all of our students within St Andrews, we have personal tutors, of which I am one. I tend to look after the second year A-level students, especially those going to G5 Medicine, Oxbridge universities. We look at your progress. You are tested very much on a regular basis. Saturday morning testing, Saturday morning exams, so that we can monitor your progress. If you're struggling or having difficulties with a subject, then we can bring in extra support and one-to-one sessions if that helps you as an individual student. Oxbridge G5 program we have started probably about 3 or 4 years ago now, and we have brought on board several Cambridge University students from year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on the course that they're doing. We even have a doctor who has gone through the medic side of things with Cambridge University, and he's now a doctor in Brighton, and he's helping some of my medics this year to go through the same preparation process that he went through to go on to read medicine at Cambridge. As we mentioned with Cardiff, we give you the UCAS support and university preparation so that you are fully au fait with the different courses that are available based on the subject requirements that you want to look at for university and onwards through your career progression. And we have excellent pastoral care. So we have obviously our teachers. We then have our tutors. We have a head of boarding and head of pastoral care. We have counsellors on board if you wish to do that. Or we have an independent listener that you can call at any time, and she will take your concerns that is separate and a third party away from the college if you have something that you wish to discuss with somebody that's not within St Andrews as a whole. And we have outstanding boarding accommodation, but I'll come on to descriptors of that and to show you some of those pictures a little bit later on. So Cambridge, for those of you that don't know, Cambridge is about 45 minutes on the train north of London. It's home to Cambridge University and it's 31 different colleges. So when you want to go to, if you want to go to Cambridge University, it's not just Cambridge University you have to choose. It's one of their colleges you have to choose. So it needs an awful lot of research from yourselves and understanding of which college may be best for you, because the college choice that you make can determine your success or level of success or failure as far as your recruitment for those colleges are concerned. Cambridge, as I've said to you before, is very much student-centred. Most of the population of Cambridge are students or are in businesses related to students, the cultural events, the entertainment, and the services that students wish to have. So one thing that Cambridge is very safe. It's about a 200,000 population, but it is safe. The students are able to go through the streets, night, day, early mornings, whatever the case may be, and feel safe doing so. On the River Cam, as we saw from the first picture, there are stunning architecture which goes back many hundreds of years. If you're interested in such things, we have shopping. And obviously for the enhancements to your art and your understanding of art, we have historical museums, art galleries, theatres, which you can go to as far as your extracurricular is concerned, or just visit in the evenings and weekends with friends. It's a great environment, Cambridge, very vibrant environment, especially with students. We have a science festival which comes in February, March of next year, and we have also a Shakespeare festival. We have lots of clubs, gyms, which we participate in with the college. We have lots of sports, basketball, football, volleyball, all of which we have teams. We play against the other colleges that are in Cambridge, and against the Cambridge colleges. So we have lots of integration with other schools and colleges, and lots of integration with the Cambridge University colleges themselves. Cambridge is a very green city. It has rivers running through it, and it has lots of green areas. We have a huge green area just behind the college called Parker's Piece, which is used very much so, very positively for sports and different activities in our summer months. So results, which is obviously one of the key aspects, as we saw with Cardiff Sixth Form. My A-level results for this last year were 87% A-star to A and 93% A-star to B. And all of my A-level students got offered places at UK universities, which if you're coming to the UK to do A-levels, I'm sure most of you want to move on to a UK university, or even a US university tends to be the want, sort of a 70-30 split between the UK and the US. But we do differ in our offerings to Cardiff. We have what's called a university foundation course. And I'll come on to the details of that a little bit later. But my students this year, 100% of offered places at UK universities. They did very well with the Russell Group and their sciences, and gained 60% of them gained places at the top 50 UK universities. So GCSEs, which we have not dissimilar again to Cardiff. So 55% of all my GCSE grades were A-star, or what is now in the UK the numeric number 9. 71% A-star to A, 87% A-star to B. But all of my students got between A-star and C, 100%. So that is somewhere on the numeric scale between 9 and 4. So we had 100% pass rate as far as my GCSE students were concerned. And all of my GCSE students have then progressed and are now doing a 2-year A-level program with us. So academic pathways. So this is the first one, which is GCSE. We have a 1-year course or a 2-year course. Subjects are slightly different between the two. And as it says there, you have 12 subjects to choose from. The class sizes are small, somewhere between 3 and 6. And again, you would have a tutor that would speak to you on a weekly basis. But because of GCSE students tend to be younger, then we are very much supervising them 24/7, both in our academic buildings and also in our halls of residence. You will get support with your homework. You have two hours a week of physical education or PE, and you have the PSHE as far as your curriculum environment is concerned. But you also play a little. Its extra activities are there for you to enjoy, and the different clubs and societies that we have, and the sports events that GCSE students can participate in, as well as the older A-level and foundation students. So pre-A-level, this is something we brought to college a few years ago, because we were having an understanding that some students couldn't quite make the jump to IELTS of 5 or 5.5 for academic entry. So we brought in a course which allows students to come to us in September with IELTS of 4 and in January with IELTS of 4.5. Predominantly you're going to be doing English or preparation English for your academic studies. But out of the week you would do 20 hours of English, but you'd also do 5 hours of maths and 5 hours tuition in your chosen pathway. And the pathways are business, arts and science. So it depends on which way you're wanting to go towards either your A-level course or your foundation course. The pathway that you choose would then be a knock-on to one of those later courses. But the BA level is very flexible. So you can start with business, have a look at those subjects. Second term, you can do art, have a look at those subjects. And in the summer term, you could do science and have a look at those subjects. So it's also a chance for you as a student to see which subjects you prefer, which pathways you prefer for the future. What is it going to be for your A-levels? What is it going to be for your choice of a career after you've gone to and succeeded in your university degree? So A-levels, which I'm sure you're all well aware of, we have 24 subject offers, most accepted route to UK universities. It's obviously the key one for qualifications for medicine. If you do the foundation course, you can't go on to a medical degree in the UK, and the same with with Oxford and Cambridge. You can't go to Oxford and Cambridge from a foundation course. Class sizes again are very small, 6 to 7 in total, and therefore that allows for individual attention. The differentiation within the classroom is there. Different levels of English are taken on board and reacted to by the teachers. Therefore, everybody progresses at an exceptional level towards their final A-level qualifications in the second summer of their course with us. You have support from your tutors, from UCAS, and if you are looking for that Oxbridge G5 program, medicine, then we will help you to go on and to decide which is the best course for yourselves and help you to gain that entry to your choice of university. So the foundation courses, the university foundation courses, we take students here at 16 and a half years of age. We have a January and a September start. We also help you with your IELTS preparation. Most universities in the UK would require at least an IELTS of 6 with nothing less than 5.5, but majority of them want a 6.5 with nothing less than 6. So as you can see, our students come on board with IELTS of 5 and 5.5. So we have an awful lot of hard work to do together to get you to those entry-level requirements from an IELTS perspective for your chosen universities. Again, small class sizes to maximize those potential results. And within all of our students, we have very much a family-orientated boarding house scenario. We have 6 halls of residence, but again, I'll come on to that a little bit later on. Your tutors, your UCAS guidance, again, is in place, the same it is for your A-level studies, and the course is accredited by the NCFE. So the different academic courses that we have available for University Foundation, we have art and architecture, fashion and media, all under the art umbrella. And then we have the humanities section, which is business, economics, international relations and law, also covered off with humanities. Humanities is a foundation course without mathematics. We also do the sciences of science, which is biology, chemistry and mathematics, engineering, which is chemistry, physics and mathematics. And we do psychology either from a humanities perspective or from a science perspective. If you wanted to do the science course, then it would be psychology, biology, mathematics. So we look at all of those key parameters and we try to put the student, as we recruit the student, onto the best foundation course it is for them after due consideration with the student themselves and with their parents and where they want to go for their future studies, their course subject and their careers once they've finished university. So IELTS in the college is of key importance. We want to ensure that you get the right level of IELTS for your university progression. As I've said in the last slide, that is at least an IELTS of 6, usually an IELTS of 6.5, and in some cases can be now 7 and 7.5, especially if you're looking towards Oxbridge or the G5 or medicine. You'll need at least a 7, if not a 7.5. And it's 7 across the 4 areas of IELTS of speaking, listening, reading and writing. And you have to have 7 across on one sitting rather than getting 6.5 on one and 7.5 and still getting 7, you have to have the requirement in one sitting as far as IELTS is concerned. And obviously, as again, I'm sure you're well aware, IELTS only lasts for 2 years. So we would help you in the IELTS lessons to develop your vocabulary, your grammar, your academic terminology, but also improve your writing skills, your speaking skills. And the one key thing that a lot of my students struggle with is their listening skills. So that would be reinforced. It's tested every half term. So we can see that your progression and you are progressing well with your English levels, moving towards your entry-level requirements for your chosen universities. If you do struggle with your English, then there's additional support, either in small groups or one-to-one study. And we also have homework to practice what you've learned in class. There's a specific IELTS website and other key attributes that we use for the IELTS classes to enhance the level of skill sets that you need for your onward university progression. So, obviously, I think all but one of my students last year went on to a UK university. The other one is now in the US. So the key importance for us is that we help you and guide you to choose not only the best course for you and the best university for you, but the one that's going to put you where you want to be when it comes on to your next stage. So either you're moving on to a master's course and after that a PhD, or moving into some form of career progression. So we go through lots of different things with you, especially the preparation of your personal statement and going through the application process. You're only allowed 5 choices, as I've mentioned, in the UK, but those are enhanced by university open days. So either you going to universities yourselves, or we have 2 visits a year where we take you to different campuses, or there are many different university fairs in Cambridge and surrounding areas which we can take you to, so that you can see and talk to the different universities and see what their offerings are. We would also give you full interview training if you have an interview as part of your progression to university. And we also very much help you with the after applying. So that once you've applied, it's making those key choices as to which university becomes your your firm choice, and which university becomes your insurance choice. They should ideally never be the same, because what's the point of having an insurance if it's the same as your first choice? Because if you don't get your first choice, you're also not going to be going to your second choice or your insurance choice. So this is Oxbridge and G5 program, something that we've brought into college over the last couple of years. And it's very much to help and guide and assist those students looking at Oxford and Cambridge and going to UCL, Imperial, LSE, or onto a medical course. So it is giving you the enhancement to your tutorial sessions that you have in college with a Cambridge tutor. He or she will be, as I say, from their second year upwards, or have progressed beyond Oxford, Cambridge, or the G5 universities and already be in a career pathway. They will go through how they got to where they got, what they did to prepare themselves for their entry to one of these key universities. But you'll go through more details with them. They'll give you reading lists. They'll give you additional works to do. They'll help you to develop the skill sets, but also to build your personal statement. So it says all the right things, and you've done all the right things for Oxford, Cambridge, or the G5 universities to look at you as an individual, so that you can progress necessarily through to the next stage. So it helps you to choose your degree, gives you a wider reading. There are many different competitions and prizes that we can put you in for. As I've mentioned to you before, the different Olympiads of science and mathematics. Work experience, as we mentioned before, the extended project qualification, or EPQ. And trying to choose the right college is of key importance here, because you have many at Cambridge at 31, and the same sort of number at Oxford, that you really need to channel your choice to make sure it's the right one for you. It's good for international students. It has a high level of international students, and it looks at you as an individual, and it is the right place for you. And how you make that choice is an individual choice. It could be, as I've heard over the last couple of weeks from my Cambridge graduates, it could be down to the professors that teach on the course. It could be down to the accommodation. It could be down to the university or the campus site itself. but of key importance to this is your personal statement and your academic excellence. Oxford and Cambridge take the probably the top 10% of the top 1% in the country and around the world for their places. So the level of competition is extremely high for Oxbridge and the other G5 programs as well as medicine. So this is the medics program that we have. So my students that are interested in going on to do medicine, veterinary science, pharmacy and dentistry go through this particular program. We help them to have a better understanding of what hospitals would look like through work experience. We have the Duke's Medic Portal, which helps with the preparation for interview, and also with the medical vocabulary, what the National Health Service is, and what it is to become a doctor, and what key characteristics you need to become a successful practitioner in the art of medicine. So of key importance here, and this is what the tutor would help you to discuss, is choosing your degree, helping you to complete the application and your personal statement. We have two medical examinations prior to you going to the university, which is BMAT and UCAT. Different universities have BMAT, different universities have UCAT. So again, that's part of the decision process that you have to go through. And as I said before, these exam entries for medicine happen in 3rd, 4th of November. BMAT this year and UCAT is online. So we help you with the interview preparation. We give you mock interviews so that you are 100% prepared for whatever comes at you as far as the interview process is concerned. And then we'll help you with volunteering and work experience. The local hospital here, Addenbrooke's, has a vast array of different services that you can buy into, and they will help you with your voluntary work and your experience to better understand what a hospital does, what a doctor does, and what a consultant does, the nurses and everything else. I mean, one of my last students that went through the medics program is now at Leicester University reading medicine, and he followed a doctor in the A&E ward for a couple of days, which gave him a great insight into what it is to be a doctor, and that just made him want to be one even more so. And also through the Addenbrooke's program and also Cambridge University, there are many different lectures and seminars that we can help and arrange for you. So extracurricular, we have sports, clubs and societies, as you can see, lots of competitions and social activities. So again, as with Cardiff, we're not just trying to build the academic, we're trying to build the rounded person that can show a university and an interview panel exactly what sort of person you are and that they need to take you because of what you've done in your previous existences. Pastoral care, I believe in the college is second to none. We treat every student as an individual. They have an individual presence within the college and we treat them as such. We have a student council, we have head boy and head girl, and the students have a very large voice within the college as to what's best for them and how best to move the college forward, not only from an academic or a teacher perspective, but also very, very much from a student perspective. So all of your concerns are supported. We have registrations with GP counselling appointments for opticians. But more importantly, I think, as far as the college is concerned, somebody's there to talk to you at any time about any issues or concerns that you have. And we have a monthly newsletter looking at the health and well-being of not only yourselves, but also your local environment. Accommodation, as I've said to you before, is 6 boarding houses, breakfast, evening meal is prepared. It's a family environment, anything from 18 students to 8 students in different types of accommodation. But again, very safe, very secure. The house parents are there all of the time, or the house supervisors are there when they're not there. So you will always be safe in the accommodation. No visitors are allowed. So it's just you, the other students, and your house parent. Scholarships in St Andrews College in Cambridge. We have anything up to 75% for A-level and GCSE students, and up to 35% for our foundation students. And this is on tuition only, and especially with the 75% and the 50% scholarships, you'd have to do an English and a maths test to enable yourselves to qualify. Admissions, straightforward application fee, complete the tests, accept, place deposit, and then forward copy of your IELTS or your internal tests. It's the same as you would have, I would imagine, in most other sixth form colleges. And that's me. So I'll stop sharing the screen and just check to see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Wayne. It's a super college, no doubt. I was really impressed. I really like how the students can go to the University of Cambridge to have some classes, as you said
Yes.
in the beginning of the presentation. I was wondering if there's a possibility to have also the accommodation, if you can a homestay with a British family for the international students, or only the accommodation of the college.
We do have host families available. The student can choose their host family through 3 third-party independent sources that are all Cambridge-based. So if they want a family experience, then they can certainly have one.
Great, really good. I have a question. We have actually a couple of questions, but due to the time, I can only ask you one.
Okay.
Otávio, he asked, here in Brazil, classes usually are taught full-time at presentation mode, with the students only watching what the teacher has to say. I was wondering if in St. Andrews there is a bigger culture of hands-on classes.
It's great. It's very hands-on. Students would come to class. We have a small number that are online. I think 5 at the moment that are online on a particular course, but everybody else is in college. They come to college between 8:30 and 6:30 every day, Monday through Friday, and they are very hands-on. The teachers at the front of the room with their students and learning, going through that learning environment together. So it's very, very, very much hands-on.
Ok, thank you. Então, convido a todos a visitarem o stand da Duke. Tá no Secondary School, Secondary Classes no Hub, lá no hall de entrada. Então, vocês podem entrar lá no stand da Duke, pegar materiais, conhecer mais sobre as universidades e fazer mais perguntas para o Wayne, porque a gente já está passando do tempo e não vai dar para fazer todas as perguntas que mandaram aqui para a gente. So, thank you very much, Wayne.
Thank
I
you,
invited
Luigi.
all the students to visit your booth and ask you the questions directly.
Lovely. Thanks very much for your time.
So, moving on, vamos falar agora com a Michaeli Jonas. Ela é representante internacional da University of Incarnate, no Texas, nos Estados Unidos, e ela vai falar agora how to get the most of your US university experience. So, welcome, Michaeli.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. So, I just gave a brief introduction of, I believe your camera is off.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm having some trouble with my camera, but I think you can see my screen. Is that right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, terrific.
It's all good. Okay.
So
I just gave a brief introduction of your presentation, so feel free to start, and the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for having me. Today, I'd like to talk about getting the most out of your U.S. university experience. You're going to be making a big personal and time and monetary investment into coming into the United States to get your education. So I really want you to be able to get the most out of it. You know, U.S. universities are known for their academic rigor and excellency, but there's many, many ways for you to really develop as a person and really be able to prepare yourself for your professional life. Just a brief about me. Again, my name is Michaeli. I am the International Student Recruiter at the University of the Incarnate Word in San Antonio, Texas. I've been at UIW for about 5 years now. So in a normal year, I'd be the one coming to visit you at your high school and talking about our programs. I also do all of our digital marketing as well as our social media. Here's a few discussion points that I'm going to talk about today. I'd like to talk about university career services and why they are important, examples of professional development you can get at the Career Services Center. Then I'll talk a little bit about different ways to get involved on campus, such as student organizations and community service. I'll end by talking a bit about UIW in case you're interested in applying, and then finish with Q&A. So whenever you're going to university, the most important thing is to ask questions. It's always okay to ask questions. And whenever you're looking at schools, make sure they have a career center. Most universities will have some sort of career services center available to you. It might have a different name, so just be sure to check. Why is career services so important? Well, it provides a variety of opportunities available to you, and it'll really help develop you into a professional so you feel prepared to go into the job market or onto graduate school upon graduation. Many people think that you can only participate in career services your final year of college, but that's definitely not true. There are a variety of opportunities for you to participate in as early as your first year. So definitely make sure you know where the Career Center is and you're staying up to date on the different services and events they have. So they have a variety of different services such as skill building workshops. So for example, at UIW, we have professional development workshops on how to write a cover letter, how to dress professionally, how to prepare for an interview, many different options like this that you can attend as early as your first year so you can start practicing those skills you'll need to enter a professional environment. They also have career advising and internship search assistance. The Career Center is very knowledgeable about internships and employment opportunities in the city and can help you identify different things to apply to. At UIW, we do have job fairs that we bring to campus, at least 2 a semester. We have ones that are focused on business, others that are focused on STEM fields, and then general job fairs where we bring employers to campus so you can practice meeting and networking with them. Another thing they cover is resume review. So resumes vary depending on whatever country you're in. And I know the format of a resume in the United States may be a little bit different in Brazil. So the Career Center is going to be able to advise you on what to include in your resume and what not to include. So you will need a resume for applying to internships, jobs, and sometimes a variety of programs even while you're at the university. And it's very important that you get the formatting correct. So here's a couple of good examples here of different resumes. So here is one on the left of someone who already has some working experience. They've listed their objective at the top, their key skills, the experience they have, and their education. The one on the right is for a high school student who doesn't have any professional experience yet, which is okay, but this one's a little more customized to relevant experience they do have. So this has their education, relevant coursework they've taken, different achievements they have that are relevant to the program that they're applying to, additional skills, and then any awards and honors they've received. So things to include on your resume. Your name and your contact information should be very obvious at the top of the resume. You should also state an objective of what you are trying to accomplish with this resume. It should be brief and only a couple sentences, very to the point. You can list your education and relevant skills. So skills, please make sure they are relevant to whatever you are applying to. For example, if you are applying to a computer science internship, they don't necessarily need to know that you're amazing at volleyball. Just an example. Relevant skills, if you're applying to a computer science job and you know programming languages, that would be very important to include there. If you are a photographer and you have experience with Adobe Photoshop, that is a relevant skill to include. So just make sure they are relevant to what you are applying for. Since you are bilingual, that is a very appealing factor for employers. So key skills you can list here, the languages you know. When you are looking for a job, make sure you use relevant keywords that coincide with what the employer is looking for. Do include any professional experience you've had, including jobs and internships. Also relevant honors and achievements. These could be specific awards, nominations, anything you've published, any competitions you've competed in that are relevant to the program you're applying for. You can include any other experience you have if you have any certifications. If you are a high school student or an early college student that doesn't have professional experience yet, you can list relevant coursework that will indicate to the employer that you do have knowledge of the field. Things not to include in your resume include a photo. You also do not need to disclose any personal information such as your birth date, family history, or marital status. I know resumes can be kind of blunt and straightforward, and you want to stand out from the crowd, but please do not put any hobbies or fun facts on your resume. They are not professional. If you have any questions about what you should or should not include in your resume, be sure to ask your career center. Here is a question here. If you'd like to post in the chat box your answer. The question is, for a job interview, you should do which of the following? Is it A, wear something shiny to stand out? B, wear perfume or cologne? C, keep jewelry and spare change in pockets? Or D, wear solid colors? Please type in the chat box. Do you think it is A, B, C, or D? What should you do for a job interview? I'll give you a couple seconds here. Okay, so the correct answer would be D, wear solid colors. So for example, look at the people here on the left. They're wearing pretty solid, straightforward, nothing too busy. Wearing something shiny to stand out is not a great idea. You don't want to do anything that will distract away from you and what you are saying. Hygiene is important, but wearing too strong of perfume or cologne can also be distracting to your interviewer. And having jewelry and spare change in your pockets that are going to be rattling around and making noise every time you move, that can also be distracting to your interviewer, so best to avoid that. Student organizations on campus are a wonderful idea because they are things you can include on your resume, especially if you have a leadership position within that student organization, such as president or treasurer. Another great thing about them is that they allow you to meet new friends and explore multiple interests. You can also develop your skills, and you get to share your culture with American students. So definitely get involved in student organizations. Universities offer a variety to choose from. Academic ones such as biology club, entrepreneurs organization, campus radio station, something related to your field. There are also professional organizations such as honor societies, ones that are program specific that have a national following and national membership. There are athletic organizations, and they have different levels of competitiveness. And then there are also social organizations that are meant for you to get involved, meet new people. Examples include student government, if you're very passionate about the university community. Also, be sure to check out if they have an international student club, so you can meet other international students who are also coming to the US for the first time. Community service is another great way to get involved and to help your new community. You can include community service on your resume as long as it is not paid, voluntary, and if you have regular participation. So for example, if you've just done it once or twice, it's not necessarily relevant on your resume, but it's something that you've shown consistency with, then you can include community service on your resume. So whenever you go to university, make sure you identify the Career Services Center, where it is located, and be sure to stay up to date on the different services they provide. And be sure to think about how your university is going to prepare you for your future career. Make sure you take advantage of those career services, the workshops, the resume reviews, mock interviews, so that you can feel prepared to go on into the job market and, stand out amongst the crowd. Also, college is a great time to start developing your resume, and the Career Services Center can help you with that. And you definitely should get involved on campus through student organizations and community service as well. Next, I'd like to talk a little more specifically about the institution that I work for, which is the University of the Incarnate Word. We have all of the wonderful things that I just discussed, and we offer a variety of programs. So let me talk a bit about us in case you're interested in applying, and you can feel free to chat with me afterwards as well. We are located in San Antonio, Texas, which is in the southern United States. We were founded in 1881, so we've been around a while. It is a private university with about 8,600 students, so it is considered a medium-sized institution. We offer 90 different academic programs in a variety of fields, so there's many different options for you to explore. And you can always start taking some classes and decide on your program later. We do offer small class sizes, so it's a very hands-on and personalized approach to education. You'll get to know your peers and your professors very well. They'll be able to know you by name, advise you along the way, and by the time you graduate, your professors will know you very well and can write you really good letters of recommendation. Our student-to-teacher ratio is 11-1, meaning for every 11 students on campus, there is a faculty member on the team. Your average class size is only going to be about 25 students. This is compared to some institutions where you might have 100 or 200 people in your first year classes. That definitely will not happen at UIW. Like I said, it's more of a hands-on approach to education, and that can really help our international students who are coming to the US for the first time because it's a little less overwhelming and you can create stronger relationships with your peers. It is very diverse. We have students from 80 different countries, and we are NCAA Division I, which is the most competitive level of NCAA athletics at the university. Just a bit about our fabulous city. It is the 7th largest in the United States. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. You've got that strong community feel on campus while you have all of the resources of a large city. Our campus is very centrally located, about 5 to 10 minutes from downtown. So you're very close to all of the famous sites like the Riverwalk and the Alamo. So plenty to explore. There's a lot of history here in San Antonio. It's one of the oldest cities in Texas. So we do have a UNESCO World Heritage Site and many historical sites to explore. As far as different industries go, we're very large into business, finance, healthcare, manufacturing, computer science, and technology. So those are some great fields that we have that are very active in the area. We have also received special designation for both travel and leisure, as well as National Geographic for being a top place to travel. These are all of our undergraduate programs. We do have a lot. Our most popular program would be business because we have 9 concentrations within that, so you can really customize to what type of business you're interested in. Our second most popular program would be computer information systems. I know computer science is becoming a very popular, very in-demand field. Other programs include communication arts. We have a great 3D animation and game design. We also have a lot of other designs such as graphic design, interior design, fashion design. We have engineering, music, psychology, and a lot of the pre-health, pre-medical fields. We have over 100 different student organizations for you to get involved in a variety of multicultural events throughout the year. So not only are you meeting American students, but you are meeting students from all over the world. We have a great student ambassadors program, which is where new international students will be paired with current international students who've already been at UIW for at least a year. That way you have a friend already when you're arriving, and then they can help show you around campus, move into your dorm room, and help find your classes. So that's a really great way to transition to life in the US. We also have a wonderful orientation program for our new students that has several information sessions. And then the rest of the week is just fun events such as student mixers, a tour, and game night, movie night. That way you're getting to make friends and get to know your community before your classes start. We do offer free cultural excursions throughout the year. Examples include the rodeo, a hiking trip, a trip to the Texas Capitol, and that's so you get to see more of the state and know more about the Texan culture. In addition to our team sports, which are very competitive, we have club sports, which are semi-competitive, and intramural sports, which are recreational. So you just play against other university members for fun, to stay active, to meet friends. We have 10 different on-campus residence halls to pick from, but it is not required. I do recommend you live on campus for your first year so you're close to your classes. Since you don't know your way around the city yet, it'll be very convenient that you can walk to everything. If you are interested in applying, you can apply on our website or the Common App. There is no application fee, and we operate on a rolling admission basis. So as soon as you submit your application, you will receive your acceptance letter and your scholarship offer within about a week. So there's a very quick turnaround time. This is very convenient for you, so you can have your admissions soon. For high school students applying to our undergraduate programs, all we need for you to do is submit the online application, as well as a copy of your high school transcript and proof of English proficiency. Those are the only things we need for the application. So what is proof of English proficiency? You can take one of the exams such as TOEFL or Duolingo, IELTS, Cambridge, any of those will accept. Also, if you are at a high school that does the US or the IB diploma, you will not need to take one of these English exams. We do have great merit-based scholarships available to you. As soon as you apply, we will look at your overall high school grade point average, and you will automatically earn between $5,000 and $20,000 per year, and that will be indicated on your admission letter. Here is our link to the application. It's just bit.ly/UIW apply international. You can apply on this website and then just send us a copy of your transcript and proof of English proficiency. So this is the direct link to the application, or you can apply on the Common App. I would like to mention a great opportunity that we have on our website, uiw.edu/international admissions. On our website, we have an amazing opportunity for you to chat with current UIW students. So they are international students who've already been at the university for at least a year. You can search by their home country or their program and ask them any questions you'd like to get their student perspective at life at UIW. So they've already been through the process that you're about to go through, and they'll be able to answer your questions such as, how did you adjust to moving to the United States? How did you make friends? Do you like living on campus? These are all really great things that you can ask our student ambassadors. So just go on our website and they will be more than happy to chat with you. I'd like to end by putting up my contact information. I'm very active on WhatsApp, and this is my direct WhatsApp line. So feel free to message me to ask more about our programs or our wonderful city. We also are very active on social media, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. We like to post student testimonials as well as events happening on campus, faculty spotlights, program highlights, and many other things. So do feel free to follow us. I will go ahead and leave my contact information on the screen, and we can move into the Q&A session. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, McKaylee. Pessoal, se vocês tiverem alguma dúvida, mandem aqui no chat, que eu vou aproveitar esse tempinho que a gente tem para perguntar para ela. We do have actually received some questions.
Great.
There was some people asking about the application, how does it work, but I believe you covered it in your last slide. Most of the visitors answered solid colors. Julio said he was between solid colors and perfume, but he wasn't sure. But most of them answered solid colors.
Great.
For the quiz. Let me get another question. Mario asked if you have agricultural courses.
Unfortunately, we do not have agriculture. The closest thing we would have would be environmental science. So if you're interested in that, I'd be more than happy to chat with you about that program.
Okay, great. Maria asked about the COVID situation, if the international students have already returned to the school.
Great question. Yes. So starting this semester, we have been back on campus with fully in-person classes. So luckily things are starting to go back to normal, and hopefully by the time you come to campus, we'll be able to offer even more in-person programming, which has been a little bit limited due to COVID. But we are starting to offer more things on campus, in person, and different events for you to participate in.
Great, great. Another question about the students' organizations you said in the beginning of the presentation. Would you say would you say it is usually something employees look for in recent graduates?
I think definitely if you don't have a whole lot of work experience, the reason I mentioned putting student organizations on your resume is mostly if you just don't have a whole lot of work experience yet. So if you don't have a lot of work experience, you want to use examples of things that demonstrate your skills. So if you do have any kind of leadership position within a student organization, or if you've volunteered to host events, or if you've helped with meetings, these are all things that you can include on your resume to kind of demonstrate either your leadership or time management skills. And that's something you can kind of put in your resume as well. You know, you could say, I was part of the biology club and I was the treasurer who was responsible for allocating our funds, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Okay, so I believe that was the main questions. We had some comment, great presentation, really good.
Awesome.
Amazing.
I really hope it was informative for you guys. I really hope that you are interested in UIW or one of the fabulous institutions in Texas. But I hope this presentation was relevant wherever you end up at university. I just want to make sure that you really do take advantage of all that the wonderful US institutions offer. My last thing here, I do want to mention a great opportunity that we have today for students who are interested in either engineering or computer science. We have a mock classroom today, which is a free introduction course to those programs with a UIW professor. And it'll be a Q&A session as well as a mini lecture to introduce you to those programs. If you are interested in either engineering or computer science, please do send me a chat so that I can send you the registration for that.
Great opportunity. So all the students who want to visit and know more about the UIW, go to the higher education hall and find the UIW booth there, and you can find out more informations, download some PDF, and know more about and chat with McKaylee. So thank you very much, McKaylee, for your presentation.
Thank
I
you very much for
appreciate.
having me.
We appreciate it. So moving on, agora vamos falar com a SRW, a Universidade de Heidelberg, na Alemanha. Vamos falar então com a Stephanie e com a Michelle, elas são representantes internacionais da Universidade de Heidelberg, localizada na Alemanha, mais focadas especificamente nessa palestra sobre Study International Business in Germany. So, welcome, Michelle and Stephanie. Thank you very much for coming here in Efigie Talks. Heidelberg is a great city. I believe you have a great presentation also. Thank you very much, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Luigi, for the wonderful introduction. I am going to go ahead and share my screen. So hopefully you guys should be able to see it now. Michelle, Cynthia, it's nice to see you guys. Can you give me a thumbs up if you guys can see it? Perfect. So thank you, Luigi, for the wonderful introduction. I'm Stephanie Farrar from SRH University Heidelberg. Here with my friends today, we're going to talk to you about studying in Germany, and I wanted to say a quick thank you to Efigie for hosting us today. So our presenters today, it's nice for you guys to know who we are. So I'm Stephanie Farrar, an American here at the university working in the international office. I studied in our International Business Bachelor program that we're going to tell you guys a little bit more about today. Also with me today, I have my colleague, Michelle Hett. Maybe she wants to introduce herself briefly.
Yeah, good morning, everybody in Brazil. As you can hear from my accent, I am a British national working in Germany. So those of you that do decide to come to us to do your studies, you truly will be in an international environment. I will be looking after you if you come to the business school. Now I'll hand over to my other colleague, Cynthia.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Cynthia. I come from Honduras, and I'm studying a dual degree in international business and sports management at SRH. And I've been there for 3 years, and it's been amazing. Yeah, I'll pass you over to Stephanie, and we'll talk more about it later.
So, and I cannot forget to mention someone who, if you stop in our booth today, you're going to meet him. His name is Eduardo Neves. He is one of our Brazilian students here. He's studying in dance movement therapy right now. So if you have any questions, you can get information from a real-life Brazilian student. He also, of course, will speak Portuguese, but we encourage you to practice your English if you're coming to us. But if you need help, you can, of course, talk with him. So a quick overview of all of our programs, because I know most of you are in high school at this point, but I believe many of you are also bachelor students as well. So we offer many programs at the university in the area of computer science. We offer engineering programs. We offer architecture, which is a new program at the university, as well as business programs at the master level and bachelor level, and therapy programs. We are a private university, so we do charge tuition fees, but honestly, if you've been looking at the US or the UK, you can see that our prices are quite competitive, and all of the programs on the screen are taught 100% in English. So it is quite competitive what we can offer to you. Most of our programs are between 1.5 and 3 years, depending on what you're wanting to study. It might be that you're considering coming in April if you've taken a little time off, but most likely we'd welcome you guys, hopefully, in October next year. So a little bit about Germany. I asked one of my colleagues who works in the admission office, who studied in Germany, a little bit about her experience. So she passed on a few things to you guys. Firstly, Germany is very safe, especially for women. We're actually all women on this presentation today. So I'm sure my colleagues here will back you guys up. Germany is very safe for you to go out, even at night, into the city and have a drink or dance with your friends or go out to dinner and stay a little bit later at night. Also, there's a great international student life. If you don't know, Heidelberg is the oldest university city in Germany. So there are a number of international students who've been coming, I believe, for almost 1,000 years now to our city. So you don't have to worry that you're going to be alone or that you're going to be unwelcome. You are very much welcome and in very good company in Heidelberg. Also, the work opportunities. Heidelberg is located in the largest technology cluster in Germany. So that means as a student, if you want to get some work experience, and we encourage you to do so, you can easily do that at any number of companies in the area. Next are benefits for non-EU students. This applies not only to Cynthia, but also to me, as we're graduates of university, well, soon for Cynthia, in Germany. You can work as a student for 120 days. Like I said, we encourage you to do so. It's part of your visa, and companies in Heidelberg know this. So you don't have to worry you're going to get a job that's going to violate your visa. They understand this, and they're used to working with internationals. Next, at the end of your studies, you can apply for an 18-month job searching visa. But to be honest, in my experience, none of the students have needed the full 18 months just because of the location we're at in Heidelberg. If you put in the work for your program and you're very proactive looking for a position and learning a little bit of German, like Michelle and I have, you can easily find a position here. Then at the end of 2 years, if you have a contract for longer than 2 years after your graduation, you can apply for your permanent residence in Germany. I can say from my experience that this was fairly simple. In fact, I just did it this year, and it's a very simple process. So if you decide you want to make Germany your permanent home, like many of our students do, you can do that fairly easily. And I do want to add, because I really love this picture, this is not a marketing picture on here. This is actually something I snapped on my iPhone. Yes, our city is just this beautiful. It's world renowned for being one of the most beautiful cities in Heidelberg. So after the event today, I encourage you guys to go ahead and Google our city, and you're going to fall in love like so many people have. In fact, the slogan in our city, Michelle and Cynthia, do you guys know the slogan of our city?
The place to fall in love, something like that.
The German part is, ich habe mein Herz in Heidelberg verloren, right? Cynthia's shaking her head. And what does that mean?
I lost my heart in Heidelberg.
And Cynthia did.
Exactly. That's exactly what it means, because it's such a beautiful city. So take that into account too, not only what you're going to study and where you're going to study, but where are you going to live? So you'll see a familiar face on this slide. It's Cynthia from our Instagram page here. So I wanted to invite Michelle to come up and tell you guys a little bit more about our International Business Bachelor program. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Steffi. So I actually take care of the business school bachelor degrees taught in English. Any student who comes to us will be taking part in a 3-year international degree. But it's not just international in name, it's international by nature. So from the very beginning, you will be mixing in a varied international class with students from all over the world. Because of the nature of our teaching, we change the course every 5 weeks. We will also change the countries the students come from every 5 weeks. So it's a truly international in-class experience. On top of that, we employ international lecturers, guest lecturers, and full-time SRH lecturers. So you will be taught by professors from all over the world. Finally, when you come into the degree program, all of you will be offered the opportunity to have at least 1 semester abroad at one of our partner universities. I actually encourage you to have a whole year abroad. So you take your internship abroad and even write your thesis abroad. So in that respect, you would only have 2 years in our program, and the 3rd year would be overseas. And it could be 3 different countries. But we would help you find that. Don't worry about that. And you don't need to decide before you come. We will help you. But one degree is not always enough. And some students like the idea of within the 3-year or 3-year 6-month time to get a second degree. And we offer the opportunity for our students to get a second degree in one of 4 different countries at the moment. And there are 9 double degree programs. So that means you could choose to go to any one of the 4 countries or 3 continents. So that is New Zealand, Korea, Spain, or the UK, and do a second degree at the same time as the SRH degree. You don't need to decide about this before you come to the SRH. You can come and have 1 year with us, come and talk to me, and then we could look at perhaps doing a second degree at the same time. So there's no financial decision before you come. There's no academic decision before you come. Just wait and see how you feel after you have started with us. And there's not a huge additional expense either. So we do have funding available for students. And that is something that could make a difference for some of you students. And absolutely, you will have full support. So I would look after your degree program with you if you decide to come to the business school. And you have the option of doing international business or international business plus a speciality degree at one of our partner universities. So have a little think about that. Now, I'd like to hand you over to Cynthia, who is one of those special students who did choose to do an extra degree, or actually a little bit more than that. Cynthia.
Yeah. Hello. Yes, as I mentioned before, I'm doing a dual degree right now in international business and sports management. I already finished the sports management degree, and I will graduate from international business in 1 month, I think it is, so almost around the corner. And yeah, it's been an amazing experience. You get to graduate with 2 degrees, which is quite an amazing thing to do. And the most important part, as Michelle said, you get support throughout the whole process, and you never feel like you're alone during all the process of deciding a dual degree. Well, my passion is sports management, and when I saw that there was this opportunity to get a dual degree in this, I just went running. I was like, I need more information about this because I really want to. And yeah, I've been here in Spain for over a year now. I did my semester abroad, a dual degree. I did my internship as well here in Spain, and right now I'm also writing my thesis because I just love it in here. And even though my heart is still in Heidelberg, I got like a really nice opportunity over here to work as well. So I have been in Spain longer than I expected to be, which is quite cool. And what I love about SRH is this international community. Like it was mentioned before, you always are meeting someone new from a new different country. Like you go to classes, and because there's like it's such a small group, you get to know everyone. So it's not like you're in a classroom with 150 students and you don't know them. Like you know who they are, where they come from, and you get this opportunity to get to know all like their culture as well, how they speak. Because they're normally if someone comes from if I come from Honduras and it's like, oh, how do you say this in Spanish? And they're always like joking around. It's like, oh, dos cervezas por favor. And that's like really funny. And then you get like really nice experience, really nice memories that you are gonna treasure throughout your whole life. And in SRH you can do that, and it's just quite amazing. Oh, like all the opportunity you have close relationship not only with other students but also with the professors as well as the people inside the university. So you never feel alone. Every time you have a doubt, just you can just go there to the office. Right now, I don't know how COVID regulations are with just popping to the office, but I could sometimes just go like passing by. It's like, hello, Michelle, or hello, Steph, or, like just asking anything. And it's just nice because you feel part of a family, and it's a family that's just gonna be there all the time. So I will highly encourage you to go to the SRH page, look throughout the bachelor degrees and the master degrees because you're just gonna fall in love with it, and the international opportunity is just quite good. I can vouch about it. So yeah.
Yeah, I love how you said that, because when I was a student, I really felt the same. I would always pop by and ask Michelle how she's doing, and pop by the international office and ask the colleagues here how they are. And now I see you're doing it to us. I mean, you and I, even during lockdowns, we even just set up a coffee date and just chat for half an hour just to see how things were going. So I think that's one of the really unique things when people ask me, why did you come from California all the way to this university? Well, it's because you're a name, you're not a number. You're so connected with the faculty and the other students that are here. It's the student culture and the university culture here. Like she said, you're never alone. So I'm really glad you brought that up, because I feel the same way. So if you're interested in applying at the university, there's just a few formalities I want to highlight for you guys. Since you're going to be studying in an English program, we do have to have proof of your English skills. Naturally, that's going to be any of the standard English tests that you can see, well, I guess on your screen here. Any of the standard English tests. We even do take Duolingo at this time. One special thing on here that we can offer some of the students in an IB program that's in English, or some of the Franklin School students who did a significant part of their high school studies in English, or if you studied your bachelor program in English, we can accept that. We call it a medium of instruction letter. This can be maybe on your transcript, or it can be a letter directly from your university that verifies you studied most of your program in English language. We can accept that, and then we waive the need for any further testing. If you wanted to go ahead and start your application, you can do that starting from your final semester. For high achieving students, we would give a provisional letter to you, but for many of the students, we would hold your application just until you get those final grades, but you can of course submit it at any time and get that process started, and then we can help you along the way or give you more details while you're waiting to get those final grades. What we look for at the university is generally around the German conversion, which is a 2.5. Of course, better is always better. So for a 2.5, if you're maybe not a high academic achieving student, one thing I really like about our admissions team is they take a look at everything you submitted in the application. So maybe your grades are around that 2.5, maybe just a little bit lower, but you have some work experience, or a really good motivation letter. We look at your volunteer work. We look at everything that you've done, and we look at you as a complete package. So even if the grades are not the best, there's a lot of things that you can do to really boost your profile. So keep that in mind. We consider all of these things. For the bachelor students, we do have to make sure you have entrance into a German university. So if you're someone with an international baccalaureate diploma or a US diploma, we do accept those as well. For the IB diploma, our friends at Efigie can take a look through it because it is quite complicated. You do have to have certain qualifications. They can help you with that during the application process. For the US diploma, it's very simple guide. I actually have put it in the booth. So if you're maybe a Franklin School student, you can pop over to our booth and you can see the US requirements, which are fairly standard for a US school. If you are applying to a master program, then you can see on our homepage the exact qualifications, because you do have specific courses or specific backgrounds that you need for each individual course. The admission process is fairly simple. Everything's done online nowadays. So you can submit your whole package to us. We will give it a quick check. If anything's missing, we'll write back to you, usually within a day or two, to let you know what's missing. Once we have your full package, we will invite you for an interview. Usually it takes around a week, maybe two, that we would be able to work out a time that works for both of our time zones, that we can do an interview with you. This is going to be for most programs. Now, I know the interview is something that a lot of people get nervous about. I want to encourage you not to get nervous about it. I always tell this story. It's one of my favorites. I did my interview actually with Michelle, and I tell this to everyone who's really nervous about doing an interview for a university. What she said to me was, "You're interviewing us as much as we're interviewing you. So you're coming from so far away. So take the opportunity to ask your questions. You're going to be with us for 3 years. Make sure that we are a good match for each other and that we can give you the experience that you want, because we want happy and fulfilled students on our campus." So once you pass this interview, you do your tuition payment, which is going to be your first year of tuition fees. Once that's paid, you get your acceptance letter. For Brazilian students, I checked yesterday, you don't need to have a visa. So that's great news for you. You can apply for a residence permit after 90 days. So from start to finish, depending how fast you pay the tuition fees and do your interview, I'd say for most people, this is around 4 to 6 weeks in total. Our campus is really beautiful. We're one of the oldest and largest private universities in Germany. We've got around 20% of our students on campus being international, around 700 international students out of around 3,500. This is great news for you because, like Cynthia said, you can meet so many people from around the world and work on your soft skills, your intercultural communication. Our classrooms are set up to promote learning. By this, I mean everything is mobile at the university. You can move your desks. You can sometimes make one room into two or two rooms into one. We've got it set up so that you can really collaborate during your learning. The location is fantastic. We're right on the river in about 15 minutes from the city center or 10 minutes from the main train station. So our campus actually looks like this. We've got everything that you need to live and learn in one place. I'm chatting with you guys right now from here, from our blue tower on our campus. You'll see that also on our campus that we've got a library, we've got a sports center, we have accommodation on campus for students, as well as a cafeteria. One unique thing that we can definitely offer to you when you're looking for different schools, maybe in Germany or around Europe, is those on-campus apartments. This is not very common in Europe to be able to actually live on your campus. And this is something that we can offer to you, especially during COVID times. A lot of people are nervous about traveling and do I have to go into quarantine and who's going to help me when I arrive? Even if COVID, hopefully, is going to be something that we're not going to be talking about, hopefully in the next few months, hopefully it's something that's going to be a consideration rather than the norm. But if you're worried about that, don't be, because my office is just right down the street. And if you need help, one of our students can get to you really, really quickly to provide you with groceries or anything if you have to go into quarantine. But besides that, it is a great place that you can meet other students. You come here and you don't know anybody, well, get into the kitchen, start talking to someone in there, make friends, and you've got someone on your floor right away who's also a new student and looking to make friends. You always make the best friends in the kitchen. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you the best things about studying, but I think Cynthia covered it pretty well. Your classes are actually really small, like she said. I think the average right now is around 20 students, so you can really get to know your classmates as well as have great contact with your professors. We don't actually call it lecture hours, we call it contact hours because you're able to interact so much with your professors. At the university, we're known for our practical teaching and exams. Essentially, that means in the classroom, you do very little of traditional lecture style learning. You're actually expected to be really active, meaning you might have a flipped classroom where you are given a subject and the next day you actually teach it with your professor's support. Of course, you teach it to the rest of your class. You might be doing a case study or doing a research paper. And then at the end, you are expected to produce something like a presentation or perhaps a research paper. You present your results. And this is really something that I think a lot of students until they graduate don't actually realize the benefits of, because basically you are used to working just like you will in the real world. You're used to actually having to produce something. Your boss isn't going to ask you to write an exam when you come into work. Your boss is going to ask you to finish a project. So you're going to have years of training by the time you go into the workforce. Also, we do have a network of global players in the area, places like the headquarters of SAP Global Headquarters, SAS, ABB, Bosch, Porsche. All of these industries are located in the immediate area, so you can do student working or maybe even graduate and work at one of these local companies. And I know that we're running out of time. We're taking a little bit longer than usual because today we have a lot of excitement and we had a lot of chatter, so I'm trying to answer the questions that were in the booth during the presentation today. One thing I wanted to highlight for you guys is that we have you focusing on 1 to 2 subjects at a time. They're taught in 5-week blocks. This is really fantastic because if you're someone like me who studies from or suffers from exam stress, you know, having an exam week with everything and all the pressure crammed in to just those 5 days, how we do it here is you focus and dive deep into 1 to 2 subjects over 5 weeks. And at the end of the 5 weeks, you produce your results for your class. So this is a huge benefit for you that I actually didn't realize until I did my semester abroad and had one of those exam weeks. And I really realized the benefits of having an exam every 5 weeks. Support during your studies, we offer a number of things for our international students. We've got an international cultural club, free language classes. We do have a business startup. So if you're interested in founding a company, even if you're not a business student, we have a foundation that you can go to get support for starting your company, and international students have done it. We also have a career center. We have an office, which is actually right next to me, that will help you with checking your CV. They'll also maybe do some interview training. If you've never done an interview before, they will sit down with you and pretend to do an interview so that you can get comfortable with your skills. Also, as part of that office, we have general studies. These are additional courses that you can take in things like communication, basic digital skills, employment, how to set up a LinkedIn, which is very important in Germany. You can take all of these extra workshops for free during your studies. And also, funding is a question I got asked a lot in the booth. You can find information about funding options on our homepage under Financing Your Studies. We're offering scholarships based on academics, financial need, or social engagement. We have information about loans. And of course, because I work in the international office, I want to highlight there is support, as Michelle talked about. If you want to do study abroad or you want to do a dual degree, we do have funding options, so do not let that stop you. We can help you there, whether it's inside Europe or outside Europe. Also at the event today is the DAAD. So if you're interested in studying in Germany at all, this is a great booth for you to stop by. They offer scholarships and free information for international students wanting to study in Germany. And I didn't realize this until last night, how famous Cynthia is, because she's also in this picture right here as being one of our scholarship winners. So I wanted to point that out because I just noticed yesterday that she pops up in this presentation quite a bit. So you heard her story from before. So really, if you want to be active at the university, there's a ton of opportunities. You just have to get involved like she did. And last on here, I want to invite everyone to an upcoming information session that I have with the DAAD Rio de Janeiro Regional Office. It's happening on December 9th. I'm going to get the details to our friends at Efigie. I should have the registration link around the middle of November, so you can come back and hear from me and some of our Brazilian students as well. So I want to thank you guys so much for your attention today, and our friends at Efigie can help you guys with advice and application support, or you can pop over to the booth and chat with me and Eduardo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, Cynthia, Michelle. I've been to Heidelberg 2 years ago. It's a really beautiful city. The castle, the students' prison. I really enjoyed the city. It's amazing. I thought it was really interesting, the student prison.
That's
But
supposed to be our secret.
oh, sorry. So all the students there go to a prison? No, just kidding. If you want to know what it is, go to Heidelberg, visit it, and
It's a lot of
all
fun.
the bridge, the castle. It's really, really beautiful. So we have some questions here for you.
Perfect.
The first one is, where do most of the international students go after they graduate? Masters in Heidelberg, work in German, return to their home country. Do you know?
That's an actual real mix. A number of students so enjoy studying with us because of this unique 5-week block and the guaranteed international experience. They quite often stay on to do their masters with us. That said, there are many who return home or get work in the locality. We do have a very, very high percentage of the graduates walking straight into jobs. They're highly sought after with a German degree, studied in English, gives them a European perspective. They are well, well sought after. And the way they're taught, where you have no qualms about delivering a presentation in front of a group of people, because we help teach you how to do that, you're a very valuable person in the workplace immediately. And companies do recognize that. So it's a real mix of students returning home, or students staying to get German residency, particularly students who might like to have a second passport. Does that help?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Uh, I have another question here. Beside all the compliments, is the international business course exclusive for the international students?
It's for all students, not just international students. It's for German students too. The international business program is taught in English, but we have students from all over the world participating in the program, and
Okay,
professors participating in the program.
great. Thank you. So we are running out of time. We have some compliments from Olivia. She said it's really interesting, the presentation. Gabriella also said it was amazing. So thank you very much for the presentation, Stephanie, Michelle, Cynthia. I appreciate. All the students go to Heidelberg booth on uh, on the Efigie Fair Hall. So thank you very much again. We are going to the next presentation now.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Thank
Olivia,
you.
Gabriella, we'll see you at the booth.
Yeah.
See ya. Bye.
Lembrando que fiquem à vontade para fazer as perguntas aqui na caixinha do lado direito inferior. A gente está com o pessoal lá respondendo as perguntas e enviando para os palestrantes. Então agora vamos passar a palavra para Fernanda Freitas. Ela é responsável pela Education USA. Então, muito importante essa palestra para os alunos que querem estudar nos Estados Unidos, que querem entender como funciona o processo de application, como que faz para ir para lá, como escolher a universidade. E a Fernanda está aqui para explicar para a gente em português como que vai funcionar como que funciona a Education USA. Bem-vinda, Fernanda.
Muito obrigada, Luiz, isso mesmo. Depois da apresentação, se quiserem visitar lá no stand, fiquem à vontade também, tá bom? Será um prazer. Eu queria já adiantar que essa é uma palestra para vocês ficarem com dúvidas. Não é para ter respostas. É importante que a gente tenha muitas dúvidas.
Perfeito.
Deixa eu só abrir aqui a minha apresentação para a gente fazer bonitinho. Pronto, estamos aqui. Está todo mundo vendo a minha tela?
Sim, estamos sim.
Tá, perfeito. Deixa eu começar aqui. Boa tarde, pessoal. Meu nome é Fernanda, eu sou orientadora do Education USA. Education USA é a fonte oficial de informações sobre ensino superior nos Estados Unidos. Eu trabalho no escritório da Education USA na PUC-Rio, sou advisor, e na PUC-Rio e em qualquer lugar, porque nós estamos 100% online desde o começo da pandemia, né? Eu acho que é importante trazer, não é muito comum essa informação, mas eu vou falar aqui de recursos que atualmente mais de 16 mil alunos já estão utilizando, alunos só brasileiros. São mais de 4 mil instituições de ensino superior nos Estados Unidos, em todos os estados dos Estados Unidos, e dessas mais de 4 mil instituições, a gente está falando de pelo menos 2.700 instituições que têm cursos de mestrado e doutorado. Ou seja, você está acostumado a ouvir informações a respeito de uma meia dúzia de instituições, porque elas aparecem sempre nas notícias, nos filmes. Nós temos muito mais e nós vamos mostrar isso para vocês. Como eu falei, a Education USA é a fonte oficial de informações sobre estudos nos Estados Unidos. Nós temos mais de 400 escritórios no mundo inteiro e no Brasil nós somos atualmente 42, do Oiapoque ao Chuí, oferecendo informações precisas, abrangentes e atualizadas sobre ensino superior. Todos os orientadores, eu e todos os meus colegas, nós somos treinados pelo Departamento de Estado americano. O que isso significa na prática? Nós não temos a menor intenção de fazer com que você siga para uma determinada instituição. A gente tem como objetivo que você encontre o que melhor se encaixa para você, o que nós chamamos de best fit. Você pode ter um irmão gêmeo que tenha interesses acadêmicos e profissionais muito similares. Há grandes chances de vocês pararem em instituições completamente diferentes, e isso não tem problema nenhum. É para isso que a gente está aqui. E é uma tarefa muito diferente do que a gente está acostumado aqui no Brasil. No Brasil, você é uma nota, você faz provas, como, por exemplo, o Enem, ou vestibulares de instituições específicas, e pronto. O processo de candidatura para os Estados Unidos, ele começa do mundo ideal 1 ano e meio antes da sua partida, para iniciar seu curso. Às vezes pode começar uns 9 meses antes, e é uma tarefa grande, com muitas peculiaridades. Quando é assim, a gente entende que precisa dividir em etapas. E nós do Education USA criamos uma metodologia chamada 5 Steps, onde você quebra essa super tarefa em microtarefas e pode fazer o melhor possível nesse movimento. A primeira coisa que você precisa saber, você precisa conhecer as suas opções. Você precisa definir prioridades. Que prioridades são essas? Quando eu quero começar meus estudos? Eu quero começar, por exemplo, agora em 2022, 2023. Eu quero em março de 2022. Nem é o começo do ano letivo, mas eu preciso ir agora. Outra prioridade importante, você tem estados de preferência. Para algumas pessoas, um inverno muito rígido pode deprimir. Outras pessoas têm familiares em determinados estados, o que torna a adaptação mais fácil. Isso é uma prioridade importante que deve ser contemplada. Dentro dessas prioridades, a gente precisa buscar as universidades. E aí tem uma coisa importante. Durante o processo de orientação, você vai perceber que todos os cursos têm uma hibridez ali, imanente. E isso exige de nós um pouco mais de pesquisa para entender quais são as instituições que são as melhores para a gente. O processo de pesquisa pode ser mais longo, mas os resultados são sempre melhores porque você realmente encontra algo que está alinhado com os seus objetivos. A partir daí, você começa a criar listas de universidades. A gente começa com uma lista bem grande, pensando 4 mil instituições, gente. São muitas instituições. Você tem para todos os gostos e todos os bolsos. Você precisa entender quais as provas que você vai fazer, eu vou falar mais na frente. Então, você conheceu suas opções. O segundo passo é entender como você vai custear seus estudos. Nos Estados Unidos, existem opções para todos os bolsos. Se você puder custear todos os seus estudos, todas as etapas, você encontra instituições para isso. Se você só puder pagar parte disso, você também encontra. E se você não puder pagar nada, nós também podemos encontrar com você instituições que estejam alinhadas a isso. O mais importante é que você entenda quais são os seus limites da sua família, os seus individuais, se você for mais adulto, né? E aí, a partir daí, seguir nessa pesquisa. Tendo tudo isso em mãos, agora está na hora de começar a preparar a sua candidatura. A gente vai criar, né, os orientadores junto com você, nós vamos criar um cronograma de atividades, porque você precisa fazer redações, você precisa traduzir documentos, você precisa se preparar para provas, você precisa fazer currículo, preencher formulários, tudo isso leva um tempo e a gente ajuda você a criar um cronograma para isso. Em seguida, a gente teve toda essa preparação, você encontrou as universidades ou programas de mestrado e doutorado que se alinhavam a você, fez boas candidaturas, recebeu seus aceites, escolheu a universidade ou o programa de pós-graduação para o qual você quer, com o qual você quer seguir, e aí está na hora de documentação de visto, né, e a saída do Brasil. Essa documentação, nós não temos nenhuma ingerência contra o visto, mas nós temos muita experiência com esse processo, porque não é um processo complicado, mas ele tem peculiaridades e o prazo que você tem é muito curto, desde o momento que você recebe um documento importante lá da universidade e vai fazer o seu processo de agendamento de visto, esse tipo de coisa. A gente também ajuda vocês com isso. Além disso, no final, você tem uma coisa que eu acho que é fantástica, que é a nossa orientação pré-partida. O que é isso? Você já fez todas as etapas, já está com tudo certinho, e aí está na hora de você viajar. A gente faz uma celebração, nos últimos 2 anos foi uma celebração online, mas nem por isso menos emocionante, com todos os alunos de todos os nossos escritórios que estão indo daquele ciclo. Os alunos que já estão lá participam, orientadores participam, nós chamamos as famílias também, porque é um processo que não envolve só um aluno, né, gente? Envolve todo mundo, a vida de todo mundo muda quando você vai. E é muito bonito. E aí a gente prepara você para a sua saída. Agora vamos falar um pouco. Eu estou falando um pouco rápido, porque eu tenho muita informação, mas depois eu vou estar no stand e vocês vão poder tirar suas dúvidas, ok? O sistema de ensino dos Estados Unidos, ele é bastante peculiar. A gente tem tipos de instituições que são diferentes aqui do Brasil. Por exemplo, lá existem também universidades públicas, mas elas não são exatamente o que a gente entende como pública aqui no Brasil. Uma universidade pública nos Estados Unidos é uma instituição que recebe subsídios de um determinado estado. E por isso ela precisa oferecer vantagens para os cidadãos que pagam impostos naquele estado. Então, você, como aluno internacional, em teoria, não tem benefícios maiores naquele lugar. Mas pode haver, mas você precisa entender se é uma instituição pública ou privada. Você precisa entender o que você quer fazer. Você pode começar sobre seus estudos no Community College, ficar 2 anos lá e depois pedir transferência para uma universidade maior. Você pode fazer os seus 4 anos no Community College. Você pode fazer 2 mais 2 também dentro de uma instituição. Por quê? Porque acontece o seguinte, principalmente nos liberal arts colleges, que eu acho que essa é assim, a maior vantagem da graduação nos Estados Unidos. Aqui, você se prepara bastante, estuda em ótimos colégios, a sua família se empenha para que você se prepare para a sua universidade. Aí você entrou para engenharia ou medicina numa universidade federal, numa universidade de ponta. E aí, depois do primeiro ano, você se dá conta de que não era aquilo que você queria. Muitas pessoas não falam em casa, não trocam, porque para algumas famílias isso é muito sério. Nos Estados Unidos, já sabendo disso, existe um processo, o processo do Liberal Arts College, em que você, mesmo sabendo, tendo muita certeza do que você quer, você passa os 2 primeiros anos com um cardápio variadíssimo de opções para você estudar. Você tem disciplinas eletivas obrigatórias, posso dizer assim. Então, por exemplo, eu sei de um caso de uma pessoa que estava estudando filosofia e fez curso de fotografia. Outro exemplo bastante marcante, a deputada federal Tabata Amaral, ela foi para os Estados Unidos tendo certeza que ela ia estudar astrofísica, porque ela era uma aluna de exatas, o ensino médio todo. Ela foi para Harvard, que é um liberal arts college. Nos 2 primeiros anos, ela recebeu essas oportunidades de ver outras coisas, ela saiu de lá com 2 graduações, na astrofísica, que é a paixão dela, e na ciência política, que é a nova paixão dela. Isso pode acontecer com qualquer aluno. Algumas instituições são mais research intensive, a admissão é holística, como eu disse antes, você não é só uma nota. Eu diria que a única nota que realmente tem pouca flexibilidade, né, de eles flexibilizam um pouco em termos de candidatura, é a nota do seu inglês, é a nota do teste de proficiência. Todos os outros itens da candidatura, você tem que mostrar quem você é. Isso é muito bonito. E a flexibilidade que eu falei antes sobre os majors e os minors. Agora, aqui, gente, eu queria que vocês olhassem bem para esse quadrinho. Vocês veem que tem 2 círculos e eles se encontram em um determinado momento. Eu vou começar pelo meio, porque são itens de candidatura que valem tanto para você que está me assistindo, que é um candidato à graduação, quanto a você que é um candidato a mestrado e doutorado. Todo aluno internacional precisa fazer o teste de proficiência, que pode ser o TOEFL, o IELTS, Duolingo. Todo aluno, não importa para qual nível, precisa traduzir histórico, precisa traduzir diploma e precisa preencher diversos formulários. Todo aluno precisa enviar cartas de recomendação. Além disso, agora vamos passar para o semicírculo aqui da graduação. Além disso, você precisa fazer os testes padronizados SAT e ACT. Já deve ter gente aí com dúvidas sobre isso. Devo dizer que desde o início da pandemia, a grande parte das instituições de ensino estão flexibilizando esses testes. A gente pode falar sobre isso mais tarde. Você precisa fazer as redações e você precisa fazer a sua lista de atividades extracurriculares. Lembra, você não é só uma nota. Eles também querem saber o que você faz fora do seu horário de estudo. Quem é você quando você não está na escola? E vou passando para o outro semicírculo de mestrado e doutorado. Você tem a prova do GRE ou de MET, que são provas de lógica e redação, que também são necessárias para alunos norte-americanos, tá? Você tem a sua redação, que é o personal statement, que é diferente, mas eu não vou me prender aqui sobre isso para a gente não perder muito tempo, mas se você for, entra lá no Booth, conversa comigo, e você tem que fazer o seu currículo ou o seu CV, né, o seu resumê. Esses são os itens que você precisa fazer. Você também precisa se planejar financeiramente. Lembra que eu falei que é para todos os bolsos? Porque se você não puder pagar tudo, se for muito caro custear todo o processo, todos os seus estudos, você pode pleitear, fazendo uma boa pesquisa de universidades e de programas. Scholarships, fellowships, você pode fazer o work study, você, se tiver no mestrado ou doutorado, pode fazer assistantship, que você vai trabalhar como auxiliar, monitoria você vai ter uma bolsa de monitoria, você pode ter uma bolsa de pesquisa, você também pode trabalhar na secretaria do seu departamento e receber um stipend, que é um salário, né, para despesas pessoais. Existem diversas maneiras, o orientador do Education SA pode te ajudar nisso também. E aí, vamos dizer que você está me ouvindo aí e está pensando, nossa, mas eu tenho que pagar as inscrições nos processos seletivos, eu tenho que fazer traduções, eu tenho que fazer as provas. Eu não tenho dinheiro para isso. Tudo bem. O Education USA tem um programa pelo qual eu sou apaixonada, que é o programa Oportunidades Acadêmicas. O que é isso? É um programa do Departamento de Estado americano, que é oferecido pelo Education USA, que tem o objetivo de buscar estudantes qualificados, seja para graduação, para mestrado ou para doutorado, mas que comprovem que não têm condições de arcar com os custos da candidatura. Tá? Isso quer dizer, eu moro no interiorzão do Brasil, agora que a gente está online, né? De repente você está me ouvindo aqui e você está num lugar bastante remoto do nosso país, que é enorme, e você pensa, mas eu não tenho dinheiro para isso tudo. O Education USA ajuda em tudo. Ele ajuda a gente tem todo o auxílio financeiro, também tem o auxílio de orientadores do Education USA que são treinados para trabalhar com você. Nós custeamos todo o seu transporte para qualquer lugar mais próximo da sua prova. É um programa incrível mesmo, e que tem muitos talentos por aí hoje em dia que passaram pelo nosso programa. Atualmente, aqui até 31 de outubro, estão abertas as inscrições para oportunidades acadêmicas, mestrado e doutorado. Esse novembro que vocês estão vendo aqui são as informações para o programa Oportunidades Acadêmicas para graduação. De qualquer forma, eu sugiro que vocês tirem uma foto dessa tela e entrem no educationsa.org.br e procurem maiores informações. Ou vão lá no Boost que eu falo com vocês. Quais são os nossos serviços? Bom, a gente está aqui no Getting Started, que é esse resumão, né? Além disso, a gente tem a consultoria individual e o pacote Education USA. Eu, Fernanda, pessoalmente, acho que todo mundo deve começar pela consultoria individual. Por quê? Porque você vai conversar com o orientador do Education USA e vai entender quais são as suas prioridades específicas. Lembra que eu falei lá no começo do Best Fit? Sendo uma metodologia que busca encontrar algo que é perfeito para você, o ideal é que você tenha uma primeira conversa com o orientador, diga o que você quer, pergunte o que você não sabe, saia com mais dúvidas, e aí sim você começa o pacote de orientações. Né? Além disso, nós temos workshops, nós temos webinars, visitas de universidade, tudo isso online, gente, tudo isso gratuito. Nós fazemos tradução de documentos, porque você precisa enviar os documentos traduzidos, você pode fazer traduções juramentadas, né? E vocês podem fazer também traduções certificadas, porque como nós somos parte do Departamento de Estado americano, qualquer escritório do Education USA no mundo pode fazer traduções certificadas. Nós temos SA Review Task Forces, nós temos feiras também que são super bacanas, onde você conversa com os representantes de diversas universidades e programas. Quando nós estamos abertos, né, fora do período de pandemia, nos nossos escritórios nós funcionamos no horário comercial e você, inclusive, tem em diversos escritórios do Education USA por todo o Brasil a oportunidade de alugar material para estudos nas nossas bibliotecas. Outra joia, isso aqui é fantástico. Essa ferramenta, o Essay Writing Resource Center, você encontra no nosso site, ela também é gratuita. A redação, deixa eu fazer um parênteses sobre a redação. Tanto para graduação quanto para pós-graduação, a gente está falando de redações em primeira pessoa. A gente está falando de uma escrita que, mesmo que você saiba, você tem um inglês muito bom, você é brasileiro, e olha, vocês estão vendo, eu tendo a ser prolixa. E eu ainda preciso me policiar. Imagina quem ainda não começou o processo. O Essay Writing Resource Center é uma ferramenta que você estuda sozinho, de graça, no seu tempo, e você vai aprendendo todos os macetes para fazer boas redações, tanto para graduação quanto para pós-graduação. Se você só vai começar seu processo de candidatura no ano que vem, eu diria 15 minutos por semana. Gente, é uma passadinha no Instagram, não é nada. Além disso, dentro do Essay Writing Resource Center, você pode encontrar ferramentas para preparação de currículo e para se preparar para entrevistas também, que estão ficando cada vez mais comuns, inclusive para graduação nesses tempos de pandemia. Além disso, lembra dos eventos que eu falei, que são gratuitos? Entrando no nosso site, você encontra a agenda de eventos. Essa agenda é sempre atualizada e você vai encontrar todos os eventos. Alguns deles você precisa fazer inscrição e todos eles são gratuitos. Eu recomendo demais que você faça isso. Você pode encontrar diversas informações. Deixa eu falar uma coisa importante. Quem já começou a pesquisa já reparou que dentro dos sites você encontra, na verdade, e-mails gerais, né? Entre em contato com o nosso departamento de admissões, né? De candidaturas. Maravilha. Nessas reuniões, você fala com as pessoas que deixam seus e-mails pessoais, seus e-mails individuais, e você começa a colocar um rosto na sua candidatura. Você também entra em contato com eles, você também começa a ter dúvidas, porque você chega lá sem dúvida nenhuma e escuta o que eles falam, você ganha novas dúvidas, você escuta outras perguntas, você ganha novas dúvidas, e é assim que você molda a sua candidatura, aquela que é perfeita para você. Está com dúvida, fora de todos esses recursos que eu falei, no site, na agenda, você também encontra os horários dos plantões. Você fala quase todos os dias da semana, com pelo menos 2 orientadores do Education USA que podem tirar dúvidas pontuais. Tudo isso gratuito, lembrando mais uma vez. E aqui, faz um print dessa tela aqui. Esses são os contatos. Recomendo demais que vocês entrem nas nossas redes sociais, especialmente o Instagram está bombando, porque a gente está fazendo diversos eventos, está apresentando diversas informações para as candidaturas, principalmente dos programas Oportunidades Acadêmicas Mestrado e Doutorado, e também para Oportunidades Acadêmicas Graduação. Eu voltei aqui. Estou aqui para tirar dúvidas. Luigi, tem dúvidas? Tem alguma informação, alguma coisa que...
Muito interessante, Fernanda. A gente tem algumas dúvidas sim, mas eu particularmente achei muito interessante, não conhecia muito sobre a Education USA, e o auxílio que é fornecido pela plataforma é sensacional. A gente tem algumas dúvidas aqui, a maioria sobre o SAT, Se você podia explicar um pouco mais como funciona e se existe, a Ana Clara perguntou, se existe uma forma de fazer um treineiro para o SAT, como tem para o Enem atualmente, para treinar antes de fazer a prova.
Tem. Olha, vamos lá. Coisas separadas. Primeira coisa, SAT e ACT é porque lá não tem o Enem, né? Então, você vai fazer provas de conhecimento geral, que seriam essas provas, SAT e ACT. Desde que começou a pandemia, são provas que têm uma nota específica, cada universidade, o aluno vai entrar, uma parte bacana também das universidades nos Estados Unidos é que os sites são muito claros. Então, eles colocam lá a nota que você precisa ter, o que você precisa fazer, ótimo. Só que desde que começou a pandemia, ficou muito complicado, porque não existe como o TOEFL hoje, você já pode fazer online. Mas essas provas você ainda não pode fazer online. Com pandemia, como fica? As universidades sabem disso. Então, eles começaram a flexibilizar. Quando você entra nos sites, eu acho que eu não conheço nenhuma hoje que fale que pede o SAT. A maioria vai falar SAT optional, test optional. Então, você vai ver se precisa ou não e qual é a diferença. Então, se é opcional, eu posso fazer. Então, eu vou ser melhor avaliado ou eu vou perder alguma coisa se não for avaliado? Não. Porque a admissão é holística, algumas universidades podem até olhar, mas a maioria vai dar mais importância para a sua redação, por isso Essay Writing Resource Center vai dar mais importância para a sua nota do TOEFL, vai dar mais importância para suas atividades extracurriculares. Então, eu diria, gente, que vocês prestem atenção na hora da sua pesquisa se é test optional. Se for test optional, não se preocupem mesmo, a gente conversa semanalmente com as universidades. Preste atenção nos outros itens da sua candidatura. Quanto ao treinamento, como fonte oficial de informações, nós não podemos indicar um professor, ou outro professor, mas existem recursos online gratuitos, a plataforma mesmo do SAT e do ACT, elas fornecem mock tests simulados, e você pode ter professores particulares, que tem muita gente especializada pelo Brasil, e agora online você não precisa ser nem da sua cidade. Eu espero ter respondido.
Acredito que sim. Qualquer outra dúvida que tiver, Ana Clara, pode entrar no stand da Education USA também e perguntar lá. Eu queria saber também como que é para parte de mestrado, que não tem o SAT, essa prova.
Não tem. Não tem. SAT, ACT é só
quando
é necessário, só para graduação. Para o mestrado, você precisa fazer você precisa fazer o TOEFL, e a outra prova, que é o GRE, ela é uma prova bastante interessante, porque o TOEFL, assim como acontece na graduação, os programas são muito objetivos. Eles colocam lá, TOEFL mínimo é esse, e nós não vamos flexibilizar. O GMAT é só para MBA, em geral para MBA, tem sido cada vez mais raro. E o GRE também se tornou um pouco mais flexível depois da pandemia, mas eu trabalho muito com pós-graduação, e a minha experiência tem me mostrado que, como tudo em educação internacional, não é uma coisa fechada. Vou te explicar. Você entra lá e eles vão falar GRE optional, e não tem uma nota. Mesmo antes, não tinha uma nota mínima. Então fica, né, mas que nota eu tenho que tirar? O GRE, ele acaba sendo uma peneira para a bolsa. Eu e você fizemos ótimas candidaturas, nós somos perfeitos para aquele programa. Você tem o GRE, mesmo que não tenha uma nota incrível, eu não tenho. Na hora que eles vão avaliar para quem eles vão dar a bolsa, você tem mais chance que eu.
Para bolsa, para bolsa. Não para aprovação.
Não para aprovação, não para aprovação. Tá? Cada vez menos programas pedem, cada vez menos. Mas é uma prova bastante interessante que os alunos americanos fazem, ela é de lógica, principalmente para o pessoal que vai fazer doutorado, às vezes no seu histórico não aparece ali, não está muito claro quais são os seus conhecimentos de estatística, de lógica. O pessoal de humanas não tem muito isso, mas você no doutorado precisa, e o GRE pode ser um termômetro interessante. Então, eu diria, mesmo que sua nota não seja incrível, faz e manda.
E como que os brasileiros conseguem fazer o GRE e o SAT aqui no Brasil?
O SAT você vai fazer pela plataforma do SAT, pelo Big Future, e o GRE você vai entrar no ITS, que é a mesma plataforma do TOEFL. Quem gere o GRE do Brasil é a ITS. E o GRE e o TOEFL você pode fazer em casa, o que é ótimo. né? Você precisa ter um computador, você precisa ter uma parede branca, não como a minha aqui, eu já estaria reprovada, mas numa paredinha branca, e você pode fazer em casa, e você tem os mesmos recursos, assim, é mais democrático.
Legal. A Ana Clara agradeceu aqui pela resposta
De nada.
sobre as dúvidas do SAT. A Ana Lara disse que concorda sobre a Community College, que é uma ótima opção.
Isso. Posso dá tempo de eu falar do Community College?
Claro.
Você prefere que...
Não,
Porque acho que é muito bom, a gente tem que desmistificar isso. O Community College, ele é uma instituição mais nova, né? Ele não começou com as universidades no século XIX, e às vezes século XVIII. Ele começou bem depois, porque ele nos centros urbanos, ele originalmente era para pessoas mais adultas que não tiveram chance de fazer a graduação logo depois, que saiu do ensino médio, mas eles estão ficando cada vez mais elaborados. Então, você pode ir para o Community College, que tem um processo de admissão mais confortável, com menos requisitos, o investimento financeiro ele é mais atraente, e você, lembra que eu falei de 2+2? Você pode fazer 2 anos no Community College, eles têm profissionais especializados, e alguns Community Colleges têm feiras dentro dos Community College para transferir você para os próximos 2 anos para uma outra instituição, se for o caso. E alguns, hoje em dia, inclusive, você já pode fazer os 4 anos ali, com um preço mais em conta, mas com o mesmo nível de educação. Então, vale muito a pena.
Legal. Perfeito, então, Fernanda. Agradeço a
que bom.
presença. Reforço o convite, todo mundo que tiver mais dúvidas, como a gente já está estourando o tempo aqui, fique à vontade de entrar no stand da Education USA, no Efigie Talks, e nas redes sociais também do Education USA, no site,
Isso
para
mesmo.
acessar todos os recursos.
educationusa.org.br. Muito obrigada, viu, Luiz? Bom trabalho para você.
Eu que agradeço, Fernanda.
Tchau, tchau. Obrigada, pessoal.
Tchau, tchau. Bom, pessoal, seguimos agora para a próxima apresentação. Vamos falar com o Pedro Brunca. Ele é representante da Hilti International. Pedro. Olá, Pedro. Bem-vindo à Efigie Talks. Você gostaria de apresentar um pouco quem é você, com o que é a Hilti International? Fique à vontade. Acho que você está no mudo.
Pronto, agora você está me ouvindo.
Agora sim.
Desculpa, faz 1 ano e meio de pandemia já, e faz 1 ano e meio que a gente fica nesse... você tá no mudo, não vai, não vem. Mas, vamos lá. Eu tenho uma apresentação, não sei se você quer fazer um bate-papo, se é só eu apresentar. A melhor
Como
maneira
preferir, a gente pode compartilhar a tela também, a gente apresenta aqui.
Perfeito, porque eu tenho uma apresentaçãozinha sobre a Holt, só para o pessoal que está aqui com a gente entender um pouquinho mais. Eu faço parte da Holt International Business School, é uma faculdade de negócios, né, de administração, e a gente tem um escritório aqui na América Latina que ajuda todo o processo de aplicação dos alunos que estejam interessados, dá todo o suporte, e também trabalha no desenvolvimento de marca da universidade, tá? Até um fun fact que eu gosto de comentar bastante é que eu sou um ex-aluno da faculdade, eu me formei pelo campus de Londres em 2019 e gostei tanto da minha experiência que hoje estou trabalhando com a faculdade aqui no escritório do Brasil. E já vai fazer 2 anos e meio, então caso alguém tenha alguma curiosidade, alguma pergunta também em relação à minha perspectiva como ex-aluno, fiquem à vontade para perguntar. E o que eu preparei aqui, eu tenho uma apresentação para resumir um pouquinho sobre a Holt, contar um pouquinho sobre a Holt. A gente até colocou o título de For Those Made to Do, porque é literalmente uma universidade bem prática. A gente preza em desenvolver as habilidades necessárias que os alunos precisam lá na frente. A gente não quer somente dar um diploma para um aluno, a gente não quer somente lecionar a parte acadêmica e o aluno se graduar e correr com as próprias pernas, entendeu? Então a gente tenta desenvolver o máximo possível future leaders, né, que a gente gosta de falar. Então eu vou apresentar, tem alguns vídeos também, deixa eu compartilhar com você. Share the screen. Luigi, a gente tem 1 hora, né?
Na verdade são 30 minutos.
30 minutos, desculpa.
Até as 1h30, 1h30
Isso.
se você está no Brasil.
Eu tô aqui no Brasil, eu tô em São Paulo.
Então é meia hora.
Deixa eu só abrir.
Compartilha aqui no StreamYard, tem um botão compartilhar a tela. E aí a gente já lança para transmissão.
Tá. Eu tô com a apresentação em PPT. Eu só tô tentando achar. Deixa eu só fechar um negocinho aqui para ficar mais fácil. Mas eu vou fazer uma rápida apresentação só para explicar um pouquinho dos campos, um pouquinho de como é o currículo, de como é. Tem que share áudio, vamos share do window. Pronto. Tá conseguindo ver?
Estamos sim.
Perfeito.
Tá na tela do StreamYard agora.
E eu coloquei a apresentação. Tá dando para ver a apresentação ou ainda não?
Não, tá no browser ainda.
Deixa eu voltar. Que não tá aparecendo. Ah, aqui agora apareceu a apresentação.
Foi? Boa.
Pronto.
Legal, agora sim.
Perfeito. Só para vocês entenderem um pouquinho da Holt, né? Você vê que eu tô até no meio da foto. Foi na época que eu era Welcome Buddy no campus de Londres, recepcionando os alunos na Welcome Week, novos alunos, né? A gente tem uma Welcome Week que ajuda os alunos a se adaptarem melhor quando estão fazendo essa transição de outros países, né? E a Holt ela é muito internacional. Vou até contar um pouquinho depois da questão das nacionalidades, dos campos e tudo mais. Mas para vocês entenderem uma parte mais técnica, a Holt ela é uma American University, mas a gente tem os dois diplomas, o diploma americano e o diploma britânico. Então, quando o aluno se forma, ele vai se formar com esses dois diplomas. E questão dos campos, a gente tem Boston, Londres, São Francisco, Dubai e Shanghai. Tá? Falando um pouquinho, me apresentei um pouquinho. Em relação ao processo de aplicação, quem já esteja com essa parte mais avançada, esteja no 12º ano ou no 3º ano do ensino médio, já está apto a fazer o processo de aplicação e a nossa deadline é dia 1º de novembro. Só uma parte mais técnica. A gente consegue fazer os alunos começarem em janeiro ou setembro, tá? Então, caso alguém tenha interesse, eu vou estar lá na nossa sala até às 4 horas, então se alguém tiver alguma dúvida, sobre o processo de aplicação, qualquer curiosidade também fiquem à vontade. Mas o que eu queria contar um pouquinho mais é sobre a Holt, né? O porquê da Holt, o que é a Holt. Tem muita gente que acaba não conhecendo, acaba não escutando, e eu acho que é uma oportunidade muito boa de poder desenvolver um pouco mais esse entendimento do que é uma business school, né? A Holt ela é muito focada em 3 pilares, né? A parte global, futuro e pessoal. Eu gosto de resumir a Holt, que ela é um novo tipo de escola de administração. Por quê? Porque a gente traz essa questão prática, a gente traz essa conexão com o mercado de trabalho e a gente traz o desenvolvimento pessoal, o desenvolvimento das habilidades, liderança, comunicação, pensamento crítico, resolução de problema, negociação, criatividade, porque é isso que o aluno precisa quando ele for trabalhar numa multinacional, abrir sua empresa ou criar algum projeto em alguma startup ou algo do tipo, tá? Então a gente não é aquele modelo tradicional, a gente não quer o aluno sentado na sala de aula com 200 outros alunos, professor jogando a matéria, você memorizando e fazendo prova. Não. A gente quer colocar você em projetos reais, trabalhar com empresas, dar consultoria para empresas, resolver algum problema real que a empresa está tendo, entendeu? É esse terceiro pilar, que é essa questão prática, de trazer a parte acadêmica e conectar, aplicar ela na parte prática, né? Então, hoje business é muito isso. Business não é somente você sentar numa sala de aula, escutar o professor, memorizar e fazer um exame, né? É além das notas que você ganha através dos seus projetos, entendeu? Então, a gente traz essa questão prática, tá? A Holt, um pouquinho mais técnico também, foi fundada por um dos maiores empreendedores europeus, o Bertolt Holt, não sei se vocês conhecem, e ela é uma non-profit business school run by business people for business people. Então é um ambiente muito focado nesse desenvolvimento da administração, de negociação, de business, entender os pilares e tudo mais. A Holt é a primeira a escola americana de business, faculdade americana de business, triplamente acreditada. Então isso garante a qualidade do nosso currículo, garante essas acreditações garantem essa qualidade para você estudar e ter uma certeza de que você está tendo matérias que são acreditadas por essas 3 maiores acreditações, tá? Então, somente 1% das business schools no mundo todo tem essas 3 acreditações. Aqui eu tenho um vídeo que é muito legal, que traduz um pouquinho da apresentação que a gente está fazendo aqui e traduz um pouquinho também da cultura do DNA da Holt. A gente chama muito do for those made to do, tá? Então vou compartilhar com vocês. Vocês estão escutando, Luigi?
Não. O vídeo...
Deixa.
A gente está vendo só a apresentação ainda.
Mas tá, we humans, we love to learn, ou não?
Não, tá na apresentação do PowerPoint ainda.
Porque eu baixei, deixa eu compartilhar. Eu até baixei o vídeo para colocar dentro da apresentação para ficar de um jeito só. Deixa eu compartilhar. Deixa eu ver se eu compartilhei com o áudio. Peraí, deixa eu stop sharing. Luigi, deixa eu te perguntar, a gente consegue receber perguntas do público que está assistindo?
Consegue, sim. A gente está com o chat aberto aqui no canto direito inferior, então todos os visitantes podem mandar mensagem que a gente envia para o Pedro responder.
Perfeito. Vamos lá.
Agora sim.
So why not learn business this way? The secret to building the skills employers actually want is practice. Practice, practice, practice. So why not start in the classroom? At Holt, we take the theory, the research, the expertise, and we put the challenge into your hands so you find out what happens for yourself. We're not just about what sticks in your brain, but how you flex it. Because real life is not found on an exam. And with one-to-one coaching from day one, there's no way you're not hitting your goals. Thanks, coach. Graduation, it's more than finals. Showcase the skills you've learned with an online portfolio that speaks volumes in interviews, because grades alone don't show who you really are. P.S. With 5 campuses around the world, you're about to go global. There are a lot of places where you can learn about the business world. There aren't many places where you can live it. To learn business, you've got to do business. Makes sense, doesn't it? Holt, for those made to do.
Perfeito. Eu adoro esse vídeo porque traduz bastante o porquê da Holt, né? Resume muito bem os pilares que a Holt foca nesse desenvolvimento, nesse aprendizado e o que o aluno vai estar sendo exposto durante os 4 anos de estudo que ele vai estar fazendo, tá? Então, falando um pouquinho de business, o porquê de business, o que é a área de business. Aqui no Brasil a gente tem um estereótipo um pouco mais arcaico, né, de faz business quem não sabe o que quer fazer, faz business porque é uma área mais fácil, mas não. Eu gosto de falar que business é uma área que você consegue aplicar em qualquer indústria, qualquer setor. Se você quer trabalhar na indústria médica, você consegue. Se você quiser trabalhar na indústria financeira, você consegue. Se você quiser abrir a sua própria empresa, você consegue. Se você quiser trabalhar numa multinacional, numa startup, num family business, você consegue também. Hoje, qualquer empresa tem que ter um setor administrativo, tem que ter os pilares de business. Empreendedorismo, gestão, marketing, finanças, a parte analítica hoje também, que é muito, muito importante, então a parte de análise de dados. Então, eu gosto de compartilhar bastante essa questão do porquê de business, né? Que ele é aplicável em qualquer área, em qualquer setor. E na Hold a gente foca em 3 pilares, como eu estava mencionando, né? Você desenvolver essa questão global, você entender o que está acontecendo no mundo. Hoje o mundo está muito globalizado, então você tem que entender. Hoje está muito fácil de você fazer business com qualquer pessoa do mundo. Hoje está muito fácil de você contratar pessoas no mundo todo. A questão do futuro, o futuro está em constante mudança, a gente tem que estar refletindo essa mudança, você entendeu? Então a gente não pode estar estagnado somente naquilo que a gente pensa. Então a Holt está sempre mudando de 2 em 2 anos, de 3 em 3 anos, e adicionando coisas que o mercado de trabalho, o que o futuro está pedindo lá na frente. Então hoje a gente foca muito nessa questão de tecnologia, na questão da sustentabilidade também, são tópicos muito fortes que os alunos precisam desenvolver também. E o desenvolvimento pessoal. Desenvolvimento pessoal é as habilidades que eu estava mencionando lá na frente, antes no começo da nossa aplicação. Eu vou desenvolver um pouco mais esses 3 pontos, que é onde a gente explica um pouco mais sobre a Holt. E é aquilo que eu falei, business can take anywhere you want, é aplicável em qualquer lugar, tá? Aqui tem um vídeo também, falando um pouquinho desses 3 pilares, tá? Eu vou passar para vocês.
Pedro, o vídeo tá passando no PowerPoint?
Isso.
Aqui tá com uma tela branca dentro do PowerPoint, esquisito.
Vamos lá.
Tenta voltar do começo, por favor.
Deixa eu compartilhar de novo, share screen. Vê se tá passando o vídeo, confirma para mim.
Uhum. Agora sim, agora foi.
Prontinho, vou compartilhar a tela de novo. Aí. É estranho, né? Porque o vídeo ele pausa quando a gente está em presentation mode. Mas que bom que deu para ver tudo certinho. Vou correr um pouquinho em relação aos tópicos que eu tô aqui para mencionar, tá? Em relação ao currículo, o currículo da Holt, ele é desenhado para dar essa questão prática, desenvolver essas habilidades e o conhecimento que você precisa para ser bem sucedido em qualquer setor, em qualquer indústria, em qualquer lugar do mundo. Então a Holt prepara os alunos para essa questão global. Por quê? Porque hoje eu estou aqui em São Paulo, amanhã eu posso estar no México, depois eu posso estar na África, e você vai ter esse preparo, você entendeu? Você vai ter essa adaptação, você vai ter essa flexibilidade para poder se adaptar, para poder fazer projetos em qualquer lugar do mundo. Então, currículo, os 2 primeiros anos você vai montar uma base em business. Então, você vai ter os princípios de business management, estratégia, princípios de economia. Você vai além de business também. Tá? Então, você vai desenvolver essas habilidades que eu estava mencionando: criatividade, pensamento crítico, liderança. Vai ter aulas de tecnologia, de história, de ciências também relacionada à área de business. Tá? E os 2 últimos anos você tem a opção de escolher um major e um minor. Tá? Essas são as 5 opções de majors e as 3 opções de minors. Todas as majors podem ser uma minor também. Então você pode fazer uma
Ô,
major em
Pedro,
marketing.
Tenta compartilhar de novo, por favor. Acho que agora travou naquele slide do vídeo.
Então.
Agora sim, agora voltou.
É que é estranho, eu coloco em presentation mode e ele parece que trava, né?
Eu acho que sim, tem que deixar fora, minimizado
Eu
mesmo.
vou continuar assim, não tem problema. Dá para vocês verem aqui, o importante é vocês
Dá para ver
verem
sim, mesmo
os
se
slides.
fechar ali em cima a barra de ferramentas do PowerPoint também já ajuda a aumentar um pouco a tela.
Pera aí, deixa eu fechar aqui. Aí, pronto. Perfeito. Então, como eu estava mencionando, a questão do currículo, né? Os 2 primeiros anos, você vai ter essa base em business e você vai também ter a base além de
Desculpa de
business.
novo. Precisa dar o
Pode
share
falar.
screen no StreamYard.
Até o final a gente vai conseguir.
É isso, né? 1 ano e meio de pandemia, a gente ainda apanha da
Não,
tecnologia.
Pronto, agora não vou mexer, não tem mais vídeo também, é só mudar de slides.
Isso, agora foi, perfeito.
Perfeito. Então, como eu estava mencionando, a questão do currículo, né, que é um pouquinho dos 4 anos do currículo da Holt. Você vai ter essa questão do entendimento de business, desenvolver os pilares de business e também além de business. E aí, os 2 últimos anos, você vai ter a possibilidade de fazer um major e um minor. Tá? Todos os majors são aplicáveis para minor também. Então, você pode fazer um major em marketing, um minor em management, por exemplo. Tá? Em questão do tempo, né, a gente tem um degree bem flexible. Então, você pode fazer o standard degree, que são 4 anos, o degree com de 2 a 3 anos com transfer credits ou summer terms. Tá? Então, se você é um aluno de faculdade, você pode transferir seus créditos para Holt também e agilizar seus anos de estudo. Ou, se você quiser, você pode fazer o summer terms. O Summer, o que acontece? A gente tem 5 campos, como eu mencionei. Você pode passar um verão estudando em algum desses campos. Tá? Você pode passar 1, 2, 3, 4, quanto verão você quiser em algum dos nossos campos estudando. Tá? Então você acaba agilizando também. Então, ao invés de se formar em 4 anos, você vai estar se formando em 3 anos e meio, dependendo do número de créditos que você fez durante o verão. E a gente tem a questão híbrida, o nosso degree híbrido, que você passa no máximo 2 anos através da nossa plataforma virtual, tendo as mesmas aulas que acontecem no campus, mas no seu computador, no Brasil, ou em qualquer lugar do mundo. E os 2 últimos anos você tem que passar obrigatoriamente em algum dos nossos campos, Londres ou Boston. Tá? Aqui a gente vai entrar agora um pouquinho dos detalhes daqueles 3 pilares que eu falei, a parte global, a parte do futuro e o desenvolvimento pessoal. Como você vai desenvolver esses 3 pilares na Holt? A primeira, a parte global. Você vai fazer parte de um grupo global, de uma diversidade global, você entendeu? Então, a gente tem mais de 141 nacionalidades no campus, e nenhuma dessas nacionalidades representa mais do que 8%. Tá? Então, você literalmente vai estar exposto a diferentes culturas, diferentes jeitos, diferentes nacionalidades, e você vai se tornar uma pessoa muito mais adaptável. Por quê? Porque você tem que ser mais flexível, você tem que escutar, você tem que parar, pensar, entender quem é aquela outra pessoa. A gente está acostumado com um tipo de cultura. Lá não, lá você vai estar envolto com muita gente, com muitas pessoas, diferentes opiniões, diferentes jeitos. Então você tem que desenvolver esse aspecto também. Os professores são muito bem conectados com o mercado de trabalho, com empresas. Então eu tive aula com o diretor do HSBC, no campus de São Francisco a gente tem o fundador da The North Face também, tá? Então eles são professores do mundo todo. Então tem professor da África, tem professor dos Estados Unidos, britânico, europeu, enfim, é um ambiente muito global, um ambiente muito diversificado, assim. Questão dos campos que eu mencionei, Londres, Boston, São Francisco, Dubai e Shanghai. Então, Londres e Boston são os nossos home campus, no qual você começa as aulas em janeiro ou setembro, e aí a gente abre São Francisco, Dubai e Shanghai para o verão, tá? Que vai ali de maio até agosto. Aqui é um pouquinho da minha experiência em Dubai, quando eu fiz a rotação. Eu não vou entrar muito em detalhes, mas eu tenho um link de um blog que eu escrevi sobre a minha rotação. Depois passa lá no nosso stand e eu compartilho o link com vocês também, tá? Aqui um pouquinho da localização, tá bem localizado o campus de Boston, ali na divisa entre Boston e a cidade de Cambridge, né, onde fica todas as universidades, fica uns 15 minutos andando no centro. E aqui o de Londres também fica no centro financeiro da cidade de Londres, fica uns 10, 15 minutinhos andando da Tower Bridge, tá? O segundo pilar, a parte do futuro. Aquilo que eu falei, o futuro tem constante mudança e o seu currículo, o seu estudo tem que refletir essa mudança. Você tem que desenvolver esse growth mindset para poder antecipar o que vai estar acontecendo lá na frente e você não ficar para trás, entendeu? Então a Holt foca muito nessa questão disruptiva, inovação, de trazer soluções criativas para os business challenges, entendeu? Então você vai ter chance de aprender sobre os disruptive technology, artificial intelligence, blockchain, energy of the future, robotics, entre outras. E também aquilo que eu mencionei, sustentabilidade. Sustentabilidade hoje está muito forte. Se uma empresa não tem uma estratégia de sustentabilidade, ela vai ficar para trás, ela vai perder contratos, ela vai perder mercado por não ter essa visão. Você entendeu? Que a gente pode passar. E também a questão do futuro não significa só antecipar o que vai estar acontecendo lá na frente, mas também se preparar para o que pode vir, você entendeu? O que você vai estar fazendo lá na frente. Então a Holt preza que o aluno que se forma, ele pode fazer uma eletiva todo ano. Então ele nunca vai parar de estudar. Então Education for Us never ends. Então a gente tem mais de 120 opções de matérias que o aluno graduado da Holt pode fazer. A gente tem mais de 70 Alumni Chapters e mais de 25 mil alunos graduados na Holt. Tá? Então é uma comunidade bem grande e uma comunidade que nunca vai parar de crescer, entendeu? Eu, por exemplo, fiz a minha Free Elective e agora em julho, e eu fiz sobre Sales Management. Fiz com o pessoal do campus de Londres, a gente fez virtual, mas quando a gente voltar para um modelo no qual a gente estava na pandemia, no caso, né? Agora voltando para essa questão mais presencial, você vai poder ir por campus fazer essa Free Elective também quando depois de você se formar, né? Que o desenvolvimento pessoal. Eu tenho até uma pergunta para vocês, mas eu vou passar um pouquinho. Mas aqui só para vocês entenderem. A Holt não é somente você ter uma nota bem, uma boa nota, ter um networking excelente, fazer um working experience. Aqui o que vai diferenciar você, o que você vai ter que desenvolver, esse mindset, você ter essa mentalidade, você entendeu? Então, desenvolver essa mentalidade para você poder ter uma proatividade, ter um engajamento, sair da sua zona de conforto, você entendeu? E eu gosto de falar bastante que experience is your best teacher. Quanto mais experiência você tiver, quanto mais engajado, envolvido em projetos dentro e fora da faculdade, maior vai ser a sua experiência, maior vai ser o seu desenvolvimento e o seu aprendizado. Então, por isso que a Holt preza bastante de conectar os alunos com empresas, com clubes, com sociedades, com partes extracurriculares também, tá? E a gente faz isso através dessa questão prática, né, que eu estava mencionando, colocar a teoria na prática para você descobrir os seus pontos positivos e negativos, tá? Aqui é um pouquinho das empresas que recentemente trabalharam com os alunos da Holt. Então a Amazon foi a empresa que fez um projeto em 2017. Eu fiz o meu Business Challenge com a McLaren Fórmula 1. Então, para vocês entenderem um pouquinho, a gente tinha que reinventar o sponsorship model da McLaren. Então, a gente passou 5 meses, dividimos os alunos em grupos, né? E a gente passou 5 meses compartilhando a nossa ideia, montando a nossa ideia, fazendo toda a pesquisa. Conhecemos a fábrica da McLaren, conhecemos os diretores, a equipe de marketing da McLaren. Para quê? Para a gente poder entender e aplicar isso na nossa ideia que a gente estava para apresentar para a McLaren. Tá? O Facebook foi a empresa que recentemente trabalhou com os alunos, agora em 2021. Fizeram um projeto entre o Facebook no campo de Boston e de Londres. Tá? Então foi muito bem desenvolvido assim, esse projeto, no qual eles tinham que resolver um problema real também do Facebook. Foi muito legal. Aqui um pouquinho da questão empreendedora, né? A gente tem uma incubadora de negócios, no qual você pode colocar a sua empresa, a sua ideia no mercado de trabalho através da ajuda do professor, de consultoria externa e dos alunos também. Aqui um pouquinho na parte extracurricular, a gente foca em 3 pilares: profissional, social e esportivo. E o mais legal é que você pode criar o seu próprio clube. Tá? Então eu, por exemplo, em 2015, entrei na Holt, não tinha o time de tênis, eu fui e criei o time de tênis junto com uma galera que estava interessada. Um pouquinho do que acontece depois que os alunos se formam na Holt. A gente tem uma equipe especializada em em carreiras, né, em desenvolvimento dessas habilidades de carreiras. E aqui é o que aconteceu em 2020, 2019, 2020. Foram mais de 2.250 one-to-one consultations, mais de 1.200 companhias atenderam eventos da Holt e mais de 375 eventos hosted pela Holt globally, sabe? Então, é uma equipe bem legal. E o resultado de tudo isso é que a classe de 2021 recebeu ofertas, né, e aceitaram empregos em mais de 136 companhias em 41 países diferentes, que é um pouquinho quebrando essa porcentagem geral, né, 62 trabalhando full time, 14% no family business, 13% começaram a sua própria empresa e 11% estão fazendo algum estágio pago. Aqui é um pouquinho das empresas que recentemente contrataram os alunos da Holt. Tem o Zafar, que estudou comigo no campus de Londres, hoje está na Google, lá em Dublin. Então você vê que tem um mercado muito grande desde que você seja proativo, desde que você esteja ali sempre querendo algo mais, saindo da sua zona de conforto, você entendeu? Esse é um pouquinho do application process da Holt, uma parte mais técnica, mas a gente não precisa entrar nesse detalhe. As oportunidades de scholarship também, a gente tem várias oportunidades, tanto focado na parte acadêmica, a parte de mérito e a parte de need-based também, tá? E aqui é o meu contato, caso vocês queiram entrar em contato, tem meu WhatsApp, tem meu e-mail, e eu fico à disposição. Não sei se a gente tem um minutinho para perguntas, não sei, não consigo ver o chat agora, mas a gente abre um pouquinho para perguntas. Se alguém tiver alguma dúvida, alguma curiosidade, fica à disposição.
Bem legal, Pedro. Bem legal mesmo. A gente tem bastante perguntas sobre a rotação, que acho que você acabou não entrando tanto nessa parte. Como que funciona essa escolha dos países da rotação? Se é por área, se é por...
Uhum.
Você que
Não,
escolhe...
isso é da Holt, é o campus da Holt mesmo. Então, o que acontece? Você pode fazer quantas rotações você quiser, você entendeu? Você pode ficar no campus de Londres, passar seu primeiro ano em Londres. O segundo, se você quiser ir para Boston, você pode estudar em Boston. Se você quiser depois voltar no seu terceiro para Londres, você consegue também, você entendeu? E aí a gente abre Dubai, Xangai e São Francisco durante o verão. São um termo de 2 meses, você vai ter 2 matérias em algum desses campos. Eu, por exemplo, quando eu fui para Dubai, eu tive branding e luxury marketing. Então, foi 2 matérias na área de marketing que eu fiz, tá? Mas isso vai de acordo com o seu currículo. Tem várias oportunidades. Você pode também fazer o summer em Londres e em Boston, tá? E são todos os campos da Holtz, são todos a mesma estrutura, nenhum custo adicional, toda a estrutura é a mesma da Holt, entendeu?
E aí cada campus tem um foco numa área diferente?
Não. Todos os campos têm o mesmo foco. O foco da Holt é business, em geral, tá? Independente do campus que você estuda, você pode fazer aulas de marketing, de management, de finance, de entrepreneurship, de business analytics também, você entendeu? Não é porque você está em Boston que você vai aprender sobre finanças, não é porque você está em Londres que você vai aprender sobre marketing somente, você entendeu?
Bem legal mesmo. Tá certo, nosso tempo infelizmente já acabou. A gente deixa aberto o stand da Ruth no Higher Education. Então, qualquer outra dúvida que tiver sobre a rotação, sobre a Ruth, sobre os cursos oferecidos, entre em contato com o Pedro lá no stand. Agradeço de novo sua presença aqui.
Exatamente.
E muito obrigado. Agora eu vou passar a palavra para o Luca, que ele vai tocar agora as apresentações.
Oi, gente, tudo bem? Estão curtindo aí o evento? Valeu, Luigi. Valeu por ser o host até aqui, mas eu vou assumir. E
eu que agradeço, Luca.
A gente agora vai falar Isso, valeu. Agora a gente vai falar de 2 community colleges. Na verdade, é um distrito de community colleges. Foothill and the Enza Community Colleges. Então, eu vou pedir pro George. Hi, George. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for the introduction.
Perfect. So I'm just gonna, if you don't mind, I'm going to introduce you and your topic in Portuguese for a minute.
Please.
Ok. Então, o Mr. Beers, ele veio falar um pouquinho para a gente sobre a Foothill e the Enza, que são duas community colleges referência no estado da Califórnia. As duas ficam em Silicon Valley, muito perto de todas as sedes de Facebook, Tesla. Então, existe essa proximidade com empresas de tecnologia de referência no mundo. E hoje o Mr. Beers ele vai explicar os benefícios de começar o estudo universitário em uma community college, como a transferência funciona para o terceiro ano em uma universidade, e uma visão geral das faculdades Foothill e the Enza, e como as duas das melhores faculdades universitárias dos Estados Unidos. So, Mr. Beers, I'm gonna pass the talk to you. Welcome, and
so now we're going to switch to English.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you about life in California at 2 different campuses that are part of one system, right in the middle of Silicon Valley, just south of San Francisco. I'm going to share my screen for a minute, so bear with me while I do that. And I'll share some pictures with you. So if you were going to come and study in the United States, you'd want to have a 4-year bachelor's degree. I think most Brazilians know about that. But very few Brazilians know about the fact that in the US, there are 2 ways to earn a bachelor's degree. So you can come first to a community college. It's the same as the university. And 49% of all Americans choose this option after high school, 49%, for a number of reasons. So the courses that you take at the community college in the first 2 years are identical to the university. Same content, same standards. You get complete credit, and then you transfer that into the 3rd year at any university in the US or Canada. And the actual degree, the bachelor's degree, comes from the university, not from us. And there's 4 big reasons. One of the biggest is the cost. It's a whole lot less expensive. It's about $8,500 per year for school fees. The admissions is a lot more flexible. There's no entrance exams, no SAT, no vestibular. So it's a good way to be able to ease into education in the United States. We're looking for average marks or better in your high school and intermediate English ability. The teaching's a lot better. The class sizes are a whole lot smaller than big universities in the first 2 years. All the classes are taught by full professors. That's not true at most big universities. And we have English as a second language. If you need to take more English to improve to the level of an American student, at the same time as you're starting to take your courses in your major field of studies. But the 4th and biggest reason is about the transfer opportunities. It is easier to transfer from a community college into the 3rd year of a very selective university than it is to go directly from your high school into the 1st year of a selective university. Because when you transfer, the universities only look at the marks from the community college, not the marks from your high school. So it becomes a really good second opportunity to get very successful academic record. It's so popular in the US, 49% of all the students beginning their university, so popular that there's 8.5 million students studying in community colleges. All across the US, there are about 1,200 community colleges. In California, there's 115. And we make up, because of that, the largest public education system in the USA. At Foothill and De Anza, again, it's 2 campuses, but 1 system. I'll tell you a little bit. They're only 10 minutes driving apart. I'll tell you a little bit about that soon. We have 3,000 international students from 85 different countries. And this, for you, would become a life-changing opportunity because you get to make friends with people from countries and cultures that you never thought you'd get to know, and they become lifelong friends. So many of my students tell me 20 years later that their best friends are in places all around the world, and they've had the chance to learn about what those students come from. We're in a great location. We're on the western part of the United States, right near the Pacific Ocean. If you look at the top of this map, you'll see San Francisco. Then scan down toward the bottom in the middle, you'll see San Jose. San Jose is the 10th largest city in the US. San Francisco is the 11th. And in between are the 8,000 companies that make up Silicon Valley. Very stimulating place. The headquarters of Apple, Google, Yahoo, Facebook, eBay, Instagram, Tesla. Just got my new Tesla delivered yesterday. I'm really excited about that. So it's a very, very stimulating environment full of really young, bright people. Forbes magazine calls our area the best for young people in the United States. The climate where we are is very mild. It never gets too hot, never gets too cold, never gets sweaty like it does in the Northeast in Brazil. So the humidity is very mild here. Also, it's very upper middle class. So it's the safest part of California. And last of all, the cost is a huge benefit. So this is the comparison of costs for 2 years. Look, 2 years at Foothill or De Anza, it's just over 17,000. Compared with the University of California, Berkeley, UCLA, there's 10 campuses of the University of California, or compared with the tuition at most large state universities anywhere in the US, 88,000 per year. And then compare that to a private university like Stanford, Yale, Harvard, MIT, 112,000. That's 7 or 8 times more expensive than 2 years at Foothill or De Anza. You could save up to $95,000 in the first 2 years of your education by starting at a community college, starting at Foothill or De Anza. We're large, so we have the first 2 years major that any university has. The way that this works is that in the first year at any US university, you do not start the courses in your major. You have a lot of opportunity to take courses in 5 basic areas. You have a lot of choices. You can try things that you're maybe interested in, get a lot of additional background that you don't have after finishing high school. And it'll do 2 things for you. It'll either confirm that the area that you want to study is the area that you really want to study. Or 2, if you don't know what you want to study when you come to us, and about a third of my students who join us don't know what they want to study in the beginning, it'll give you a chance to try many, many different things. And that helps you a lot to figure out what your major course of study is going to be. Unlike in Brazil, you do not need to know what you want to study right when you enter the university. So that's the first year. Then the second year, you take the foundation courses, the beginning courses of a major and a minor. So in the US system, you're studying 2 different subjects. You've got a major focus and a minor focus. They can be related very closely, engineering maybe, and a minor in physics. Or they can be very different, say business, but you love music. So business major, a music minor. It's your choice. So again, a lot of flexibility in the US system. Then you take those 2 years and you transfer that into the third year at a university, your choice of a university. And in the last 2 years, you're focusing just on the subjects that make up your major and minor. How does all of this work? Well, it's based upon transfer agreements, and transfer articulation. We've worked with all the universities around us to make sure that the courses that we offer are the same content that you would have in a course that was at the university. We call these articulation agreements. We've done it with Berkeley, UCLA, Stanford, big universities. So that means that the universities all around the US are going to accept the courses that you would take with us. Then we have guaranteed transfer agreements with over 130 universities. That's what really facilitates the transfer. And you'll see in this list, it includes 6 of the University of California campuses. What does that mean? Basically, the universities tell us what courses they want you to take with us and what grades they want you to earn. And if you meet the criteria of the grades that they require, and it can be anywhere between a C+ and an A- average, then you would have a guaranteed place in the third year at any one of those universities. People coming to California really oftentimes think that they want to go to UCLA or Berkeley. They're very selective, very hard to get into directly out of your high school. They do not have guaranteed transfer programs, but they've chosen us because of our reputation and the quality of our program to have a preferred admission program to both of their campuses. And what does that mean? Well, first of all, it means that we're number 1 in the state out of 115 community colleges for transferring more students into the University of California system than anyone else. Every year we transfer about 1,000 international students. And this shows you in 2019, specifically out of the 1,000, how many were accepted to each of these top universities. Berkeley, 8%. UCLA, 10.5%, 105 students. UC San Diego, 291 out of 1,000. Those are the top 3 public universities in California. Then beyond that, we transfer students all over the US. In 2019, 2 were accepted to Stanford, 2 to Yale, 3 to Carnegie Mellon, 3 to Cornell, 7 to Indiana University, 8 to Purdue. Students to state university flagship campuses all over the US, University of Michigan, University of Texas, University of Minnesota, University of Washington. And then every year we send anywhere between 5 to 15 students to Canada. And typically 6 or 7 or 8 of those are going to be to the University of British Columbia, because it's also on the West Coast and very popular with our students. We accept students 3 times a year for school beginning in September, January, and April. You can choose the one that's the most convenient for you. A lot of Brazilians start with us in our spring quarter. That's the same as your fall, in April. And you only need to apply 3 months ahead of time. And as I said, we're going to be looking for average marks or better out of your high school, an English proficiency test that shows an intermediate level, no SAT. The SAT is our vestibular, so we don't require that. And then when you transfer, the universities also do not look at that. The application is really simple. It's online. We'll ask you to scan your passport. You need to take one of those English proficiency exams. Many students now, instead of taking the TOEFL when you come to the US, choose to take the Duolingo, which is about half the price of the TOEFL. And you do it at home on your own computer with a camera and headset and microphone. We'll need copies of your transcripts from your high school and a copy of the confidential financial statement, a bank statement that shows how much money your parents have. The tuition is just a little over $8,000 for 1 year at Foothill or De Anza. And then if you add the health insurance, books and supplies, spending money, living costs, the total is between $26,000 and $28,000 per year. It sounds like a lot, but it's much, much less than if you were to go directly to the university. Because those tuitions that I showed you for the 2 years that were as much as $116,000 at private universities have living costs added on to the top of those. So what are the numbers? Where do we stand in terms of rankings? There's a number of different rankings that show us as being number one, either in California or across the US. So we're number one in terms of graduation and transfer success. That's very important. Some students start a community college or a university and never finish, but we're number one for our students graduating and transferring. Number one within California. We're number one by edsmart.org in terms of student quality and success for large community colleges in California. That's De Anza, and medium-sized community colleges in California. That's Foothill. SafeUniversity.com ranks us as the safest community college in California. That's really important to you and your parents. Number one for acceptance and transfer into the University of California campus. And ValueColleges.com rank us as the number one return on investment for students in our 2 campuses. So that's pretty important too. We've been around for over 60 years. We're fully accredited. Our average class size is 27, so you get a lot of individual attention. Right now, we've got actually 3,400 international students, so it's a very global environment, in addition to the global environment that our local students make, because we're very Hispanic. There's a big population of Asian and Indian students, families in our area. So we're very cosmopolitan. And it's important to remember that 100% of our classes are taught by full professors, not by teaching assistants, which happens very often in the first 2 years at a university. Got some really famous alumni. People don't know. Steve Jobs started with us. I met him in 1984 when he first introduced on our campus, because Apple's right next door to the De Anza campus. He used our theater always for his annual meetings, and I met him when he came to the stage in our theater and introduced the first little Macintosh. So I'm a big Apple fan. The chancellor, the head of UCLA, is from Foothill before he transferred to Stanford. Not shown here, but we had an international student from Russia who studied business with us, transferred to Stanford to get his bachelor's degree, and then to Harvard for his MBA. And now he is the top financial advisor for Putin in Russia. So amazing opportunities happen for students after they start at Foothill and De Anza. The campus life's very stimulating. There's 60 different clubs on each campus. Athletics for men and women, American football, baseball, basketball, golf, swimming, tennis, soccer. Our soccer teams always have a lot of Swedes and a lot of Brazilians. It's very interesting. But on the men's team right now at the Foothill campus, there's also Russians and Brits, along with some Brazilians and some Swedes. Oftentimes a Russian too. So lots of opportunities to get involved. We have an elected student government on each campus. That the officers in the student government are most often international students, because participating in things like student government, volunteering in the community, gives students a real edge when they try to transfer to top universities. So let's take a look at the campuses. We built in 1960 our first campus. It's on the edge of Silicon Valley, not right in the middle of it. It's got very beautiful facilities. It's twice won awards as the most beautiful campus in America. It's smaller than the second campus. It's got 5,000 full-time students, 1,000 international students. So a lot of opportunity to get to know your fellow students, as well as to find time to be able to spend with professors. Google is 20 minutes driving out in front. So we're on the edge of Silicon Valley, but not right in the middle of it, but very near, 20 minutes out in front. And then behind us are a little mountain range. Over that mountain range, about 30 minutes driving, is the Pacific Ocean and the most beautiful beaches in North America. So very amazing place to be able to study. Small, green, tranquil. Students describe it like a country club. Here's our pool. If you take a look behind, you'll see the rolling hills that are the beginning of the mountains going over to the Pacific Ocean. So it does feel like being in the country, but just 10 minutes in front of us driving is all the beginning of Silicon Valley. So then just 10 minutes driving away, 10 years newer, De Anza is double the size. We built it because Foothill was becoming too big. It's right in the middle of Silicon Valley. Apple is just a walk down the street. So we've always been very closely associated with Apple at the De Anza campus. It's double the size because it's just in a busier location. 10,000 full-time students, 1,100 international, 2,000 international students. So just a lot more going on. Both campuses are very beautiful. The facilities are amazing. Olympic swimming pools on both campuses, 5 gymnasiums on both campuses, track and fields on both campuses. So lots of opportunity for physical exercise. Up in the upper left is a picture of our big theater on the De Anza campus. That's where Apple did all of their product introductions when Steve Jobs was alive. So that's basically the two campuses. Why? I'm going to just review here. Why would you choose to come to Foothill or De Anza? We're large, so we've got the first 2 years courses that you would need to be able to transfer into the third year at any university. For most students, the cost is really important. So our affordable tuition is a really, really big point. Again, if you add the living costs to our tuition, the annual costs are between $26,000 and $28,000. I think our flexible admissions helps a lot because we do not require that you have top grades in high school. And then when you transfer from the community college into the universities only look at the marks that you earn at the community college, not the marks from your high school. So it becomes the basis of our outstanding transfer reputation. And that's the biggest reason why students would choose to come to us, is that our reputation for our students being successful when they transfer allows students to get access to universities that they would never have been able to get to directly out of their high schools. And a much higher success rate in transferring to top universities than other community colleges in the state. The facilities are award-winning. We've spent $500 million in the last 10 years upgrading our facilities, building new buildings. And it's really important to think about and to do research about the safety of the environment that you're going to be studying in. So the FBI crime rates for our area show that we're in the safest area of California for students to be able to study. And lastly, to remember that small class sizes give you a chance to really get to know your professors and give you the chance to be able to be successful. On both campuses, we also have a large number of support services. So there are a lot of tutoring, there's a lot of support, a lot of counselors. Each campus has 2 international student counselors, and this is the way the transfer works. 2 international student counselors, a transfer center, and transfer counselors. And from the very beginning, the students who come to us would be assigned a counselor. The counselors would help to pick the courses the students need to take on our campus, help students to figure out which universities are the best to go to. The transfer center will arrange for universities to visit our campus every week. Anywhere between 5 and 15 universities visit every week. So you get to know those universities, they get to know you. Then in the beginning of the second year, the counselors will help you to apply to 5 to 10 universities. The universities are going to base their admissions decision on your marks with us and on your extracurricular activities with us, especially for the very selective top universities. The universities that have guaranteed transfer agreements with us, the 130, are not going to look at the extracurricular activities. They're only going to look at the marks with us. Then you go to the best university that you're able to get into. So basically, that's the story. If you have the opportunity to scan this QR code, it will take you right to all of our e-brochures, or this website will also take you to the brochures. We've got a lot of student activity on Facebook, on Twitter, and there's a lot more information about us. But that's basically our story. And I'm going to go off of screen sharing if I can figure out how to do that. And try to, coming back to you. So can I take questions from anybody?
Perfect, Mr. Beers. We do have some questions.
Cool.
We're gonna reinforce that if you want to ask more specific question, if you didn't have the opportunity to do it here, Mr. Beers will be in his booth until the end of the event. So feel free to go there and talk to him, right?
Yep, I'd be happy to talk to people.
Perfect. So Gabriella, she said she talked to you at your booth.
I remember.
And wait, let me just. She said she forgot to ask at your booth. You said the city was very beautiful, and she would like to know if the university shows Tesla City.
So Tesla's not a city, but it's located about 20 minutes from us in the city of Fremont. So it's very nearby. And on our freeways, about every 4th car is a Tesla, which is really interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, that's the main spot for Teslas, right?
Yeah.
And Julio also asked a question. He asked about soccer. He wants to know how competitive is it, and if you have any history of students going to play soccer and then getting a scholarship at another university.
Yes. So community colleges cannot give sports scholarships. And in some states, there's no athletic programs, but it's very active in California. So we have men's soccer teams on both of our campuses. They're very international teams, so they have players from many different teams. And our coaches are very successful if they've got a real soccer star on their team, if he's a good soccer player, in getting the coaches from Division I and Division II schools, those are the schools that give scholarships, to come and see the players in action. So it's hard to get a sports scholarship directly from Brazil because the coaches really want to see how the students are playing. But it's easier for the student athletes to get scholarships from a community college because the coaches can see them play. And I've had quite a bit of success of Brazilian soccer players getting transfer scholarships. So that definitely is an advantage to starting at a community college, and it definitely does happen.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Gabriela also asked how's the situation with COVID if students are going back to the college.
So this fall, about a third of the students are back in the classroom. So right now, beginning in January, 2/3 of the students are going to be back in the classroom. We will continue to offer online classes for students that want them because some students really like the flexibility of that. But by April, I think we'll be back to normal completely. All of the students have to be vaccinated when they come to the campus. That's true of most US universities. So the environment on the campus is very safe right now.
Okay, awesome. Good news.
Ótimo.
Yeah, it's ótimo. So I think that's it. Would you like to complement with anything?
So I just want to remind you that this is an option that's not in Brazil. It's only in the US, but very popular. 49% of Americans do this. So think a lot about it because it will save you a lot of money and it will get you a degree from a university that's not really possible for you to get into directly from Brazil. So thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Até logo.
Até. Thank you for your time, Mr. Bruce.
Okay. Tchau, tchau.
See you. Tchau. Então, podemos prosseguir, então. Vamos sair agora da Califórnia dos Estados Unidos e a gente vai para a nossa primeira instituição italiana. Se a Roberta estiver aí, a gente vai falar um pouco sobre a Ca' Foscari.
Hi.
Hello, Roberta. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. If you don't mind, I'm going to say a couple words about Ca' Foscari in Portuguese for a minute. Então, a Ca' Foscari é uma universidade em Veneza, na Itália. Hoje a Roberta ela veio falar um pouco para a gente sobre descobrindo a Ca' Foscari e o que viver em Veneza significa e como a Ca' Foscari ela se abriu para o mundo. E, bom, eu vou passar a palavra para ela. So if you like to tell a bit about yourself and about Ca' Foscari, it would be really good. The stand is yours and please be welcome.
Thank you very much. So I didn't understand everything, but I tried. Okay. So I will share my screen. Okay. Just 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so hi everyone. Again, I am Roberta and I work for the International Office Outreach and Recruitment Unit at Ca' Foscari University. So now I will just make a brief introduction of the university and then explain you the list of the services that we offer to international students at the university. So Ca' Foscari University of Venice is a public university and it was established in 1868 as the first international business school in Italy. So you can well imagine that at the beginning, the university was a master in economics and languages and international relations. Now, We are not a comprehensive university, but we have enriched the research areas of our studies. And now we can count on cultural heritage, languages and literature, chemistry, philosophy, information and communication technologies, and many others. So for our university, the internationalization is really important. We are a mid-sized university, so we can count about 24,000 enrolled students. And every year we welcome more than 1,500 international students, both exchange and enrolled students. We are first in Italy for the internationalization, and we have a network of more than 500 partner universities, and we have more than 500 agreements for academic exchange, both study, research, and internship. A really strong point for our university is the offer of joint and double degrees. We have more than 30. Joint and double degrees are options that students have when they are enrolled in a particular degree program. They can spend a period in a partner university, and after getting a degree at Ca' Foscari, they will get 1 or 2 diplomas, but released from 2 universities, Ca' Foscari and the partnered university. So you will get your diploma, but getting 2 actually diplomas. So it is really interesting as an option. In addition, to foster the name of our university, Ca' Foscari opened 3 different offices in the world, one in China, in Russia, and in Azerbaijan. In addition, we really want to keep a good relationship with our alumni. And for this reason, we have a really strong alumni network, and some of them opened different 11 alumni chapters all around the globe. We can just mention a few chapters in very important cities like New York, Paris, Shanghai, London, Brussels, and many others. Our university, as I told you, is not a comprehensive university. We have 4 study areas: economics, humanities, sciences, and foreign languages. In total, we have 8 different departments. We cover all the level of the education system. So we start from the foundation year to the PhDs. So for those of you who want to improve their language, English or Italian, according to the degree program they are interested in, if it is offered in English or in Italian. For those who have just 11 years of schooling, or for those who just want to improve better their knowledge before starting the university, we offer the foundation year. The foundation year is divided into 4 different tracks: economics, humanities, science, and architecture and design, art and design, because it is done in collaboration with UAF, that it is the architecture university in Venice. There are some common classes, and then the students would improve their language, as I told you, English or Italian. Generally, we have many programs at the bachelor level in all the areas that I mentioned before. But if you are just interested in those courses offered in English, we have business administration, economics and business, digital management, hospitality, philosophy international, and economic studies. But let's go deep about the services that we offer to the students. The goal of our university is to give to the students an interdisciplinary preparation. We don't want you just to be prepared in a specific area. We want you to have a rich and competitive curriculum when you finish the university. For this reason, even if you decided to study in English, we offer you the possibility to attend classes of Italian language and culture. You can deepen your knowledges attending minor classes, so courses of a different study areas of the one you are enrolled in, contamination labs, mobility programs, and joint double degrees. This is just a map of the networks that we have all around the globe, and you can see that we cover all the continents. We understand that some of you, when you decide to come to another country, and above all, if it is the first experience that you have abroad, they are not interested in going abroad in order to have an international experience. So we offer an international experience in Venice for those of you who still want to keep their international, to have an international curriculum. We have 3 different schools: Ca' Foscari International College, the School for International Education, and the Venice International University. Ca' Foscari International College and Venice International University are 2 particular schools that offer students to attend classes with other Italian and international students from many different countries and universities, because they are sort of consortium, and there is a particular relationship between Ca' Foscari. So you will have the opportunity to attend special classes like in particular themes, like sustainability, climate exchange, and many others. The School for International Education instead is the school who is in charge of generally summer schools and the foundation year. We have 2 main summer schools with Harvard and Columbia University. So you will also have the opportunity to attend classes with the professors from those institutions. For those students who arrive from another country, we can understand that maybe at the beginning it is difficult to feel comfortable, to understand which steps have to be taken at the beginning. So for this reason, we have decided to create many different services. The first one is the Welcome Unit and Immigration Team. These 2 services are those in charge of the application process, the enrollment moment, and all the procedures that the bureaucratic procedures that students need to solve once they arrive in Venice. For example, there's the permit of stay, the health insurance, the visa, etc. So if you need any support, they are the ones in charge of helping you facing these topics. Then, given that we don't want you to sleep under the bridges of our beautiful city, we have an housing office. This office will help you to find an accommodation. The financial aid office will help you understand if you have the opportunity to win a scholarship or an economical support. The buddy program is the program that gives you the opportunity to have current enrolled students next to you in the moment in which you need support regarding, for example, you need to find your accommodation, to go to your accommodation, you need a pickup service, you need help to go to the bank or to the post office, and many other things, or just to make new friends, because they are students like you, your peers, and they understand that it is nice at the beginning of an experience abroad to have some people as soon as you arrive. Then we have campus student mentors, so students or teaching assistants that help you facing problems in particular courses. And then almost 3 years ago, we launched the COVID counseling. So if you need help in order to face difficulties that you have because of COVID, these counselors will help you to face them. Unfortunately, I don't have the news about the scholarships for 2022-23 now, because they will be published in November 21. But just to give you an idea of what we did until last year, we offer the scholarships of 5,000 euros and renewable fee waivers. In addition, Ca' Foscari is part of this regional government scholarship, and for those students who arrive in Venice and have the economic and have a financial family incomes who is disadvantaged compared to others, we also offer the opportunity to apply for this regional scholarship, but this is just possible to receive once you arrive in Venice. So regarding the home, as I told you, we have this housing office. Generally, there are 2 types of student residences, and then we offer private apartments. So the student residencies can be regional government student residencies or privately managed student residencies. International students generally prefer to live outside Venice because the historic center is a little bit expensive. But closest cities like Mestre, Treviso, Mogliano, that are just 10-20 minutes by train or by bus far away from Venice, are cheaper. So you will find more international students in those locations. Here you have some pictures of the residencies that we offer to the students. This is the Santa Marta campus, so close to the linguistic and humanities campuses. The new residence close to the economic campus, San Giobbe. And we are now also building the new residence close to the scientific campus in Mestre. We also offer the opportunity to students to go to our canteens with advantage prices for students with the student card that you will receive once you become students of Ca' Foscari. Here you have just a list of some of them in Venice, in Mestre, in Treviso, and other parts close to the campuses. One of the things that I really like to promote for international students is the Welcome Week, the welcome activities. The Welcome Days and the Welcome Week are those moments in which we dedicate our many efforts to illustrate, to show to the international students step by step what they have to do once they arrive. We help them to integrate with to meet other students, to become part of the Ca' Foscari community. We organize many different moments like campus tours, meetings, board games, international breakfast, quiz online, treasure hunts. So different moments in which you can, it could be easier for you to settle in the life in Venice. In addition, during the year, we organize many other different events like a happy hour or moments with the students associations, etc. Here we started explaining you a little bit about the campus tutors. There are a few different types of tutors. These are the informative ones. So those who help you at the beginning, providing you information about the administrative procedures and deadline, how courses work, how to fill in your study plan, how to prepare for an exam or to book an exam, and many other things. Then we have the course tutors for milestone courses. So those courses who are more challenging and students face many more difficulties to take the exams. They are students who support those students who need help to be able to attend classes and to pass the exam. Then we have the teaching assistant that are provided for particular courses, and they help professors in preparing the classes, taking the exams, with preparing guidance and with assignments. And then we have the online tutors for those courses who are blended, so or online or half online and half in person. As I told you, we don't want you just to be prepared in a specific area. We want it to be interdisciplinary. We wanted to take different classes, to be part of many different, to attend many different, to take advantage of many different cultural activities. So one of these options, in order to be able to have a rich curriculum, a rich study plan, we offer students the opportunity to take to attend minors. So these are modules made of 3 different classes, and these generally minors are of study area completely different from the one you are enrolled in. We have also some offered in English, and some of them include energy, climate change, environmental risk, and social innovation management for smart community. Another extracurricular activity that it is really interesting, above all for MBA students, is the contamination lab. This is a lab that you will take with other students for 6 or to 8 weeks. And this lab enhances students' creativity and support creativity and sustainable ideas by launching new companies or transforming existing ones. So the idea is to give inspiration to new solutions for urgent problems related to the economy, politics, and society. Recent lab themes include digital transformation, sustainability, and creative industry. The study in Venice Consortium, it is something really particular because in Venice there is not just Ca' Foscari, there are also the UAV, the Architecture and Design University, Benedetto Marcello Conservatory of Music, Performance and Theory, and Accademia di Belle Arti, the Fine Arts. Thanks to this consortium, students can be enrolled at Ca' Foscari, but also taking classes to one of these institutions and have the credits that they get in this institution recognized in their study plan. Something that it is really important is that for our university, it's really important to prepare the students for the job market. For this reason, we have a really strong career service office, and the career service organizes many events during the year, online and offline, according to the possibility, in which students can have the possibility to meet companies, take a job interview, ask tips to staff of particular offices of these companies. In addition, they organize the competency center for soft skills development, and students in this competency center have the possibility to understand which are their strengths, how to highlight them, and to develop their skills in order to be well prepared when they face the job market. For those students who are non-EU students, once you get the visa, the study visa, you know that you can work 20 hours per week and you have 1 year to stay in Italy in order to get a job. Okay, so here you have a map of Venice and the cities in which we have campuses. You can see that everything is pretty close. The most far away city is Treviso, that it is just 20-25 minutes by train. And you can see that the Venice airport is really close and it is just 15 minutes by bus. Venice, you can see that it has a shape of a fish, and the linguistics and humanities campuses in the city are scattered all around Venice. Instead, the economic campus is circumscribed in a specific area. This is because the humanities and linguistic campuses are the ancient and the classical ones, so the more elegant. And here you have some pictures. Instead, the economic and the scientific campus are the newest one, and they have also particular labs, libraries, everything is there. You can see that we have also the Bloomberg Lab. This is the scientific campus with the labs and the library. This is just a picture of where our BA in digital management is located, and it is in Roncade, in the courtyard, in the campaign. Then we have, here we have just a list of some events that generally are organized together with are organized by Ca' Foscari together in order to put in practice what the students learn and to involve also the community in the Ca' Foscari life. This is the Veneto night, so the night for the researchers where they show their experiments. The art night, where you can see exhibitions all around the city, and the museums are open for free. Incroci di Civiltà, the lecture festival, the short film festival, the Musica Foscari, the science gallery. Here you have also a list. Once you become a Ca' Foscarino, you can be part also one of the students' associations of our university. You will know for sure ESN, ISEC, but we also have other interesting like the Venice Diplomatic Society, Envanishment, and Marketers. We have a sports center where you can practice many different sport activities like tennis, skiing, rowing, volleyball. Then we also have a Dragon Boat team, and you can be part of it. And you can also be part of the Ca' Foscari Theatre. I don't know if you have ever been to Venice, but it is a particular city. No cars, no bike. You just have to walk and go all around by boat. You can see it is an island in the middle of the sea. But let's break some stereotypes about our city. People think that it is always flooded, just a touristic city, and it is just for romantic moments and just going there for drinking wine and riding in a gondola. Instead, there is much more. Venice is a student city because, as you saw, that there are many different institutions. And floating lasts just few hours at most and only in certain periods of the year. And now we also have the MOSE system that protects the city by the high tide. And Venice is an international and interesting city because it offers many cultural events all around the year. Here you can see just a few pictures, and you can also see that we have beaches where students love to go, above all after the summer break, the summer exam session. And here you have pictures of the Biennale of Art, the Carnival, and the Festival of the Redimir that are just some of the most famous events that are organized in our city. Last information for you. I told you that Ca' Foscari is a public university, so it is affordable because the Italian government, given that it wants to give access to the university to most of the students, bears most of the cost of the university. So for students, non-EU students, the cost will be 1,900 euros for the bachelor's degree. Except for the digital management and the hospitality course, degree program, because they are particular, innovative, and organized with a private organization. So my presentation is over. Thank you very much. If you want to ask me a question, you can write to prospective.students@unive.it. And I really invite you to follow our Instagram account, Student Life in Venice, because it is an account managed by our international students. And what they want to do is to show life in Venice. So how their life is going on in Venice, thanks to Ca' Foscari. In addition, if you want to talk to one of our international students, you can look in the website apply.unive.it and search for chat with an international student, and you can book a Zoom call with them. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Roberta. So we have a couple of questions.
Sure, let me stop.
So the first one is Carlos. Yeah, I think it stopped already.
Okay.
So he asked, he's currently enrolled in a graduation program in Brazil, and he wanted to ask if there's a special program in Ca' Foscari that would allow him to get enrolled in the university and get credits from it for a short period of time, for a semester or a year.
Okay, so if I understood well, sorry, because the connection is not really good. So he is currently enrolled in a university, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a particular program that it is called Visiting Student, and even if there is no partnership between his university and Ca' Foscari, the student can come to Ca' Foscari for a semester or an academic year in order to get credits to do thesis research, or maybe if it is possible, but it is difficult now, for internship, but it is possible, of course.
Okay, and Julio asked about what's the situation with COVID, if there's any perspective of Brazilians going to Italy again.
Okay, so it is difficult to say now for Brazilian students because you know that things change so fast and so often that it is difficult to tell you that you have to do a quarantine moment, etc. So we have to check in the moment in which you decide to come to Italy. But what we can tell you is that we have started to be in class, not 100% yet, but 50%, and students can book their spot in class. But we also offer the opportunity to do online, to attend the classes online. Starting from the second semester, we want to be back 100%. We will always offer the opportunity to have the classes registered online. but we invite students to come to Italy in order to attend classes in person because we want to go back to normal activities.
Perfect. Yeah, good news. We also have a question. So I think you might know, but lots of Brazilians have European citizenships, and we have a question to what's the difference between the application from a Brazilian with a new EU citizenship and one without one.
So those who have the European citizenship, actually, they are a little bit more advantaged because they will have much time to apply. Because next year, for example, the application deadline for non-EU students will be May 3rd. Instead, for EU students, will be June 27th. So they have more time to apply. In addition, they will pay a little bit less, so 1,894 euros per year. It is just 6 euros less, but it is not something. It is better a little bit.
Yeah, great. And the last one is about the language. Would you say it's
sorry. In addition, they don't need the. They will have less. They will be a little bit more advantage when they come to Italy because they have a European citizenship. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easier than with the airport and stuff.
Exactly.
And the last question is about the language. In your experience, do you believe it's for a student that comes only with English? How long does it take for him to get adapted and start speaking Italian with like more naturality?
Okay. So it depends a lot on the students because we have many international students that after 3 years they just speak English. They don't want to speak Italian because they have always they have always taken classes in English. They have made new friends, international students. So they just had the opportunity to speak English. But there are many who prefer maybe I don't know to be part of the sports center, to extracurricular activities. So they had to make more efforts in order to learn Italian and to be part of the Italian community. But of course, if they are also wondering if they need Italian to survive in Venice, no, of course, because I can assure you that we have many students just English speaking. But we also offer students to take Italian classes so they can start learning the language and then they can, I don't know, they can be brave and take many different activities in the city in order to improve the language by themselves.
Okay, perfect. I think that answers the question. Thank you very much, Roberta.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was really informative. I personally really liked the presentation.
Thank you.
So
if you want to ask me questions, come to the booth.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Thank you.
Her booth is there, and yeah. Então, para nosso próximo convidado, nossos próximos 2 convidados, teremos agora uma escola técnica no Canadá, a ITD Canada. Então, para conversar um pouco sobre a ITD, eu vou chamar o Sohal e o Jamak. Hello. Hi, how are you guys doing?
Hi, Luca. We're fine. It's almost early in the morning on a Saturday in Vancouver, so we're just getting ready to do our day. But
great,
nice to be
perfect. Here. Great way to start a day. So, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna introduce the presentation and a bit about ITD in Portuguese for a minute, and then I'm gonna pass the voice to you. Então, a ITD, ela é uma escola técnica no Canadá. E nessa sessão, o Sohai e o Jamak vão falar um pouco sobre o que é ter um diploma, o que é ser um profissional técnico no Canadá. E, enfim, eu acho que vocês podem inferir mais sobre a apresentação ouvindo eles. Então, So I'm just gonna ask you to tell a bit about yourself and ITD, and yeah, thank you
Sure.
for coming and please be welcome.
Not a problem. We're actually very pleased to be here because we believe that we can give good information to people, to your clients there. We didn't want to make it all about our school. We just wanted to give some information about the tech climate in Canada, and specifically in BC and even in Vancouver. My name is Sohail Gorji. I am an immigrant. I have been in Canada for 26 years. And when I came to Canada, I was a young person, just like you are, Luca. I was 27 when I moved to Canada, and I already had a bachelor's degree in computer science. When I moved to Canada, I actually went back to school. I got a master's and a PhD in computer science. My bachelor's was in computer hardware. My master's and PhD is in computer communication. So all my professional life, I had only one job. I was a computer scientist. And I mean, like, yes, I am an educator right now. I am the president and the founder of ITD Canada. I have founded ITD Canada in 1998. So we're effectively 23 years old. And if you actually look into the entire history of Canada, Canada is only 114 years old. So we are like quite old when it comes to the history of Canada. Like, we've been operating for at least quarter of the life of Canada, or even more. So let me just tell you a little bit about myself. Like I told you, I am a computer scientist. I have founded and operated and is still operating a lot of tech companies. Our bread and butter is tech, and the college that I founded as well, for like years, it was only offering computer science programs, with a variation. Like with me spending a lot of time in the university, it just taught me what is done right, in my opinion, and what is not done right, in my opinion, in a university environment. So I decided to make something that is very much more practical, rather than being a theoretical kind of thing. So as a result, starting my life in Canada, I founded a school, and like 23 years later, I am extremely happy with the outcome because I have direct connection in the industry. I actually have a few tech companies and myself, and then almost everybody in Vancouver who's working in tech, they actually know about us, know about me in person. And a lot of people that I went to school 25 years ago, they are now managers of big tech companies. So I have like really good connections in the tech industry. And I exactly know what is happening in the market, what is required from people to know. And that's how we're actually building our programs. We're building our programs based on the market needs. We're just not like a university. Like normally when you're going to universities, they are government funded. They get the money from somewhere, and they're just basically teaching everything and anything. What we do here is that we know the tech culture in Vancouver and BC. We actually acquire the government data of what is needed in the next 10 years. And then we basically create our programs around that. So we have like data analysts, data scientists, that they take a look at the data that we get. And basically we figure out what is needed in the workforce. And as opposed of that, like in parallel with that, we just need to know what is it required for us to create a person who can fulfill the responsibilities in the workforce. And then we build a program. So in general, I am a veteran IT. I have been working in an IT environment for at least 26 years in Canada. Before that, I have like 6 or 7 years experience in my home country. So it's fair to say that ever since I was 15 years old, I never touched anything else but computers. And I've been a professional. That's the only job I ever held. If I wasn't sitting in front of computers, creating programs and being innovative, I was actually teaching it. So, and I was trying to find innovative teaching methods to teach people. The cool thing is that every 10 years of my life, my interest kind of like got diverted. Like when I was a teenager and during my 20s, I was a tech savvy. I was in love with tech stuff. Then I got in love with education, then business, then law, and then, like every 10 years, I acquired another degree after another degree after another degree. However, like right now, at the age of 52, I just look back. I think I accomplished whatever I wanted to accomplish. One of the things that I would like to say is that Jean-Marc, who is like my brother, my best friend, and also the vice president of the college, is actually the product of ITD Canada. So I'll just pass it to Jean-Marc to kind of like take it on and speak a little bit about his experience.
Thanks, Sohail. Luca, thank you very much for being here, for the introduction. I wish I could speak Portuguese. All I know is tudo bem. That's all I can say. But I promise we'll work on that. Thank you, Sohail. So yeah, as he said, I'll give you a little bit of background about myself as well, and how I got introduced to Sohail. I'm also an immigrant, moved to Canada about a little over 30 years ago when I was 14 years old. Went to high school in North Vancouver. Went to UBC, which is one of the bigger universities here. I got a degree in genetics and a degree in education. And like many young adults, I found that I can't make money with my degrees. So I started looking around, trying to figure out what can I do. And I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but around year 2000, there was the .com boom. People were making so much money in the US, in the Silicon Valley, and I figured, you know what, I'll give it a shot. I'll go do computers. So that's when somebody introduced me to Sohail, who was teaching at that point. I went to school, and then I moved. After I learned some stuff, I moved to California, lived in Silicon Valley for 15 years and worked in a bunch of high-tech companies. Then I decided to come back to Vancouver because I had 2 kids and I wanted them to be around my parents and grow. But that's enough about us. What I want, you're sitting here spending your time listening to us. What's in it for you? Why are you listening to us? What is this going to do for you? You're young individuals, either still in school or just getting out of school, and if you're interested in the tech industry, I think this short presentation and then just being introduced to Sohail and I might change your life as you move forward, because the tech industry is a very booming industry right now around the world, not just in Canada. But because of the proximity that British Columbia and Vancouver, by extension, has to California, where all of these tech companies are, and to Washington State in United States, where you have Microsoft and various other big companies like Amazon, for example, the opportunities for technology working in tech in big companies is on the rise. It's been rising for many years. And now it continues to rise. There's a huge demand for technology jobs in Vancouver, in BC as a whole, and it keeps on increasing. We don't have enough people that can do the tech work. The issue that you come across is that it takes a long time to go to university and to get the degrees that are necessary to be able to know what you need to do to go to do the work. As Sohail was alluding to earlier, the programs that we've put together in ITD are very special in the sense that the college as a whole is very special, because when you walk through the doors, the very first thing you hear from us is, listen, you're gonna get ready over the next 1 year to go get a job. That's it. That's our entire focus. And if you want to be in the tech sector, that's all we do with you. We work on the tools that you need. As he said, we talk to industry experts to figure out what exactly do you need. When you go sit at a computer at a work interview, or when you do get a job and you want to work, all the stuff you learn as a computer engineer, for example, over 4 years, there's probably 20% of it that's useful. We focus on that 20% and we just drop everything else. That's how we can manage to teach you in 11 months, because our programs are 4 terms. Each term is 3 months long, and you get a week in between. You get a week off in between. So in total, it's about 11 months. You come to school for 11 months, and then guess what? This is the really cool part. is we help you use the connections that I have and Sohail has to get a co-op position. This co-op position is a paid position. So basically for your entire second year, you go to work. You go to work at a tech company or in a tech position so that you become familiar with the way Canadian business works and the way tech works specifically. So with that, we've basically catered everything so that even if you haven't touched a computer, which is impossible, but even if you haven't touched a computer in your life, you come to ITD in a span of 11 months, so a span of 1 year, but 11 months academic, we get you to a position where you can walk into a junior position and go make money. And then that's all it's about, right? So some of you listening, and because we have a lot of students that have aspirations to live in Canada, right? So if you feel like you want to come to Canada and live there, or if you just come there to study, but after staying in Vancouver for 1 year and then at a college and then working for another year, you think, this is a cool place, I like to live here. Then there are various immigration pathways that are specially in place for people who are in technology. Now, this presentation obviously is about technology, so we're focusing on that. The focus isn't ITD. We're trying to get you to understand how the tech market works and what you can do. So I want to turn it back over to Sohail because he's more familiar with the immigration pathways, so that he can walk you through just a few, like just a couple of different things that are hot right now that are basically every single student that we've had from Brazil or anywhere else in the world that's gone through our tech program and wanted to stay in Canada is here working, making very good money. So Sohail, if you can spend a few minutes and talk about Tech Pilot and other programs, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely. But I'd like to start to say the major difference between a vocational college like us and a university. It has to be very clear, because then we're just going to start focusing on the job market and what is the climate in Vancouver. Everybody knows, and it's very ironic for it to come out of somebody who spent half of his life in universities. I spent at least 10 to 12 years in university to realize that I'm just working toward a degree. Like, you go to university to just get a degree. The goal is the paper that you're having. And the paper comes with a prestige, but not necessarily working knowledge. I experienced it firsthand. I just finished my bachelor's degree. I came out and I'm like, I don't know anything. It took me 2 years to spend at my military service to become a honed engineer. I didn't really learn a lot at the university. Yes, I learned a lot of math. I am capable of doing numerical calculations of differential equations. I'm doing calculus. I'm doing, high degree equalities or whatever, but it never helped me in my day-to-day work. I spent about 300 credits, maybe even more, to just make it to the PhD. And honestly, I'm not even using more than 20 of them right now. So the rest of it is kind of like the fluff that is connected to the core stem of knowledge base that you need to have. I started learning about this soon after I started my master's degree. I was going through courses that they were absolutely unrelated to whatever that I wanted to do. But yet still, because the goal was that piece of paper that has a title on it, I just wanted to go. It was at that time that it hit me that, you know what, I can kind of get rid of all the fluff, give people whatever they require based on whatever is needed on the job market. Let me portray the job market of tech here. Even at the time that I came here, there were more jobs than people. It's very logical to think of Canada like that. Why does Canada or any other immigrant friendly country, why do they want to bring people from other countries? The only reason is that the job is there, the people are not there. And I'm not talking about people. Yes, Canada does have homeless people. We do have people that they're not working. There are all of that. But the number of people that they're qualified enough to get a job is not enough. That's why we're actually creating immigration programs to bring people from overseas. And I think right now I'm a Canadian, but in general, I think government of Canada has been extremely smart creating a program that all geniuses in the entire world, they end up in Canada. Because the working environment, and the abilities, and it's just so much. The sky is the limit. I experienced it myself. I probably, if I had stayed in my home country, I wouldn't have been at the place that I am. But Canada will let you get to wherever you deserve. How? Well, Canada is one of the best countries when it comes to economy. We are like a part of a G8 summit, where like Canada is like one of the richest countries, or one of the 8 most richest countries in the world. We're so advanced in science, in commodities. So Canada is an advanced country. Everybody agrees with that. Canada is probably, I don't know exactly, but Canada is probably 10 times bigger than Brazil. If not 10, I am sure it is 5 times bigger than Brazil. Brazil has 230 million people in it. Canada has only 30 million people in it, right? Out of the 30, only 10 million can work. Out of the 10 million, there is only 5 million that they actually acquire the skills that are needed to get the job done. So what is our solution? We have to bring people from overseas. But the way that the government of Canada is doing is, like, at first it was just, we want, I mean, like 30, 40 years ago, it's like, we want people in general. But now they're very focused. They're razor sharp focused on getting people that they're already skilled, or they get their skills really fast in Canada. So what do? There is like multiple different immigration programs available here. I am not an immigration consultant. I'm not trying to play one, but I've been dealing with immigration law for the past 20 some odd years. There is 3-4 ways to get in Canada in general, and there is like multiple branches. If I want to categorize them, probably there is 100 different ways to make it to Canada. One of which that everybody knows about is called federal skilled worker. This is for young individuals whose English are good, they have background and experience, and they have a degree. Okay, but that is very, very slim. The federal skilled worker and using express entry, it does not apply to a lot of people. It is very sharp on a specific people. I came with a similar program. I was only 24 years old. I was speaking English perfectly, and I had a degree and I had work experience. But how many people are having that? There is not very many. However, there's other programs as well. So beside the federal skilled worker or federal programs, there is also provincial programs. And the provincial programs are essentially different, because federal skilled worker is basically skill-based immigration. Canada wants you because you're skilled, but provincial nominee programs are need-based programs. We want you here because we need you, not because you acquire some skills. One of the very specific programs in the province of BC is something that we know it as Tech Pilot. It used to be a tech program. It used to be a pilot program. And pilot program is just something that we test. For 4 years, it was a test program, like 2018, 19, 20, and 21. It was pilot. Like, we were trying to test it to see if it works. And it was so good that it became a permanent program. This immigration program is amazing. If you have studied or acquired knowledge in one of the categories that they say, mostly tech and engineering, they actually tell you, in one of my students' experience, in 27 minutes, they responded to someone and they're like, apply, you're qualified for it. It doesn't mean that they get the PR in 27 minutes. It means that they receive the answer that they are a qualified thing in 27 minutes. They have like a fast concierge that they evaluate you, and they just provide you with the documents that you need. And within 6 to 8 months, you become a PR, if you ever want to be a PR. So what do you need? You need to have studied tech, okay? You need to have had some background in it. And also you need to have a job offer. But this job offer is not like the job offer that you have to get for labor market impact assessment. This is an LMIA exempt job offer. As long as somebody tells to the government that I am hiring this person, it's okay. It's just as easy as a letter. They don't have to go through exhaustive process to prove to the government that they need you. So the Tech Pilot job offer is LMIA exempt, very easy. Now, here it is when the school comes in. There is a program out there which says if you study tech and if you have a job offer, you're more likely to stay in Canada. If your English is good, like all the immigrant requirements that everything else has, if you are actually studying tech and you have a job offer, then you can stay in Canada. So how does our school help you in that? Well, number one, I have to train you within 1 year because this is our philosophy. You come to us as a blank person. We want to give a computer expert in 1 year. That's our philosophy, and we're razor sharp focused on that. So what we do is that first we go and buy government data of what is the labor market in the next 10 to 15 years. So we get this data, I just pay for it, I buy it. Then our data scientists, including myself, Jean-Marc, and a whole bunch of other teams, will look into it, and we're cross-referencing two different lists. List number one, what is needed in the next 15 years. List number two, which salary keeps getting higher in the next 10 to 15 years. We cross-reference these two, voila, this is the programs that we offer. We offer you the programs that we know there is jobs for them. We are absolutely 100% sure by the time that you graduate, which is only a year from now, there is a still market for it. Okay? So then I, as the senior academic administrator or senior educational administrator, I sit down and I'm like, okay, I know that we need web developers. And we need computer architects. We need this and this in the next few years. So how can I create one of this? All right, then I need to create a program that, imagine that I want to create a web architect. And I'm like, oh, in order to be a web architect, you need to know some tools. You need to know JavaScript. You need to know Node.js. You need to know PHP. You need to know Laravel. You need to know Ruby. You need to know Perl. You need to know Python. All the other tools that you need to know, Java, stuff like that. So I package all of this together, and then I call it open source web development, because these are all open source products and they are hot. All of our students that we actually introduced open source web development about 4 years ago. And I can guarantee you, most of our students, they were hired before graduation. We had a very sweet problem. The problem was that they would get a job before they graduate. Mostly in other colleges, they get a job, they just study, they graduate, and then they struggle. Everybody says, we help you, but eventually they dissipate or they get an unrelated job, whatever. But for us, it was completely different. We had the problem in the other way. We had to come up innovatively to let people finish their studies. I actually had 2 Brazilians that they just got a job offer before even they were graduated. That's like one program. We have another program which is called embedded programming, that is basically mostly focused on C++ and the tools that you can program chips. We have another program which is called graphic and web development, which is specifically geared toward web programming using Microsoft products. We have another one which is called network administration. This is specifically geared toward designing and maintaining network. Technically speaking, we have 19 different diplomas. 7 or 8 of them directly focuses on IT. The rest of them, because we're a technology college, we're really one of a kind. Like, there is only 4 or 5 other colleges that they do something similar that we do in entire BC. And I don't really think that any one of them does anything similar to us. So what we do is that we don't really have a competitor. We're doing this stuff the way that we do, and we've been doing it really well. And the reason is just the scientific approach that we have. We actually go and ask what is needed, then we create a package, and then we just deliver it to people. As a result, every other program that we have, including business, interior design, whatever, they're also very much computer related and tech related. So everybody knows as a tech, like probably we're the most famous private tech in BC, if not in Canada. All right. So having said that, I would just like to give it back to Jean-Marc to kind of like talk about the individual situation that we had, the students that we had. Like I told you about a few students that we had. We have extremely successful students, some of them, including Jean-Marc. But, I'm not talking about Jean-Marc graduated 20 years ago. I'm talking about recent graduates as well. There is not a day that I walk by for a few blocks from the office that people don't come around, hug me, and they're telling me, Sohail, you changed our lives. So back to Jean-Marc to continue.
Actually, I think we're out of time. Luca, are there any questions?
Yeah, we also have some questions, if it's fine.
Let's do that. That's more beneficial.
Okay, so the first one is from Carlos. He asked about, I think he's referring to the period of 1 year that you guys said it would be enough for a computer student to be a junior. at a tech company. He asked about how intensive is the education, and if wait, let me just, it's because I'm translating, how intensive it is, and if there is like free time, like in the matter of having free time to do other things.
Carlos, I have good news and I have bad news for you. You're not going to get to play much. That 1 year, think of it as you're going into military. That 1 year is going to change your life forever, right? You come in, you're going to work hard. This isn't easy, right? I mean, you have to imagine trying to compact everything into that 1 year. It's a lot of work. So you get about 20 hours a week of class time. I would say you have to put at least 20 to another 20, 25 hours, maybe 30 hours of work yourself. But yeah, you have your weekends to work 20 hours a week, and then you have some of the evenings and stuff to go out and recuperate and rejuvenate as well. But I would say yes, expect to have to work hard during that 1 year.
Okay, perfect. And the other question is about the pandemic and how things are rolling in Canada, and if there's any perspective of anytime soon students going back to BC. And
okay, Sohail, you want to take that?
Sure. Yeah, we've been actually, we have had a very conservative approach. Just like looking at numbers and everything, we're just one of the last ones that we would like to introduce. One thing that we know is that we're always going to have a hybrid model, but it's definite that in January we're opening the school. Like we just decided, we have all the artifacts, all the numbers from the government is fine. A lot of people are vaccinated. If you're fully vaccinated and you come to Canada, and even if the vaccines are not, the government of Canada approves, you just do 14 days quarantine, and then we check your documents, and then you're coming in. We won't let people not vaccinated in, but if they're fully vaccinated, class is just business as usual, or a new usual, which is going to be hybrid. We will not have 100% in class anyways, but it's going to be hybrid student life / online. So that will start in January.
Okay, perfect. Good news then. We also have another one. Marina is asking about the percentage of international and local students in ITD.
It fluctuates. We have students from all over the place. Before pandemic, the ratio was like 70% international, 30% local. Right now, it's like a year and a half that we didn't really have a supply of international students. Instead, we had a good supply of local students. So like right now, the population is about 300 students, and over 200 of them are local, and only 100 are international. So right now we have more local students than international. It just fluctuates based on the thing. But I would say our goal is to keep it 50-50. But it never happens. It doesn't, we can't align it like that. So there is like a little bit more in international, a little bit more sometimes in local. At the moment, we have more local students than international.
Okay, perfect. I think that answers the question. Thank you, Sohail and Jamak. It was really, really informative. I personally really liked it. I didn't know about all the opportunities of a tech professional in Canada. And yeah, it was really, really good. Thank you for your time.
Awesome.
Pleasure.
No
Luca, so just to close this, there are partial scholarships available, but we're not going to announce them. If anybody is interested, send us a message on chat. Go to our booth, send us a message on chat, and we'll evaluate it individually rather than trying to make it. And that's also a reason for you guys to connect with us. So make sure you send a chat message if you're interested in tech at all. Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Então, gente, como o Jamak falou aí no finalzinho, é importante que vocês visitem os stands. Por exemplo, ele falou agora no finalzinho que eles iriam divulgar sobre bolsas, analisar caso a caso. Então, é muito importante que vocês visitem os stands e mandem mensagem mesmo, perguntem. Porque, como vocês viram, é um curso um curso, é uma escola muito legal, né? E, enfim. Então, eu vou fazer alguns avisinhos antes da nossa próxima apresentação. As perguntas vocês podem fazer no canto inferior direito, ali no chat, vocês fazem as perguntas de forma privada. Não precisa mostrar para ninguém, eu leio e analiso e vejo quais que eu vou perguntar. E acho que é isso. Visitem os stands, não temos mais muito tempo de feira, então assistam mais as próximas palestras e depois, no tempinho que sobrar, visitem os stands. Agora, para a nossa próxima apresentação, eu vou chamar a Josi e a Grace, da Comox Valley, para falar um pouco do programa de intercâmbio deles. Hello. Hi, Josie.
Hello, everyone.
How are you guys
Luca. Good. We're super excited.
Great. So, would you guys like to proceed in Portuguese and English?
We'll do both.
Okay, perfect. I'm just gonna introduce you guys for a minute, and then I'm gonna pass the stand to you.
Okay. Are we gonna share our screen? Are we able to share our screen?
Yes. If you like.
Okay.
So, então, a gente vai ouvir um pouco da Comox Valley International Student Program. Elas vão falar sobre estudar no distrito, que é um distrito muito, muito bacana. Eu tive a oportunidade de ver bastante sobre na hora de montar o evento, e é muito legal, tem muitas atividades extracurriculares, tem muita natureza, é um lugar, assim, tem lago, assim, é um lugar que você não vai só estudar. A educação é excelente, mas é um lugar, assim, que pelo menos pelo que eu vi, eu achei muito bacana. E, enfim, eu não vou me alongar muito. E nessa apresentação você vai poder aprender um pouco mais sobre a Comox Valley e estudar em British Columbia. Eu vou passar a palavra, então, para elas e sejam bem-vindas. Please be welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hola, everyone. My name is Josie Jiang. I am the Senior Manager of the Comox Valley International Student Program in the Comox Valley School District in British Columbia, BC. I will let Gracie introduce herself.
Olá, tudo bem? Eu sou Grace Souza, moro no Canadá há 8 anos, sou formada em Relações Internacionais e represento Comox Valley na América Latina como um todo. Estou aqui para traduzir para Josie e o que vocês precisarem. Go ahead, Josie.
I'm so happy to be here. Actually, Gracie is enough to be here because she speaks Portuguese and I don't speak Portuguese, but I'm just so excited and I want to have this opportunity to meet all of you and have an opportunity to talk to you as well. I know we just had an introduction of a university college in Canada in BC, and we're going to move to a high school program, middle school, high school program in BC as well. And let's explore this province a little bit more. I'm going to share my screen here, and Gracie will be my translator, of course.
I don't see your screen yet.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
No, now yes.
Awesome. Can you see it?
Perfect.
Great. Hello, everyone. We are from the Comox Valley International Student Program in BC, Canada. And we are here for you, here to support you, and here to be on this educational journey with you in Canada. So let's take a look what Comox Valley International Program can offer you when you come to Canada. Grace.
Olá, somos de Comox Valley do Canadá e nós estamos aqui para providenciar um suporte e para explicar um pouco sobre Comox Valley. E agora vamos começar introduzindo o que o nosso programa pode oferecer para você, estudante de segundo grau.
Okay. So this is a map of Canada, and we know Canada is super big. It is the second biggest country in the world. And I'm sure you know Toronto, you know Vancouver, you probably know Ottawa, Montreal, these big cities. And let's take a look at the province of British Columbia, which is here, the dark green here. And I'm sure many of you know about Vancouver. That's where Vancouver is. That's where the start is. And then besides Vancouver, you can see there's an island. And this island is called the Vancouver Island.
Ok, agora eu vou te apresentar o mapa do Canadá. Esse é o mapa do Canadá, como vocês podem verificar. E na parte escura, em verde, você pode identificar bem na parte de baixo a área de Vancouver. Nós estamos na ilha de Vancouver, que fazemos parte de Vancouver, mas é na parte da ilha. E agora a gente vai um pouco mais profundo nessa área.
And if you zoom this Vancouver Island map, it looks like this. It is actually a very big island. It takes about 6-7 hours to drive from the south to the north. And the Comox Valley is right in the middle of the island. And we have about 70,000 people. And if you see this number, you might feel, oh my God, this is such a small city. You know, think about Sao Paulo, think about Campinas, Belo Horizonte, Rio. And this number is so small. But in Canada, this size of city is actually a medium size. It's not even small. And of course, not so big. Because in Canada, we just don't have a lot of people. That's why in Canada, we're still welcoming international students to come here to study with us. We need you and we want you.
Aqui, como você pode identificar nessa parte verde do mapa, essa é a nossa ilha de Vancouver. E essa ilha leva em torno de 7 horas para você cruzar a ilha inteira. E como você pode identificar, Comox Valley fica nessa parte onde tem a estrela, que é bem no meio, tá bom? Entre Victoria e Port Hardy, que você pode identificar lá na ponta. Temos em torno de 70 mil habitantes, ainda que pareça que não sejam muitas pessoas, comparando para o número de população do Canadá, é um número bom de pessoas, ok? Eu sei que a gente não pode comparar com São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Campinas, mas pense na visão canadense. Então, é um número bom de pessoas. E nós queremos você é muito bem-vindo aqui.
And when you travel to the Comox Valley, you will land in Vancouver first, and you will take a very short flight, about 20-25 minutes, directly from Vancouver to the Comox Valley, and your host family will be there to pick you up. And when we think about Vancouver Island, think about Comox Valley, something that's very special is here, we are not very cold here. So it's much easier for students from Brazil to adjust to the weather here. We have the most mild temperature in Canada. So in winter, we actually don't have a lot of snow. However, Mount Washington, the world-class ski resort, is just in our backyard. So if you want to try winter sports, if you want to see snow, it is very close to you on the mountains. And your host family can take you to ski, snowboard if you want. If you don't want to see snow, you can just stay in the city center and you won't see a lot of snow here. So when you arrive here, like I say, you will be in Vancouver first, and you will take a very short flight to the Comox Valley. And the Comox Valley is ranked one of the most desirable places to live in Canada, just because it is super peaceful, very beautiful, lots of natures, oceans, mountains. It's just a very beautiful place.
E aqui agora vamos falar um pouco sobre o clima. ok? A vantagem de você estar morando em Comox Valley durante o seu segundo grau é que você tem acesso às montanhas, se você quiser curtir a neve durante o inverno, esquiar, snowshoeing, você tem essa vantagem. Na cidade, a gente não tem tanta neve durante o inverno. Normalmente é em torno de 1, 2 semanas com neve em dezembro. Normalmente o Natal é branquinho. Mas se você quiser curtir bastante o inverno, aí você vai para as montanhas, que fica só a 30 minutos daqui. Vai ter excursão da escola também para te levar até as montanhas, que já está incluso no pacote. Você começa com um voo vindo para você chegar aqui até Comox Valley, você pega um voo de Vancouver até Comox Valley, no nosso aeroporto. Temos um aeroporto aqui na cidade, isso é um ponto bom. E fica somente a 2h30 até Victoria, 1 hora até Nanaimo, que é uma área grande, tem um mall, com outlet mall, que você pode fazer compras com preços ótimos, e não fica longe também de Vancouver.
Thank you, Gracie. And these are just some pictures to show you how colorful this place is. In spring, in winter, in summer, in autumn, sceneries changes, but we have lots of beautiful stuff here and a lot of colors. Very beautiful here.
Aqui você pode identificar as 4 estações. A gente tem o mar, a gente tem o lago, muitas cores. Identifique as cores do outono, que é onde nós estamos agora. Está tudo amarelinho, vermelho, cor de abóbora. É muito bonito. Aqui é muito bonito.
And you can see in the winter, we don't have a lot of snow in city center. So if you don't want to see snow, you can just stay there. But if you want to see snows are just on the mountain. It's very accessible to you.
Como você pode observar aqui na foto, aqui está a cidade, não tem neve no chão, mas você pode observar nas montanhas. Ali em cima é uma geleira, tá, gente? Então, você pode ir lá, você pode esquiar. E bem na ponta da montanha mesmo, é uma parte glacial, gelo mesmo.
Thank you. And let's talk about the Comox Valley community. I'm sure your parents would really care about, what the community looks like. So first of all, I'd like to clarify some our COVID-19 situation here in the Comox Valley. So as you probably know, in Canada, BC has done a very good job controlling the virus of COVID-19. So since the pandemic, BC, the province of BC, has been relatively safe compared with other provinces. And because Comox Valley is not a very big city, the virus here in the community has been very, very low. We haven't had a lot of cases since the beginning till now. And our schools have never shut down. And all of our students, Canadian students and international students, have been studying at school face-to-face every single day. So when you come here to the Comox Valley, you will still be studying at school with your teachers and classmates. You're not going to do online or anything like that. Gracie, I think I'll let you translate this part first.
Ok, então vamos falar um pouco sobre a situação, falando sobre o Covid. As nossas escolas não fecharam durante toda a pandemia e até o momento continuamos com as nossas escolas abertas. British Columbia está muito bem concentrado e organizado nessa questão aí da pandemia. A gente está tendo um controle bem rigoroso. Porém, aqui na ilha, nós fomos privilegiados. A gente não precisou fechar as escolas. O nosso número com pandemia é bem, bem pequeno mesmo. A porcentagem de vacinação já estamos acima de 80 e pouco por cento com a população vacinada. Então, não tem nenhum problema quanto vocês se preocuparem quanto a isso. Vocês vindo para cá, vocês vão estar estudando na sala de aula diretamente com os seus professores e os seus colegas.
And in the Comox Valley, 98% of our citizens speak English as their first language. So when you come here, you will have a very good language environment for you to speak English and practice English. We have many students coming to the Comox Valley the first day when they don't speak any English. But after 1 year, after 2 years, they can communicate very effectively. So the environment will definitely help you to speak better English, practice English every day. And in the community, it is a very safe, friendly, and caring environment. When we go out of our houses, we don't even lock our doors. That's how safe it is here. And in the Comox Valley, because we have a lot of people who chose to come to the Comox Valley at the late stage of their career life, most of our citizens, I would say, they are very educated. When they come here, they want to settle down because it is such a beautiful and peaceful place. And when you come here, you will be valued as an international student, and people take care of you as a community, and they value you here as well.
Aqui, como você pode identificar, nós temos 98% da população pronunciam em inglês, né? São canadenses ou são de origens inglesa. Então, isso é um ponto muito favorável, considerando o investimento que seus pais estão fazendo em vocês. E quanto à questão de segurança, nossa, aqui é muito seguro, gente. Adicionando um pontozinho particular, eu venho do Rio de Janeiro, então, comparando a ilha com o Rio de Janeiro, aqui a gente nem precisa trancar a porta da nossa casa ou carro, mas a gente tem de tudo. Nós temos shoppings, nós temos cinemas, nós temos teatro, nós temos tudo aqui, mas é muito seguro. E a comunidade é muito amigável, as pessoas querem conversar com você, as pessoas querem te dar atenção. Se você tem dificuldade, se você não fala o inglês, você vai ter suporte na escola, você vai ter tutor direcionado para aprimorar o seu inglês. Normalmente os nossos alunos, com 1 ano, eles já estão falando inglês fluente. Alguns que já vêm com um conhecimento melhor de inglês, com 6 meses eles já estão falando inglês, mas só para vocês terem uma noção. E aqui você será bem-vindo, é uma comunidade que realmente aceita o estudante internacional.
And let's introduce the Comox Valley School District, where you will be studying. So it is a government-funded school district. It is public education. And in Canada, our public education is very, very good, has very good quality. Canadian public education compared with many other countries is very good quality. So most of our international students will choose to stay in a public system, study in a public school. So Comox Valley School District is also a public funded school district. And under this school district, we have 3 secondary schools. I'm sure most of you will be studying in one of the secondary schools with us. And we have 2 middle schools, we have elementary schools as well, if you want to come at an early stage. And in the entire district, we have about 8,000 students in total and 300 international students from over 25 countries. So when you come to the Comox Valley district, you will find all of your classmates come from different countries. It's not like one single country dominating the entire school district. You will be interacting with students from Germany, Spain, Mexico, China, Korea, Japan, many countries that you can think of. And every year we have about 7 students from Brazil, and definitely we would like to host more students from Brazil because they are absolutely awesome and they love us. So we hope that we can introduce our Comox Valley School District to you, and hopefully you can choose us to be part of your life journey and learning journey.
Falando um pouco sobre as escolas aqui no distrito de Comox Valley, as nossas escolas são públicas e nós temos 3 grandes escolas secundárias, tá? Que vai entre a grade de 8 a 12 e temos 2 de 13 de elementos, né? Elementares, como que a gente pode dizer no português, e de meio termo a nível de escolaridade, que seria da grade de 6 a 9. Total número de estudantes seria 8.000 aproximadamente, e estudantes internacionais em torno de 300, que variam entre estudantes da Espanha, da Itália, de Londres, Alemanha. Nós temos vários estudantes alemães, nós temos estudantes da Ásia. Então, é bem diversificado. E canadense, claro, porque a maioria dos canadenses mesmo, eles vão para escolas públicas. Aqui a gente não paga escola, sabe? A gente dá prioridade para que os nossos filhos vão para a escola pública mesmo. Então, você vai estar estudando ali e vai estar aprendendo realmente o dia a dia de uma vida canadense e como os canadenses vivem. Em torno de 7 estudantes brasileiros distribuídos nessas 3 escolas.
And these are our facilities. Our schools have long history, but we just recently renovated our schools, so they look very new. Science labs, theater, classrooms, they all look new, even though they are actually old.
Aqui vocês podem verificar as facilidades das nossas escolas, tá? Foram todas renovadas. Essa parte aí, a primeira foto é a cozinha, tipo o MasterChef, sabe, gente? Esse é o nível, assim, da cozinha dos nossos alunos. E ainda que as escolas sejam antigas, elas parecem totalmente novas, porque elas foram, as 3 foram renovadas recentemente.
One of the things that Comox Valley School District is most proud of is we always provide personalized education. We understand students are different. Some students are really good at math. Some students are really good at music. And we try to find out what their talents are and nurture the talents. So we treat every single one of you as an individual and provide you with our individual care, attention, so you can really thrive here in this educational system. And we do program planning for all students in our district, and our district principal and school vice principals will help you to choose courses you need. I understand many of you from Brazil are going to need validation because you want to earn the credits from Canada and take back to your Brazilian schools. We can totally do that. So if you need math, science, social science, PE, English, whatever subjects, let us know in advance and we will make sure that you get these courses you need. And also in BC, we're super proud in BC because as a province, we really care about student skill development. We start to develop student skills at a very early stage in terms of their leadership, critical thinking, teamwork, intercultural competency skills, which will benefit you when you go to universities and when you look for jobs. And we try to develop those skills with you, for you, at a very early stage of your life. And in the program, we're also fast at catching students' issues and solving them. In every of our schools, we have an international student support teacher who only takes care of their international students at their school. So they are like a bridge between the district, which Gracie and I are from, and students. So if you are not doing well, if you need some help, they will let us know right away. We understand you are still young, right? And sometimes things happen, but it's fine. We are here for you and we're here to support you.
Aqui agora vamos falar sobre a educação direcionada que você vai ter quando você chegar aqui, tá bom? Então, o que acontece? Você vai ter tutor, como eu já havia dito antes, voltado para a sua necessidade, pelo fato de você ser um estudante internacional. O programa vai ser desenvolvido de acordo com a sua necessidade e com as suas expectativas. O nosso vice-presidente e o nosso presidente, eles estarão desenvolvendo um programa para você e de acordo com os seus objetivos. Eu quero focar na matemática, eu quero ir para a área da engenharia, eu quero ir para a área de computação. Então, você já vai fazer o seu segundo grau desenvolvendo mais conhecimentos nessas áreas. É claro que você vai ter todas as matérias essenciais que você precisa ter, como matemática, o inglês, a ciência, você vai ter tudo, plus mais as matérias extracurriculares que os seus pais já estão pagando por você. Então, assim você já tem uma bagagem e um entendimento se é isso que você realmente vai querer fazer na sua faculdade. Porque a gente tem tantas dúvidas quando a gente se forma, né? E o bom da educação aqui no Canadá é que você vai aprender desenvolver essas atividades de forma a pensar, você vai pensar de forma lógica, como você desenvolve um problema, como você faz um cálculo, sempre com uma forma analítica, um pensamento lógico, sem precisar usar um lápis, uma caneta, você já tem a resposta na cabeça dos números que estão para vir. Eles realmente te ensinam a pensar aqui de forma lógica. E você vai ter um desenvolvimento para problemas muito rápido. E isso é ótimo para quem quer ir para a área de ciência. Agora, se você quer ir para a área de esportes, nós também temos esportes, temos artes, e isso tudo já está incluso no seu pacote. E o benefício de estudar aqui na ilha é que o nosso curso é muito bem visto. British Columbia tem o maior score de grade para você entrar para uma faculdade. Então, as escolas de British Columbia são muito bem vistas. E a nossa escola é sempre sai no ranqueamento bem elevado. Então, esse é um plus, né? Porque seus pais estão investindo e é bom a gente saber que o nosso dinheiro está sendo investido em um lugar bom e que os nossos filhos vão poder aproveitar.
And here in our program, you can choose to graduate with us, but most of our Brazilian students choose to study with us for 1 semester, which is 5 months, to 1 year, which is 10 months. And if you don't want to come here for too long, you can come here in July and August just to have our summer camp and just to have a taste of Canadian culture and Canadian education.
Aqui você pode observar nossos programas de 3 meses, de 3 meses, de 8 semanas, ou a graduação de 1 ano ou 2 anos. E depende, né? Você pode vir a curto tempo ou a longo prazo, mas vai ter o gosto de estar vivendo numa cultura canadense.
Okay, I'm going to skip the introductions of the 3 of our secondary schools. How it works is when you send us an email saying that you're interested in applying with our school district, you can let us know what you like to do. For example, you can tell us, oh, I really love music, or I really love drama. I really like science. I really like sports. You can let us know what you really like, and we will place you in one of our high schools that will fit you the best. Because education quality in all of our high schools is very good. But different schools, just like people, has different personality, has their unique things, unique programs. So you can let us know what you need, and we can choose the school for you. And 2 of our schools are in walking distance to your homestay families. So if walking to school, if you prefer to walk to school instead of taking a bus, you can let us know if that's very important to you. And we will consider that in the selection of your schools.
Aqui a gente vai pular um pouco essa parte falando muito sobre as escolas, mas como a gente já havia dito antes, nós temos 3 escolas secundárias a nível médio, e você, por favor, nos mande uma mensagem onde nos deixe saber se você está mais interessado em música, ou em artes, ou em drama, ou na parte de ciência, e a gente vai te acomodar de acordo com a sua necessidade, tá bom?
And of course, in each of our schools, we have lots of clubs and some special programs for you as well.
E aqui são os nossos clubes que você poderá fazer parte e vai ser muito bom.
Okay. And last, I would like to talk about homestay, because that's where you're going to live when you come to study in the Comox Valley. In our Comox Valley, we provide homestay, which means you will be staying and living with a Canadian family in the Comox Valley. And they provide you with food, they help you with everything at school and at home, and they take care of you. And they include you as part of their family. And in our program, we are very proud of our homestay program, because we monitor our homestay program directly, which means we know every single family in our program, and we know you attaching with every single family. So our service level is very high when it comes to taking care of you and taking care of your homestay families. Every year we provide training to our homestay families as well, just letting them teach them how to take you to the hospital, how to help you with your homework, how to help you with things in your life. And because we want you to feel that you're part of the family, we really care about if you are happy here in the program. And we feel like living places is the most important thing when you study here in the Comox Valley. And our satisfaction rate in our homestay program is very high, and we have 2 very dedicated homestay teachers to take care of you and your host families.
Ok? Aqui você pode, vou começar pela parte de baixo, a satisfação dos nossos clientes é em torno de 91%, com questão da estadia, e isso é uma parte que nos deixa muito orgulhosos. As nossas casas, nós conhecemos todos os seus familiares que estarão te hospedando, e você estará fazendo parte dessa família. Eles vão montar um cardápio para você especial. Se você tiver qualquer problema em questão de restrições, não se preocupe, só deixa a gente saber com antecedência, porque nós temos 2 pessoas dentro da escola que trabalha diretamente com essas casas, então é muito importante ver vocês felizes, tá bom? Isso é o que nós nos preocupamos, e qualquer problema que vocês tiverem, vocês podem entrar em contato com essas pessoas e conosco também, tanto comigo quanto com o Josi. Nós estaremos disponível para vocês, porque, como eu disse antes, a felicidade de vocês é a nossa prioridade.
And usually you will be staying in a house. You will have your own room and internet and a bed. You will have everything to yourself. You will be likely to live in a house with a family.
E vocês podem observar, esses são os tipos de casas onde vocês estarão morando, essas são as nossas casas mesmo, e você vai ter o seu quarto, provavelmente você vai ter um banheiro só para você, se você tiver que dividir, vai ser com seu irmão ou irmã dentro da casa, então realmente você vai ter uma ótima qualidade de vida.
These are just pictures. And we organize events for you every month. Sometimes we take you for skiing, snowboarding. Sometimes we take you for camping, surfing, whale watching, hiking. As I say, Comox Valley is a very, very beautiful place. So we would like you to enjoy the nature here. Oceans, mountains, skiing, snowboarding, hiking, camping, all these Canadian sports and outdoor activities. We want you to have a full experience here in the Comox Valley. We don't want you to just study, because in Canada, we believe you need to play hard and study hard.
Ok, aqui você pode observar que você estará indo para passeios que já estão inclusos no seu pacote, passeios de ver baleias, fazer esquis, aulas de surf. E é importante que mesmo que você estude intensamente, que você viva, né? Que você aproveite o ambiente onde você está. E muito obrigado. We have any other point, Josie?
No, just a highlights, and I'd like to announce 2 entrance scholarship we are going to provide you with. So the first 2 applicants from Brazil applying with Efigie, we are going to provide you with 500 scholarship.
Ok? Aqui você pode observar alguns pontos. Nós estamos oferecendo 2 bolsas para os 2 primeiros aplicantes, ok? No valor de $500. E se vocês tiverem dúvidas, nós estaremos disponíveis no nosso chat. Dá uma olhadinha lá, Comox Valley High School, e Josie and myself, e eu estarei disponível lá no chat para vocês darem uma chegada por lá. Obrigada, Luca. Thank you, Josie.
Obrigada. We're gonna, I don't know if we still have 3 minutes to play this testimonial.
Oh, wouldn't you rather answer some questions? Because I think we okay.
Running
actually,
out of time?
the first, we've run out of time already.
No problem.
So our first question was actually about the school trips, but I think you covered it. Yeah, the photos are great. It looks
Oh,
awesome.
thank you.
And the second one is about the culinary class. Mateus wants to ask how advanced is it, and if it's only for like basic stuff, or if it's kind of like professional type of class.
That is a very good question. So as you know, in Canada, in a lot of universities and colleges, especially colleges, they have culinary program to really help you to become a chef. And in a high school, on a high school level, the program is not super advanced, but it will provide you with an idea to understand if I really like it, if I want to be a chef in the future. So you will be doing a lot of testing, a lot of things with the chef, with your teachers, and to see if you like it. Lots of experiments. And in one of our high schools, we have a big cafeteria, and every lunch, our culinary students provide us with lunch. So you will have the opportunity to cook for the entire school.
That's great. Okay, thank you, Grace. Thank you, Josie. It was really good, really informative. We appreciate your time. Eu vou só adicionar aqui, então, como elas falaram, visitem o stand delas, chamem no chat, conversem com elas, porque elas têm bastante informação a mais para passar para vocês. Thank you, obrigado.
Thank you. Obrigada, Luca.
Bye.
Bye.
See you. Então, gente, prosseguindo para nossa última, infelizmente, a nossa última palestra de hoje, eu vou chamar o David. Ele é da UCR, da University of California, Riverside. Ele vai falar um pouco sobre os 150 programas deles. Hello, David. How are you doing?
Hi. Good. Good afternoon. And good morning
Yeah,
from
you
California.
too.
Yeah.
So I was just talking a bit about your presentation. You're going to talk about University of California, about your more than 150 courses. I'm not going to take very long. I'm just going to pass the stand to you, and you can present if you want about yourself and the university.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So, very fast introduction. My name is David. I am the international recruitment representative from University of California, Riverside. I am responsible for recruitment for both undergraduate as well as our graduate programs. Can everybody see my screen? I'm not sure. Let me know in the chat if you can see my screen. My printing, not yet. Now? Great. Okay, so we're from the University of California, one of the most well-known public institution in the world, actually. So we have over 10 campuses overall, with 9 campuses offering undergraduate program. We're located all over California, from very north of the California to Southern California, like Davis, Berkeley, some of the very well-known campuses like Berkeley and UCLA and San Diego. We're all over California with different location, unique surrounding, unique programs. We have campuses on the coast, right on the beach. We have campuses in inland. We have campuses in a major city, and we have campuses in a more suburban area. So whichever campus you choose, you're going to be sure to have a very unique experience. Regardless, you will always have the same quality of education that's offered by a UC university. So UC Riverside, our history goes back all the way to 1907 with the citrus experiment station. We actually have a very close relationship with agriculture. In the beginning of the 20th century, actually, earlier than that, late 19th century, Riverside was one of the biggest agricultural city or location area in the United States, and we were known for citrus fruits, particularly navel orange. So because of this, because of the huge export economic impact to the state and as well to the country, the state of California and the UC region started the citrus experiment station in 1907 at Riverside. This was actually the funding unit for UCR. And after World War II, with the GI Bill, with the increasing population in the area, as well as higher demand for the higher education, we formally joined the UC system in 1954 as the sixth campus of the UC system. And fast forward to this year, 2021, we're America's fastest rising university. We've been expanding, growing very rapidly through our programs, our faculty, our facilities. We have some of the state-of-art, newest, most high-tech facilities on campus in the US that's offered to all of our students from all the way from undergraduate level to graduate level. So where are we located? We're in Southern California. As you probably see from the map, we're in Southern California, in a very centrally located location. It's called Inland Empire. We're about an hour and a half drive away from downtown Los Angeles. We're actually about an hour drive away from all these different fantastic locations and destinations in the area, like Disneyland, Hollywood, the Huntington Beach, Santa Monica Beach. We have a ski mountain or snow mountain right behind us, the Big Bear Mountain, where the students can go ski from November all the way to March, April. So we have this very convenient location that's gifted to us for our campus. And California by itself is a very diverse state with people coming from all over the globe, all over the world, working, studying in this area. So you're going to be finding many things, interesting things to do. And also, one of the major reasons why students choose California, besides the amazing weather, we have pretty much 90% of our year is sunny weather. Fantastic weather. Average year temperature is about 26 Celsius, so you're never going to get cold. But the major reason why California is the major destination is because of our economy. We're one of the largest economy in the U.S. By state, we're the largest economy. In the world, we're the fifth largest economy in the world if we count it as a country, right behind UK and Germany. So with that, we have many opportunity for employment for our students, especially international students. A lot of the Fortune 500 companies are located in California that hires our students, hires UC alumni, UC students. So we have a very close relationship, very close partnership with these local employers that we work with on a daily basis, and they love our students, hire students every year. Through all of our majors and programs, from technology, IT, to finance, to agricultural, to film, media, bioengineering, biomedical, right? Any field you can think of, we have a huge economic support in the state of California. So today we have over 25,000 students, actually over 26,000 students this year, 1,196 faculty members. We have a student-to-faculty ratio of 21:1, so a fairly smaller classroom size when you consider we are a medium to large size public university. Overall, we have 120,000 alumni around the world. This is our alumni working in different parts of the world, either doing research or starting a business. This is a really big network, very big connection for our students. Once they graduate, they can look for further assistance, further guidance through our alumni networks for guidance. Overall, our campus right now, we have over 3,000 international students coming from 87 countries, especially Brazil. We have students from Brazil as well. So a very diverse campus environment, very dynamic. You're going to be finding a whole different kinds of activities and clubs and organizations to join, especially for different ethnic cultures and backgrounds. So as a comprehensive university, we are a research-based university, but we're also a comprehensive university. So we have over 150 undergraduate majors and minors offered at our university. We have 7 colleges and schools. The 6 of our colleges and schools offer undergraduate program. The 7th college, or the School of Medicine, in the U.S., does not offer undergraduate program for medical students. It is purely a graduate school. So out of the 6 programs, out of the 6 colleges and professional schools, the College of Engineering, College of Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences, College of Natural and Agricultural Sciences, School of Education, School of Business, and School of Public Policy. So some of our most popular programs within our international students are computer science, bioengineering, mathematics, business, psychology. These are some of our very, very popular programs. For the College of Engineering, we have amazing programs in computer science, computer engineering, electrical engineering. These are all very highly ranked in the US as well. For College of Arts and Social Sciences, we offer a comprehensive list of art programs from traditional arts like studio arts, sculpting, to performing arts, right? As well as digital production, film, directing. And one good special thing about our program is that we don't require portfolio from our international students to apply. So you'll just be applying as a regular students from any major. Now, if you are interested in business, if your high school students are looking into getting into business, getting an undergraduate business diploma, please do note that UC system in general, even though we have 9 campuses, only 3 campuses offer undergraduate business administration program, and we're one of the campus. And we're also one of the largest business program in the UC as well. So we have a very comprehensive business program offering concentrations, focuses anywhere from finance, management, accounting, marketing, supply chain management, data analytics. So anything you can think of, you'll be finding a great spot here. So, like I said, with over 150 undergraduate programs, you can pursue any dream that you have at our university, and with offering a very promising career outlook as well. Ranking, I'm sure throughout this fair, you guys have been seeing a lot of rankings. We are not shy about rankings as well. We're number 1 consecutively, actually 30 in a row, ranked number 1 in the US for social mobility. So this just means that our students, after they graduate, they're able to move up through the social ladder. They are, continuously improving their lives as well as their families' lives, their situation, and we have been doing really, really well in this regards. We're one of the best school for engineering majors by salary potential, which means our salary outlook is really high. Some of our average salary from engineering graduates are anywhere close to $100,000 a year, which is very crazy, right? And we're number 34th for best in the nation for undergrad teaching, which shows we have a very great undergraduate program, teaching program. All of our courses are very high in quality. Our professors pay close attention to our students' needs and questions. This ranking is also tied with Berkeley, UC Berkeley, as well as Harvard University. So, we're very proud of the fact that we are highly regarded as one of the top universities in the world for undergraduate teaching. Obviously, we need. We're not going to have a very good program unless we have fantastic faculty, right? So we have some of the best faculties in the world teaching our campus. We currently have 2 Nobel laureates on our campus, Dr. Richard Schrock and Dr. Barry Barish. Dr. Richard Schrock, he was a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry. He was also UCR alumni, so he graduated from UCR in 1967. And he returned to our campus in 2018 and to teach our students and push forward our chemistry programs. Dr. Barry Barish, who was a Nobel Prize winner in physics, he was one of the scientists that discovered the gravitational waves. Essentially, he was part of the team that discovered black hole. Besides that, we have over 26 members from the Academy, National Academy of Science, Engineering, Medicine, and we also have amazing professors in every other field, such as psychology, business, public policy. So you're definitely in good hands, right? You're going to be interacting, engaging with some well-renowned, professors, scientists in each respective fields on a daily basis, right? So you'll be talking to them, going to their classrooms, asking for their questions, going to their office hours, and even potentially working in their labs. So this is one of the biggest advantages that we offer as a research-based university, is that we have a huge amount of resources dedicated to research, not just for our graduate students, right? Not just for our master's students, PhD students, but also for our undergraduate students. For our undergraduate students, starting their year 1, you will have the opportunity to work in our labs, work with our graduate students and our professors to solve real-world problems. apply what you learned in classroom into hands-on experiments. So this is something that's very unique and very special, even in the U.S. Universities, because we have a very huge network or background or concentration in research. We are able to offer these experiences all the way to our undergraduate students. So over 50% of our students overall, before they graduate undergraduate studies, they have done research during their years. This is really important and very highly regarded when you apply for a job, or especially if you apply for graduate school. Having undergraduate experience, especially if you are able to publish, co-author, publish a scientific paper, that will look really, really good on your application for graduate school or your resume. So this is something that we highly encourage our students to explore, to proactively engage in, and these opportunities are plentiful among all of our majors, and not just science and engineering, but as well as social sciences, business, and public policy. So besides research, we have a lot of different support programs in place to help our students succeed on campus. We have the Academic Resource Center, which offers academic supports for all different subjects, classes. If you need help in any subject, for example, mathematics or English writing or physics, chemistry, you'll be able to find free help tutoring at this facility. Education abroad, we have one of the largest education abroad program in the world. We work with over 170 universities around the world where you can study abroad in a different country, in Europe, UK, Spain, Germany, France. You can go to Asia, South Korea, Japan, China. You can study for a quarter or a whole year, and at the same time take UC credit courses, and you'll be able to graduate on time. This is a very unique program and opportunity for you to experience different environment, different culture, right? So we still highly encourage students to explore this option. For new students, we have a new student program where we'll pair you up with a mentor. For anything that you may need help in, we will help you. We'll have somebody, upperclassmen students, to help you and guide you throughout the first year process. Finally, career, like I mentioned multiple times, career is something that we invest a lot in. We want to make sure our students have a high return of investment for their education, for their time at the US. So we have a full service career center, which have a whole host of different programs, activities, and the staff available on site to help you develop your career, to look for your first job. We have career fairs whole year round. Every week we have different employers come to our campus and engage our students, and we host different career fairs every quarter, every month to connect our students with some of the highest quality employment opportunities in the world. For international students specifically, we have a program called Get Hired. This is a special tailor-made program just for international students where we have workshops available. We have different programs that's career related to help you develop your career skills, prepare a resume, prepare an interview, right? So different resources available as well, just for international students. And it's been a very, very successful program helping our international students landing job before they even graduate their undergraduate study. So some data to back up our claim, we have within 6 months of graduation, over 89% of students are either employed or in a postgraduate program. And most of our students working in some of the top companies in the world like Microsoft, Google, SpaceX, NASA, Amazon, Walt Disney, Pfizer. So as you can see, a diverse list of companies from technology companies to finance, as well as to commerce, biomedicine, as well as creative digital design, right? Arts and films as well. So again, any major, any field that you're looking to crack into, we are a great university to help you do that. So our time is very limited, I understand. So I want to, kind of skip around housing. We have a lot of options for housing. On-campus housing is available to all of our students, especially international students. We have off-campus housing as well. Same as dining, we have a lot. We have over 24 dining options on campus. We have 2 all-you-can-eat buffet-style dining halls on campus, where we offer international cuisines, all-you-can-eat cuisines. You just swipe your card one time, you can come in and stay for as long as you want and have as much as you want, right? And then we also have food courts on campus, Japanese food, Mexican food, Italian food, right? Off campus, we have a lot of different options as well. With high concentration of international community, you're going to be finding different cuisines everywhere around your campus. Being active, involved, we have over 500 organizations, athletic programs, concerts. We have outdoor excursions where we organize students to go ski, to go surfing, hiking every weekend. So you're never going to be bored. You're going to be always having something to do while you're here. Health and wellness, again, a whole host of services, health service, student clinic or hospital. If you don't feel well, if you need some checkup, want to get a test done, you can do that on campus. It's free. Your tuition will cover the cost of health insurance, so you don't have to pay for anything when you are not feeling well. We have counseling services, psychological services, student affair, case management. So pretty much anything you need, anything you feel you want to share with us, we have a place for you to do that. Campus safety is our number one priority. We have on-campus police departments on campus that patrols our campus and the surrounding living facilities. We have escort services, community service officers, notification system, shuttles that pick our students up on campus and drop them off at any location around the campus. And then we have full-time trained, housing staff as well. So definitely, we want to make sure that you have a safe learning and living environment on our campus. Now, the cost, this is kind of complex, it feels like, but to make it simpler, our tuition costs $46,000 a year. That's the same for all UC campuses, whether you go to UCLA or UC Irvine or UC San Diego, it's going to be the same cost. The difference is going to be in the cost of living. We have one of the lowest cost of living in California. So the total cost of attendance for UCR is going to be about $58,000 to $65,000 a year. But the good news is we do have a scholarship available. This is a merit-based scholarship. We call it the Non-Resident Achievement Scholarship. This is offered to all the non-resident international students. It is automatically, offered to you guys. You don't have to write a separate essay. You don't have to, apply through a different portal for a different merit scholarship portal or anything like that. So as long as you apply to UC Riverside, you'll be automatically considered. And this is up to $45,000 a quarter. Sorry, $4,500 per quarter. And we have 3 quarters a year, right? So that's $13,500 per year. And this is renewable every year until you graduate. So if you stay here for 4 years, you'll be getting over $50,000 of scholarship. If you stay even longer, you're going to be getting longer as well. So this will be able to cover about a third of tuition, which is a huge incentive for students to apply. Finally, quickly, I just want to, last part of my presentation, I want to go over the requirements for admission for our students. So the good thing about UC system is that within the system, we have 9 campuses. For all 9 campuses, we have the same admission requirements. And we have 1 application. So with 1 application, you can apply to as many as 9 campuses, or as little as 1, right? You only need to do work for 1 university and you'll be able to apply to all 9 of our campuses. The first requirement is subject requirements. So we do require students to complete a number of subjects before they graduate their high school. If you're from different curriculums, international curriculums, such as the British education system, for British education system, we only require 5 IGCSE and 3 A-level courses. Then we do have a different requirement for different international curriculum. For IB, you just need to complete your IB, and then for everything else, you just need to complete a number of courses for different subjects for your graduation. The second requirement is GPA requirement. We require a 3.4 GPA overall out of 4.0 for UC. And we only look at your grade 10 and 11th GPA for consideration for your admission evaluation. And then the third, English proficiency, right? If your native language is not English, and if you do need to meet the English proficiency requirement by testing. So we accept TOEFL, IELTS, and Duolingo this year only. So the minimum score for TOEFL is 80, IELTS 6.5, Duolingo is 115. If you're from a high school, if your high school is taught in English, so your language instruction of your high school is in English, and you're there for the whole 3 years, then we will be able to waive your English test requirements. So that's pretty much it for admission requirements. UC overall as a campus, as a system, we dropped the SAT, ACT requirements last year. So we no longer require SAT, ACT. Actually, we don't even look at your SAT, ACT scores, even if you submit those. So you don't have to worry about any other thing. So pretty much very, very straightforward. These are all the things that we only require besides your application, which you do need to fill those out. Finally, the dates and deadlines. The important dates and deadlines are August 1st. That's when the application opens. Every year, our application opens August 1st. That's when you can start register for your account, start filling out your information, your application, and work on your personal statements. And then November, the whole month of November is when you submit your application. So the whole month you can, any day of the month. There's no priority or no penalty for submitting later. Anytime during the month is good. You can submit your application. And the next following March is when we send out notifications for admission. So you'll be getting offer letters from the campus that you are admitted to. And then May 1st is when you make a decision if you want to enroll in one university. And then July 1st is when you submit your final transcripts. So one thing to note here is that for application process, we don't require any documents, any official transcript, test scores from you during your application process. We only require the official documents, the official transcripts. Once you're admitted, once you decide to enroll with us, that's when you send in your final transcript and documents. So please make sure every documents, every scores that you're filling in your application is accurate. The scores are correct. Because if we do find any differences or discrepancies between your final transcript, official transcript, with your application, there is a chance that we may withdraw your application or withdraw your offer, right? So make sure that's done correctly. So that's pretty much all I have for today. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. My email is on this page, and I'm very reachable. And if you need questions regarding majors, programs, admission policies, feel free to reach out. And the QR code on the upper right-hand side is our campus tour. It's a virtual campus tour, right? We understand it's very difficult to visit, travel during the pandemic season. So you can still come onto campus and look at our classrooms and look at our facilities and feel like what it's like to be a UCR students, right? Check our facilities, research labs, our classrooms, our dormitories to get a feel on what it's like. So that's pretty much it, right? So if you guys have any questions, I will be happy to answer them in the chat. Let me know. If not, thank you guys again for being here, and looking forward to talking with you guys later on, if possible. Yeah.
Oh, hey, David. Yeah, that was great. I've been to UCR campus myself. It's really, really cool.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah, when I visit California,
okay,
it's a really cool campus.
Great, that's really cool.
We also have some questions. Three exactly. The first one was about the requirements for the application, but I think you covered it. It's Julia's question, but Julia, if you have another specific question, you can visit the booth or send an email to David, right?
Yeah.
The other one was about the SAT. Julio asked if there is any shortcuts if a student does the SAT in Brazil for the application to UCR.
Yeah, like I said, we don't require SAT at all. We don't even look at SAT scores as a UC, whether it's UC Berkeley or UCLA. So you don't have to worry about the SAT test at all. for UC. Yeah.
Okay. And the last question was Carlos. He asked so he's currently enrolled in a graduation program in Brazil,
Mm-hmm.
and he would like to know if there's any type of program at UCR that allows him to do a semester or a year at UCR and get credits for his Brazilian university.
We do have study abroad or student exchange. Please, Carlos, please reach out to me. I can give you more information if you want. So we have a couple of options. If your university is one of the universities that we work with, or if the school that you are attending right now have existing relationship with us, then we perhaps have a exchange program in place which you can apply to. If not, we have an extension, UCR extension, where you can take courses for credits as well. That's also available.
Okay, perfect. That's it, I think.
Great.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time, David. It was
Thank
great.
you.
And yeah, you can contact him at the information he just showed us. But I think that's it for today. Thank you, David. Have a nice one.
Yeah, have a great rest of the day. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Beleza, então, gente, chegamos no final dos webinars. Parabéns para você que ficou até aqui. Tenho certeza que você aprendeu bastante coisa, muita informação importante para você que quer estudar fora. E chegamos também no fim do evento. A gente ainda vai deixar um tempinho aberto aí a feira, mas não por muito tempo. Eu vou agradecer aqui todo mundo que participou, todo mundo que viu as palestras. Muito obrigado aí, então, para todo mundo. E eu vou me despedir de vocês, então. Até mais, gente. Boa tarde. Passar uns videozinhos agora institucionais, mas é isso. Obrigado, viu, por tudo.
Transformar sonhos em realidade. Educação em mudança. O presente em futuro. A esperança em vida real. A Efigie nasceu em 2006 e até hoje vem transformando o destino de muitos jovens e famílias. concretizando assim o nosso sonho de criar uma empresa que pensasse em planejar a internacionalização para alunos como projeto de vida, pautado em formação pessoal de longo prazo e cuidadosamente pensada por educadores e especialistas em formação de jovens. Nesses 16 anos, muitos sonhos de estudantes e suas famílias foram realizados através da atuação competente de profissionais da nossa instituição, que acompanharam de forma personalizada o projeto de vida de cada estudante em cada etapa do processo de internacionalização. Ao cumprir o propósito de atender às expectativas e às exigências de quem é pai e mãe, sabemos que seu filho é seu bem mais precioso. E é aqui que a confiança tem seu papel mais importante. Atendemos cada um, sustentando, amparando e compartilhando os valores e a cultura de nossa empresa, com todos que caminham ao nosso lado. Acreditamos que, se existe uma maneira de transformar, com certeza ela passa pela educação. Quem trabalha com educação está todos os dias em contato com pessoas em desenvolvimento, razão pela qual estamos ao lado de cada um, oferecendo segurança e confiança para a conquista do seu sonho. É desta forma que valorizamos a continuidade das gerações e o valor da formação do indivíduo, apoiando quem fará o nosso futuro. Tudo isso porque você é único. E nós sabemos disso.